Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, a high drive hit to the left field corner. Evan Carter on the run, still going, can't get it. It bounces on the track, it's off the wall. 2-run score, and the Mariners stream out of the dugout. They have beaten the Rangers 3-2 on a walk-off double by J.P. Crawford.
Not the way to start the weekend or the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. That was the call last night on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and I have and felt some shades of 2011 because of those stupid goggles that you and Sandler brought in, sitting in the Fan Sports Lounge, just waiting. Just outs away, pitches away from clinching it and being on top of the world. And that's what last night felt like until Aroldis Chapman and the bullpen reminded us we still here.
That's I'm sorry you feel that way. You're not a jinx believer, so I feel good that you don't think this is really actually my fault. Because they won the next game after I wore the goggles. In fact, they won 2 of them. So I feel really a new poster we have on the wall. Very cool. It's a little squirrel moment. But yeah, look, you want the positive vibe from this night? We know that he'll never put Chapman in a game again. That's the positive vibe from last night.
Scratch one out.
There you go.
Bring Spores back up.
No, please, God, no.
Back to Will Smith.
No.
Jose Leclerc.
Yes.
We love you again.
He's probably their only good pitcher out there now. You know what? Here's the problem last night is they treated Andrew Heaney like a relief pitcher last night. And they put him out there just 1 inning. And they probably should have let him go longer. He can go longer. He can go a lot longer.
We trust Andrew Heaney like that now?
More than I trust him more than Aroldis Chapman. That's for dang sure. A lot more. I trust him more than anybody. Who else in the bullpen do you trust more? I don't know that there's such a player. I think he's the most trustworthy guy in the bullpen.
Wow. A lot of Tolos are not happy with Boch. When has it worked out? When you've thrown Chapman back-to-back days?
That's the other thing.
Now, he threw 13 pitches the night before. Before that, he had not thrown for 4 days. So he had work on the 23rd. He pitched against the Angels on the 27th, 13 pitches. And then last night, obviously, the complete disaster.
Look, for whatever reason, he cannot throw on back-to-back days at this point in his career. For whatever reason. And it's not just at this point. You know, we got like 8 to 10 years of sample on this one. Where he just, on back-to-back days, that second day, something's going to go wrong. For whatever reason. And that was as much the case last night as ever. Because those weren't like, that was not, there's not much you could take from that pitching performance that you could even say, that was good. He did this right. He did that right. I mean, he really didn't do much right at all.
Yeah, 2 hits and a walk, just like that. Look, the month of August, he didn't give up a run until August 27th.
2 hits and a walk on 8 pitches.
But he pitched the 29th and the 30th. He didn't give up anything on the 30th. He pitched the 22nd and the 23rd. He gave up his run on the 22nd and not on the 23rd. So if you look at the evidence over the past 2 months, I'm just taking 2 months because at the end of July, he pitched on the 23rd, and then on the 24th, he got rocked for 3 against the armpit. We talked about that all the time. But in the last 2 months, it's been okay on the back-to-backs. The damage has come on the first night. Pepe, are you okay?
No, I'm not, because my insane prediction of 93 wins is out the window, just like that. All because of the bullpen. Screw you, bullpen. Screw you, Aroldis Chapman. And it's like Aroldis gets flustered too easily. It's like he can't just give up 1 hit, 1 walk, and then just be fine after that. Now, the hits weren't anything huge at the time, but it's like 1 hit here, 1 hit here, then, wild pitch, 98 in the dirt. It's just, it's insane. And now, if for Bochy, I know we have 3 games left in the season, but you can't pitch him in a high-leverage situation from here on out. It's like you get a 3-run lead or more, and that's it. I would not trust him anything below that.
You here's the problem: you don't have anybody else to go to.
Yeah,
you're screwed. You're stuck. And he has pitched in big games. He's failed at big games.
And last night, I felt like it's kind of setting a tone for the postseason. Like, here you go. This is a postseason appearance.
Yeah.
You are an inning away from the playoffs. So that's a postseason appearance, and we're going to give you many more of these opportunities. You are going to be the guy in the postseason, and now you're sitting there thinking you might be back to square one.
You might be, but they don't know that. They don't know where they are right now. They have, I think, one of their biggest issues is they have no idea who to go to. They are just throwing things out there against the wall. They don't know how to use Andrew Heaney. They don't know how to use Aroldis Chapman. They don't know when to use Aroldis Chapman. They don't know what Jose Leclerc they're getting from night to night. And even if you throw Chapman out there on a day he hasn't pitched, or a day after he hasn't pitched, or a day after he has pitched, how wild is he going to be? Like, that's the other issue. Like, he gives free base runners all the time. When he blew that save in the ALCS, he got the first 2 outs. Then he had a walk and then the home run to Altuve. Like, that's his MO. Like, he doesn't have enough command, really, at this stage, like, to be the elite closer he used to be.
Bruce Bochy on what went wrong with Chapman in the ninth.
Well, I gave up a couple soft hits. You got to look at, what those hits were. He jammed the guy on the first base hit there. Then the ground ball just got through. I mean, that's close to being a double play ball. Then he got erratic, and so I had to go get him. And Johnny looked like he was getting out of that, and he just placed it well, Crawford, there where we couldn't quite get to it. But Johnny did a nice job getting 2 outs there with the bases loaded. And sure, that's a tough one. I mean, a lot of good things tonight. Pitching did a great job at the end, just got away. And, that's a tough one. I mean, we got to bounce back.
Brandon had this tweet 5 hours ago, Tolo. For his career heading into tonight, Aroldis had an ERA of 1.35 when he has a day or more of rest versus 2.26 on 0 days of rest. That was for his career heading into last night. For 2023, heading into last night, the ERA was a 0.87 on a day or more rest, a 6.75 on 0 days rest for this season. Yeah. Other tolos also coming in. Would have helped if you had more than 4 base runners. Of course, the Rangers only scrounging up 3 hits on the way to scoring twice.
Yeah, and that's, look, their offense went to sleep last night. Logan,
pitcher,
and they did go a good pitcher. They did. That's going to happen in the postseason.
Yeah.
How many bad pitchers are you going to face in the postseason? Like, the Rangers are going to have one of the worst pitching staffs in the playoffs.
Yep.
Like, they are, and that's going to be a benefit to other teams. Other teams are going to be able to rake. You're going to have to be able to hit guys like last night. You're going to go up against guys not as good as DeGrom, but you're going to go up against Verlanders. You're going to get to go up with guys as good as Garrett Cole. There's going to be a lot of good pitchers that, he's not going to make it, but guys of his caliber. There's a lot of good pitchers out there. And the Rangers really don't have any of them, but they're going to have to beat them. And that's the problem. Like, that's one of the main reasons why great offenses with no pitching, it's very difficult to win World Series.
877-881-1053 for you to vent on the truckwreck.com text line. Eric Nadell was asked about the possibility of pitching Leclerc in the ninth. He said last night on the post-game show, I think if he had not pitched the day before, you think about it, but I would not do a second inning after pitching that day before. So the playoff magic number remains at 1. The AL West magic number remains at 2. When it looked like Jonathan Hernandez was about to get out of it. Do we have a new problem in the NFC with RJ Choppy's Detroit Lions after Thursday Night Football? Kyrie saying he wished that the Mavericks drafted him from the very beginning. What's the injury status for the Cowboys against New England? That's coming up at 6 o'clock, and Mike McCarthy at 6:30. Friday edition of Sean and RJ just kicking off right here on the Fan.
got a man wide open. Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Goff looked up, saw 14. There wasn't a Packer in sight. 24 yards, second of the year for Amon-Ra.
And the Detroit Lions on Lions Radio beat Green Bay for a fourth straight time. Wow. That was impressive last night. 34-20 at Lambeau. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with a Football Friday coming at you on your home of America's team. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30 this morning. David Montgomery carried the ball 32 times. I thought he was going to be out for this game.
Yeah.
I thought this was going to be nothing but Jahmyr Gibbs. Montgomery becomes the first Lion to rush for 3 touchdowns at Green Bay and the first Detroit player to top 100 yards with 3 touchdowns since James Stewart in 2000. A lot of people, when they made that trade with Philadelphia, were like, what? You get rid of Swift? What are you doing? They bring in David Montgomery. They draft Gibbs. And I was impressed with that Lions defensive line. They got after Jordan Love. This was a 27-3 halftime deficit for the Packers, who were outgained 284-21 at the half.
Yeah, this was like Green Bay did not have their best game by any stretch. It looked like the first half of the Saints game last week where they got nothing and they finally came on and wound up winning that game.
2 straight weeks of at least 17-point halftime deficits.
Ooh, that's going to kill you.
First time in franchise history.
Yeah, good luck winning those games. Like good, right, just good luck. And the Lions didn't need a great game from Jared Goff to win this one. They got a great game everywhere else. Like you said, the defensive front was really, really solid. They forced that one interception on a tip ball. And look, and when you're going to rush your running back 32 times, 32 in today's NFL. By the way, Jahmyr Gibbs fantasy owners, I feel bad for you guys today.
He had 8 for 40.
Yeah, I mean, he's like
getting no goal line work.
Getting nothing.
He got 4 catches. Feel bad for Aaron Jones fantasy owners, okay? I don't want to hear about that. Aaron Jones returned 5 carries, 18 yards, giving me that ugly projection for the week. I don't like it. I do not like it. But look, man, the Lions, they are a problem. I didn't believe during the offseason, on the day before the season, I did change it to put them into my playoffs, so I feel good about that. But they can be number 3 or number 4 in the conference, depending on how you line them up. Let's see what the Cowboys do against New England, but they could be an easy number 4 in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, look, they could very easily be 4-0. They lost a overtime game to Seattle that they had early control in, and then they did not have late control, and they had to come back and force overtime. And Dan Campbell got killed with that one because he settled for a game-tying field goal when there was time where they could have pushed it and tried to score a game-winning touchdown. They're not bad. I don't think they're a threat in terms of they're not better than the Niners. They're not better than the Cowboys. They're not better than the Eagles. But they could be better than Philadelphia. I'm down on Philly. I'm bearish. Bearish? Bearish on Philly.
Aiden Hutchinson is their Micah, is their Bosa, Amon-Ra, Goff, Dan Campbell. They're believing. The Lions are the impressive victory.
They got the weapons for it. I mean, and the Packers, early on, they get the early interception. It looked like, okay, this might be a good game, and then it was just all Lions after that. But yeah, that defense can be something with Aiden Hutchinson, and it's the platoon of Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery. They have the weapons to go far, and it's not a strong division either.
Jordan Love's QBR last night was a 7.
I know. I'm looking at that. How's it a 7? He had 2 interceptions. He got sacked 5 times. Let me say this, and you can keep this for receipts. And I had a couple of Tolos questioning. Again, a QBR of a 7. That means when you get that type of performance from that quarterback, you win a game 7% of the time. Basically, the season's already a win for the Packers. It doesn't matter what happens with their record the rest of the way. If you can't watch Jordan Love and see that he can make all the throws, the kid seems composed to me. This is a win. He can ball. Trust me.
Yeah.
He can ball.
He's a good player.
I feel strongly about it. If I'm a Packer fan, I'm happy. This year's all about experience and development. Yeah, you want to make the playoffs. You want to make some noise. The Green Bay Packers found their quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's not bad at all. They can
The Jets would kill for Jordan Love.
Yes, they would kill for really anybody.
Joe Namath.
Yes.
Current Joe Namath.
But it's look, their issue is, he's not Aaron Rodgers, he's not Brett Favre. We don't think. Because we didn't think Aaron Rodgers was Aaron Rodgers his first year. He wasn't great his first year. But by the way, on that QBR, the sacks, I do think sacks are involved in QBR. I don't know the methodology of it altogether. They kind of keep that proprietary.
Because they made a run in the second half, for a sec until. I mean, that was a Cowboy-esque penalty with the stupidity on special teams that gave Detroit an automatic first down, and they rushed it in, turn off the TV, and go solely to the Rangers. That was a mind-numbingly stupid leapfrog from the Green Bay Packer, but Jordan Love woke up. They woke up in the second half. QBR is 7. I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the 2 picks and the sacks. The sacks will kill you. So that may have played into it, but it wasn't. It's not a great number. His efficiency numbers have been really, really solid all year.
All right, let's unleash RJ on America. He's not very happy.
No, not very happy, Sean. Not very happy at all. Zach Johnson, the European team, is up 4-0 on the Americans in the Ryder Cup already.
We got live sports on the morning show on USA.
Yeah.
USA Television, the Ryder Cup, and it's an early beatdown.
So,
it's like Packers Lions all over again.
So Sam Burns and Scotty Scheffler lost. Sam Burns made it over Brooks Koepka, guys. Max Homa and Brian Harmon lost. Ricky Fowler and Colin Morikawa lost. Patrick Cantlay, God, I hope he didn't tee off first. He's slower than balls. And Xander Schauffele, they lost. Jordan Spieth didn't play. Brooks Koepka didn't play. Justin Thomas didn't play. Now, Justin Thomas has had a great year. How do you not have the best golfer in the world, Brooks Koepka? I'm sorry, Scotty Scheffler. Sorry, all these guys. There is no. If you were going to pick somebody to win a major tomorrow, he's the only guy you're going to pick. How do you not have him? The only guy in the world who's got stones.
Oh, he's hitting out of the rough right there. I don't like that. That was,
Is that Scheffler? When that Scheffler hit it?
That was Brooks.
Is that Brooks? I thought it was Scheffler.
Look at that mullet. Look at that mullet.
I just saw somebody not fill out the golf shirt, and I thought it wasn't Brooks. And by the way, American team, could you get some more form-fitting clothes, okay? The European teams, they got very tight shirts on. They're showing off their physiques. And Jordan Spieth's got so much room. He's got more room in the sleeve of his shirt than a child does wearing their dad's clothes. Okay, it looks like a child out there. Get some better clothes. I don't know who did. Ralph Lauren, did he design the outfits this year? I don't know.
The Koepka thing isn't any type of live punishment, right? You're not going to start off it's like getting sat the first quarter of a football game.
I hope
like a little
not.
Manziel punishment.
I hope not.
What makes sense of it otherwise?
I can't.
There's no other strategy you see where it makes sense not to start them off?
Unless they just wanted to get first-timers like a Sam Burns out there.
So we can get in a 4-0 hole?
No, I was thinking just get them out there so they can get the feel of the tournament and just get it out of the way. So when it comes time for a bigger moment, tomorrow, if they even make it to Sunday, for crying out loud, the way this thing's going so far, but wait for a bigger moment where the nerves will be out. That's the only thing I could think of. The only thing. Maybe Brooks had the morning poops and he couldn't play this morning. Maybe Brooks was had a stomach issue. I have no idea. There's no reason why he didn't play.
So the emotional RJ choppy throughout the show. We have Aroldis Chapman blowing the Rangers playoffs last night. The United States is getting whooped. We got Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. Kyrie is in love with DFW.
Yes, he is.
He said yesterday he wished he would have been drafted by the Mavericks because of the way the organization supports players and wraps their arms around you. And free agency was not too difficult of a process. Had Dallas as number 1 on my list. Obviously, I looked elsewhere. Salary cap. I like that he was honest about it, though, a little bit. Salary cap opportunities where I could fit around the league. There wasn't much space. And me being 31, different vantage point, felt like I could not just settle here, but be happy to come back and be welcomed with a warm embrace. So Kyrie Irving is loving being a Dallas Maverick. And he said, look, with Luka and I, we were being too passive with one another. It was so quick last year, so much pressure on us to win now and win big. Why can't you guys win games? So we were answering a lot of questions that honestly I don't think we were ready for. So that was Kyrie yesterday talking about the Dallas Mavericks opening up camp.
That's look, it's good to hear. It's surprising that he says anything good about anything. But
not surprising in the beginning.
In the beginning, yeah, he is that
typical.
Everything's fine in the beginning, everything's hunky dory, and then eventually he will. Yes, and we're just waiting for that. Are we not? We're just waiting. This is the nice guy moment here, and we're just waiting for it all to blow up. And at some point, we think it probably will.
RJ said the Cowboys do not have a red zone problem. Mike McCarthy will be happy to hear that. Who practiced? Who didn't? Who's going to be in? Who's going to be out? We start getting you set for the Patriots with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, joining us on Sean and RJ, then Mike McCarthy around the corner for the 6 a.m. Club next.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike McCarthy is coming up this morning at 6:30. Cowboys Patriots are coming up Sunday on this radio station with the pregame coverage starting at noon. The spread is 6.5. What is the status of the offensive line and the injured players? For that, we turn to our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
Trending the right way for Zach Martin and Tyler Biadasz. They actually practiced yesterday, so they got limited work in. That's a good sign. Thursday practices, if you're involved in those are a good sign. It's also a bad sign if you're a DNP on a Thursday practice, which is what Tyron Smith was. So Tyron Smith right now is trending towards not playing, which means we are now inching closer to, between preseason, playoffs, and regular season, 2,000 snaps without Tyron, Tyler, Biadasz, Zach Martin, and Terrence Steele playing a single snap together.
Cool. What do you say?
Well,
what do you say about it?
And I think Udoka's probably going to play left tackle if that's the case.
Okay, so a lot of things in there. Number one, what you say is retire, please. Number two is, when do we turn the page to the future, which is what we tried to say over and over and over again in the offseason. Play Tyler Smith at left tackle. If Tyron Smith misses the next, let's just say 3 weeks, does Udoka stay at left tackle? If so, why?
How bad does it get? I mean, that's if they think they can get through that. You heard the messaging coming out of Frisco this week. It was all, they played good enough. Offensive line played good enough. They settled down. They did enough to. Now, it was not good early. That first quarter pass protection was bad. And throughout most of the game, Udoka was fine in run blocking, I felt, for most of the game. Pass protection was not great.
Choppy, there's two ways to go about things in life. It's, let's make a decision based upon the weak links, or let's let the strong feast. If you let the strong feast, you play Tyler Smith at left tackle. But because they thought, well, we don't have a left guard, then let's go ahead and stop progress. Let's play Tyler Smith at left guard. The most important position to me needs the best player out there. And I don't understand why it's not Tyler. I don't get it. I know that you were in agreement in the offseason.
Yeah.
It just feels like we're going at it the opposite way versus, hey, he's the tackle of the future versus, oh, we're more worried about Udoka playing guard.
Yeah, I suppose unless they don't think that he is the tackle of the future, which I guess is the other side to this argument.
Yep.
Which is a totally different discussion. Have you heard anything like that?
No, I mean, they've talked about him as that was his future. That's what they've said, is that he would play guard now and that into the future he'd be the left tackle, but they're holding on to Tyron Smith so far.
Now, I understand the philosophy, and I don't necessarily disagree with the philosophy that, like, if your offensive line is an 8 out of 10 with Tyler Smith at guard, but if he goes to tackle and the guard stinks, it's a 6 out of 10. I understand the philosophy of going the way of him at guard and being the 8 out of 10. I get that. But short of that, I mean, you're a progress stopper otherwise. Now, how much progress are you stopping? But the problem, that's the issue. It's like, you're putting all these, you plan your team based on the guys you have starting for you. And you plan for Tyron Smith to play. And it's hard when he doesn't.
Which is foolish.
It's very, very foolish.
They got burned by Zeke and holding on to this dedication and feeling. I know there was money involved as well. And it feels like the same thing is happening with Tyron.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't even know that they plan on Tyron playing. I think they do plan on he misses something, and they just don't know when it'll come, when they'll have to react to it. And that's the frustrating thing. They know what's going to happen. Jerry said in Oxnard that we know at some point it'll come, and you just you hold on and you roll it when it's working, when he's healthy, and then when he's hurt, you come up with your game plan to answer to it. But they know he's going to get hurt. This is one of the assurances about the Dallas Cowboys every year, is that Tyron will miss games. Tyron will get hurt. He is Sean Lee. Sean Lee was always going to get hurt. Sean Lee was never going to play the entire season. And that's where you're at with Tyron Smith at this point. And so, which is, when you talk about a unit that it's so important to have stability, how much can you bank on just, well, he's good when he's in there? Okay, but you can't plan on how stable your offensive line is going to be. You can't plan on the group playing together even a single snap over the last 2,000.
But you believe Udoga is a better guard than tackle?
Yes.
They don't, right?
I don't know that they don't. I think they don't want to mess with Tyler necessarily is what I think it is.
To put him back outside?
I think that he's taken all of his snaps at guard all season, whereas Udoga's played guard and tackle during the summer. I think that's how they view it.
I mean, okay, fine. Look, and they know more about this than I do. So if that's really truly a problem, that he's taking all of his snaps, all of his preparation. That's truly a problem. I doubt it's like a pitcher who is preparing all off season to be a relief pitcher. Then you try to start him, like his arm's not going to be ready.
Well, in order for that to be your strategy, you have to say in your meetings and in your room, we're going to be a championship contender with Udoga playing at least 8 games at left tackle. Our championship winning left tackle is going to be Chime Udoga. Does that sound right? Does that sound like a smart statement? Does that sound like something that's doable or possible?
Ask the Jets. Ask the Jets if that was a sustainable option.
Sounds like a winnable strategy if your quarterback's Patrick Mahomes, and he can mask it.
Well, even the Chiefs had to go and get offensive line after they lost in the
sure.
Super Bowl to Tampa Bay. Zach Martin, who was MIA last week, was on the G-Bag Nation as a weekly guest yesterday. Flagtober kicking off today, by the way, at Southern Leisure Spa and Patio. Zach, what was up with all the penalties? We thought you guys were past that.
Coach McCarthy does a great job about, we kind of go over the officiating crews in our meeting before the game and kind of their history of what they call, what they're heavy on calls, and it stayed true in that game. So, we've obviously got to keep a level head and just keep going, because when we go over that, we know stuff's going to get called that we're probably not going to agree with, but that's the way it goes.
All right, Chop, you did some red zone and first down homework.
Yeah.
Enlighten us.
Which one you want first?
Educate us.
Which one you want first?
Let's do first downs.
Okay, first downs. So the Cowboys gained, this is the worst stat I saw from week 3. They gained a first down on first down just 15% of the time. Now, these are the only teams that were worse than them that week. The Jets, Atlanta, the Raiders, Cleveland, Chicago, Houston, and Tennessee. I don't want to be lumped in an offensive discussion with any of those teams. Maybe Cleveland, maybe if Deshaun Watson gets going. I want no part of those teams offensively. Of the bottom 12.
Well, Cleveland's better than Philly, so don't.
Oh, there you go.
Don't fret.
Of the bottom 12 teams in the entire NFL on first downs, just in week 3, everyone lost except Indy and Houston. And Indy played one of the teams that's also in the bottom 12. So all they did was beat them. Like, the only teams worse than the Cowboys were quarterbacked by Tannehill, Stroud, Fields, Jimmy G, Ritter, Zach Wilson, and Deshaun Watson. Like, that's it. They've got to stop treating Dak like all those bums or find a replacement, one of the two, because this crap ain't working, and it's annoying me, and I hate watching football like this. I'm bored of my mind. Like, I can't tell you how many times I want to turn these damn games off because they're boring. I hate this. I'm so bored.
Wow, from a baseball guy, what a statement that is.
No, I mean, like, I just don't like the style of play. I'm bored with the style of play. The style of play is not entertaining. Baseball's got their own problems. It's just like you cannot watch a Cowboys game and say you're having fun watching the game.
Well, the first 2 weeks they won 70-0,
Yeah,
70-10.
Yeah, if you enjoy winning, cool. Like I enjoy offense. I enjoy fun. I don't care if they win or lose. I want to be entertained. Sports entertainment. Entertain me. They're not entertaining me.
Would you rather lose 52-49?
Yes, absolutely. I've said it a million times. I would much rather lose 52-49 than win 13-10.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line to hit us up. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Going to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Mike McCarthy coming up in 20 minutes on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Thursday Night Football, and have we set ourselves up for another epic Rangers collapse after what happened last night? That's next on The Fan.
DFW's number 1 Cowboys.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Julio Rodriguez there to greet him. Right-handed batter swings and hits a drive to deep right field. Adolis going back to the wall. He leaps, and it's gone. Just beyond his reach at the top of the 8-foot-high wall. It may have even glanced off the very top of Adolis' glove. And the Mariners have narrowed the margin to 2-1 on an opposite field home run by Julio Rodriguez.
Tighten up.
Yeah.
Tighten up. Not Tennessee, tighten up. Rear end, tighten up. If you're a Rangers fan, holding on for dear life to try to clinch the postseason. The bullpen and Aroldis Chapman blow it last night. They had the 2-1 lead in the ninth thanks to Jordan Montgomery, and they lose to Seattle 3-2 in walk-off fashion on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Mike McCarthy is coming up at 6:30 right here on The Fan. Bobby? Panicking. You freaking out?
No.
No one's dying.
How worried are you?
No one's dying.
I'm not.
No one's dying.
I'm not. I still there's now look, if they have a collapse where they lose these last 3 games and it's Houston sweep on the other end and we're looking at an Oakland style collapse from 2012, that's pretty bad. But no, this is I still think they'll bounce back, and I understand there's a lot of people who are frustrated with Chapman being in there, but like you can't just avoid.
He's your
Chapman.
guy.
You've got to get him reps in those situations, and you've got to go to somebody. And I understand. Well, not on back-to-back days. It's like, well, you know what? He's probably going to have to pitch in high leverage situations. One of them presented itself. You needed to get him in there and get him ready. And so I don't have a problem with it. I just more have a problem with they're not able to execute, less so than the decision to put him in there.
Nate Eovaldi, can you stun us all tonight, Nate? Last 3 outings, he has not gone more than 5 innings. His pitch load has increased after the injury from 73 to 82 to 86. So has the runs given up from 2 to 3 to 5. Can Nate Eovaldi do 2 things tonight? Number 1, get the Rangers in, and number 2, give us some hope that he can be the postseason number 1 or number 2. Look at Eovaldi's numbers. I'm surprised his ERA is still a 3.26. I would have assumed and guessed it was higher. 12-4 with a 3.26. Fantastic all-star season, but lately it's been worrisome. So he's on the mound tonight to try to get this done on The Fan.
And there's a lot to look forward to in this one. It's how's he pitching for one? How does he look? How many hits? How many runs? How deep in the game? His pitch count? Has his velocity late? This is his tune-up. This is his dress rehearsal. And that's what this is. This is about seeing exactly what you can get in a trust factor from him. Do you where's the trust level with him right now for the play? I don't think anybody could come up with
a 3.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can say. I don't even know that I can say a number.
And that's only that he's going to walk out there,
right? It's a baseline. It's a baseline, right? I don't know. I can't say for sure. I have any idea what he's going to do. I could say, yeah, he'll go out there and give you 6 shutout innings. I could see that. I could also see him getting blown up after 3. There's no idea. I have no idea.
I don't know how you can see 6 shutout innings.
Because he's done it for the most part all year pre-injury. Pre-injury, he did it. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's healthy that he goes out and does that.
I mean, it's funny, too, because you say, what's your trust level? It's not high.
No.
Just in a vacuum, it's not high. But here's the problem is that where you're at in the season and where you're heading into, you are forced to have a 10, level trust in him. You have to have that level of trust because you're going to be putting him into high leverage situations. You're going to be putting him into playoff games. So whether you have that confidence or not, there's a difference between confidence and trust. They have to put all their trust in him in these games. And the confidence level is not great, but it's something where you are naturally going to have to trust him just because of where your rotation is. He's going to have to be your 3rd or 4th starter in the playoffs. He's going to have to start playoff games for you. And that's a scary proposition given where he's been at in the second half of the season. I still can't believe, I don't think it broke him. I still can't believe that where he was at wearing down that they let him pitch in the All-Star game. I go back to, I cannot believe they let him do that.
Just need to make it a moot point and outslug. and outscore.
Call up Wyatt Langford, baby.
Just put about 7 or 8. I know Bassett got me excited for that next year. Langford at 8, Carter at 9. So you got guys on base at the top of the line. But that's next year. You need to go ahead and take care of business. The magic number is still 1 and 2 for the American League West.
By the way, he's hitting 368 at AAA Round Rock. Wyatt Langford, Sean. So between all 3 levels, he's hitting 360, just hammering the ball.
Do it. We have identified our next group of miserable people. They are the announcers from the Chicago Cubs.
Oh, my God.
Who said this the other night after Ronald Acuna became the first player ever to put up 40-70 in a season.
And we're really stopping the game.
Can we get the base after the game? I mean, this is pretty absurd. I mean, it's just a hell of an accomplishment.
Totally, but you can't stop the game and run a highlight montage.
Man, I'm glad. I used to, I was along with the rest of the country. Lovable losers, break through, get your title.
Should have lost, though.
But you miserable Fs.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you just rot.
Well, the announcers hate Acuna. Because remember, the Phillies announcers had a huge problem with him earlier this year. The way he was running through the bases and the way he would, this is like the 3rd instance, I think, of visiting announcers just being annoyed and bugged by Acuna.
Well, he's flashy. He's loud.
flashy.
He looks like primetime. He's wearing all the neon. But, man, what a miserable reaction for baseball history.
It was how many 40-70 seasons had the sports scene? How many?
Settle.
Right.
I mean, now we've seen as many as modern history seen Cubs World Series titles.
So 1. You've seen 1.
Yeah.
And in 150 years of this sport, you've seen 1. And especially this is a home game. If this was at Wrigley and you don't want to, and you get upset that they stopped the game, but guess what? Even at Wrigley, that's the right thing to do. It's still the right thing to do. You stop the game, give him the base, let's go. I mean, it didn't take 10 minutes. Your pitcher's not out there, holding, what? It's a moment. Did the Ranger announcers complain when Judge hit 62 and he was high-fiving everybody? No, they didn't. Why? Because you don't. It's history. You watch it.
That's why Sandler got kicked off the play-by-play this year. He complained.
Yeah.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Bell. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Rangers try to get it done this evening again on this radio station. Mike McCarthy, whale alert, getting ready for the Patriots. The head coach of America's team joins us next. But look, life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car, truck accident. today, by the way.
Ooh.
Perfect for our weekly guest. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, and the head coach of America's team joins us here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. How we doing?
Got everyone in there today.
Well done.
Yeah, just be appropriate. I got the email last
night. Coach, your favorite or fondest memory of Ezekiel Elliott while you had him?
Oh, probably fondest memory. There's a lot of them, but I think the one thing that was so consistent was his smile. I mean, Zeke just Zeke has such a great energy. He was fun to be around. I mean, obviously, a great player, and everything he did on the field speaks for itself. But I just really admired him as a teammate. I thought he was great for the locker room.
Coach, you held it together pretty well last year in your return to Green Bay. Didn't let the emotions get the best. What advice would you give Zeke for heading back to AT&T Stadium to just keep it composed?
I think the biggest thing is, when you get to the game, the game takes over. The game is actually the easy part. But the pre-game when you're out there working out with the players and coaches, I mean, embrace it. It's always good to see old friends. This is a tough business. And every one of us has a timeline. So I would just tell them to enjoy the moments of coming back home.
So, but you woke up, I think, at 3 a.m., played a couple games of horse, drank 7 cups of coffee, if I remember correctly. Was there a basketball hoop involved or no?
Well, you exaggerate a little bit, yeah.
Was it at 3 a.m. or the couple cups of coffee that was the exaggeration?
Yes. No, I had a couple cups of coffee. Got up early, but it was a later game, so I definitely had some time to myself.
Coach, how would you describe the mood of your team this week at practice?
I would say urgent. I think clearly coming in here Monday, we all felt what we felt the opportunity that we had that we didn't take advantage of. But I think the biggest thing is you have to learn from that. You have to grow on Mondays regardless of the result of Sunday. And I felt like the team, coaches, I felt like we hit the target there. But the practices have been good. It's been hot, obviously, as you know. So, but they've been spirited practices both Wednesday and Thursday.
Do you believe in bad losses? Like there's some people who say that's a good loss. You can learn. Do you believe that some losses are worse than others?
Yeah, I mean, it's losing leaves a dent. I mean, it's that's the reality of of sports, particularly the game of football. So, and some dents are bigger than others. Yes, I do believe that. But the most important part of it is to make sure you learn from it. And it's early. It's an early loss, so you can gain a little more energy on it. But at the end of the day, you have to turn the page. Which we all do by the time the players left here Monday, and we have a big opportunity right in front of us with the New England Patriots.
Coach, part of your job is to act medium all the time, which we think you do a good job of doing. Does a part of you, like on Monday, want to see if the guys come in acting medium, or do you want to see them pissed off and furious?
I want them to be themselves. I want them to feel what they feel. But understand that I'm not into, I think some people, can get a little loose when they not sure exactly how to act. So I mean, and it's just like anything. This is a team. We're dealing with over 100 people in our inner circle here. So everybody's personality is a little different, but at the end of the day, it's what they do with their energy and focusing on. And obviously we had more corrections Monday than we had this year so far, so because of our performance. So the most important part is that they were focusing on the growth opportunity.
Coach, there's obviously been a lot of discussion about the red zone efficiency, how things have gone there the last 2 weeks. Is this just coming down to an execution problem? How have you been able to assess some of the issues down there over the last 2 weeks?
I mean, first of all, I think like overall statistical analysis, early in the season, you can swing the pendulum in a game or two. So I think you have to be cognizant of that because when you do look at the full body of statistics, from the analytics department, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of positive components of the offense. Number one, the ability to move the ball, and we're number one in the National Football League in red zone opportunities. So we're moving the ball down there, and it's and it's not just from favorable field position. I think we're also number one in the league in 10+ play drives. So there's a tremendous amount of productivity, but that is a component that I think is factored in how particularly the jet game was played. And so, the point I'm making is you have to look at all the variables, but most importantly is you look at the things that didn't go well, the opportunities that that didn't convert to get in, and you focus on the details of those opportunities and how you can apply them forward. So we have work to do, and we put the red zone in Wednesday night like we always do, practiced it yesterday, and we'll hit it again today, and then we'll have another segment on it tomorrow. So you just got to work on it because this challenge from the Patriots defense is different than the first three challenges too. So we got to really focus on not only what we're doing but who we're attacking.
Is that something that the red zone? Do you think it's something that evens out over the course of the year, or is it at some point does it become an actual concern?
Well, I mean, you're going to work your situations every single day, and obviously red zone is a primary situation that you need to, we definitely don't want to go down there and kick field goals all the time. Right. But it's week 4. We're really focused on getting to 3-1, but we're on top of the details of everything we're doing. So we definitely want to be better in the red zone.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Coach, just overall, we like to ask you philosophical football questions. How long until you view something as a trend to start the season? Because I agree with you. You can get these crazy swings 3 games in. I personally think things have been affected, when you guys are blowing teams out the first 2 weeks. I kind of discount, some of the fourth quarter stuff when clock is being run. How many games until you say, okay, this is a trend?
Well, I think that, I talked to the team about this on Wednesday. We have, 3 blinking lights, red lights, but there's a lot of blinking green lights, positive components. But the 3 things that we got to focus on, and 2 of them were points that showed up, last year, and that's, it's the team penalties in the run defense. So we know that the offenses that compete against us because we have a tremendous amount of pass rush ability. I mean, this is as good as a pass rush group that I've been a part of. I mean, the depth of it is extraordinary. So we got to that's a constant challenge that we're going to have. So that the focus here is extremely high on the run defense. And then we had 2 games. I think we averaged 5 penalties, and if you're 5 penalties or less, a game, so that'll put you exactly where you want to be at the end of the year. But the penalties in the first half, I'm more concerned about the penalty prevention. We spend probably more time on penalty prevention, video and education than we normally do each week, and it's something that we're really focused on because the play style that our standard of play style, it's an aggressive play style, and we're trying to push the envelope, and every chance we can, we got to be extremely disciplined, especially in the pre-snap.
Coach, what are you seeing from this Patriots defense that presents its own different challenges for Sunday?
Well, I mean, it's a good defense. I mean, there's a lot of history. His ability. It starts with the 3-4, but you got to be ready for him to turn the 4-3 on. Both Brian and I were talking last night is we're playing at the beginning of the game, and we both have called games against Coach Belichick where he has flipped the script. So it's really being prepared for that, but very fundamentally sound, which has always been the case. They have a distinct style how they play, particularly with the interior players. They set the edges. They do a really good job schematically, keeping you from running keeps and trying to get the ball in the perimeter. And I think that their secondary does a really good job of, getting their hands on you, redirecting routes, and they're playing with really good vision. So this is a tough defense.
Coach Schottenheimer said, "Well, Will Grier and Zeke, they know where all the bodies are buried." Is that a small issue, a medium issue, or a large issue in terms of accounting for guys that you just had that know your offense?
I think, like anything, it's good to have those those variables during preparation. You address them, you're aware of them. But I think once the game started, my experience is once the game started, that threat goes away. So you have to be conscientious of their understanding of how we operate. And I feel like our coaches have done a good job with that.
Coach, we've talked a lot about this, and I know social media has as well, about limiting turnovers, and in doing so, maybe also limiting Dak and what he's able to do or the risks he's able to take. Do you agree with that? Are you limiting the quarterback in this new offense?
We've played 3 games. One was in the rain. Another one we had a significant lead. We were really focused on keeping the ball at a low risk away from an excellent defense. So we moved the ball up and down the field in the 3rd game. Didn't put it in the end zone. So I think that's a closer reality of where we are in offense and what we're asking Dak to do.
Coach, though, with the West Coast offense in general, I don't know it's been termed Texas Coast here because it's West Coast with some particular influences and some particular ideas and concepts. But is it something naturally with the West Coast where the vertical concepts are not going to be put into place the same way that they are in maybe more like an Air Coryell or something like that?
No, I wouldn't. No, I don't think that's the definition of it at all. The detail of the West Coast offense, as far as the quarterback's footwork and the routes, in every system has it. There's just a history of how it's done in the West Coast, and it's like every system. We all run similar plays or variation of similar schemes. You may add motion to it, or you may add a shift or a motion to it. But at the end of the day, the most important part of it is the execution. So the components and the details of how one coaching staff teaches it is different than the others. Everybody doesn't teach the 4 vertical exactly the same. There's just different. There's different footworks that you see out there, and so that's really what the definition lies.
Coach, you guys had a lot of turnover on the offensive line this past week, just a lot of bumps and bruises, missing Zach Martin, Tyler Biotish, Tyron Smith. Martin and Biotish, guys who it looked like trending the right direction, being limited yesterday in practice. Tyron, another DNP. Where do things just stand in terms of the health of the offensive line with those 3?
Well, I'm really hoping Tyler and Zach come in here today and are feeling good, but they're definitely making a lot of progress. I anticipate Tyron would be in the rehab group today.
Coach, if Tyron's not able to go, what do you like about Udoka at left tackle with Tyler at left guard versus swapping them?
Continuity, clearly, and I think Chuma's clearly more comfortable playing tackle. And I think he's done a good job. I mean, it's you got to remember he missed a lot of camp too, so the continuity between him and Tyler is important because the connection in the offensive line. You can make an argument that takes more reps than any other position, on the football field. So the positive is we're getting some continuity there between those guys, and he definitely, his experience to play both positions is a huge asset for us. But in my opinion, I think he's more comfortable at tackle.
Coach, I haven't asked you about the Patriots offense yet. Is it mostly the same as it's been, for the last 20 or so years minus Brady, or what's their offense look like?
You see some carryover, but Bill O'Brien's back. It's an interesting. I have a lot of respect for Bill. I think he's an outstanding football coach, and you look at his path, from New England, and he was in the college game both at Penn State and Alabama, and and now he's back in New England. So, and I think clearly, his understanding of Jones and what makes him tick. You can see the direction that they're going. But yeah, I mean, you do see some of the old concepts, but I think they really do a good job of playing complementary football and being selective on how they're going to attack you. So I mean, they have weapons, and but yeah, you can see Bill's impact clearly on this year's offense.
Coach, thank you so much for the time as always. We appreciate it. Best of luck on Sunday, and we'll do it again next week.
Excellent. Have a great day, man.
You too, sir. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
You sirred him. Okay, I like that.
Your thoughts on the offensive questions and responses to vertical, West Coast, red zone?
I mean, look, he is right. Like, one game was in bad weather and one game was a blowout. Well, 2 games were blowouts. So he's right on that regard. You know what I mean? From like the downfield stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's you're not once you were up in the Giants, especially the Giants game. That was the one. Once you were up so big, they weren't going to throw the ball deep, and that's fine. Like, I have no problem with that.
You mean like I've been saying all week?
Well, yeah, but like, I haven't disagreed with you on that at all. I do think that I do think there is a problem though in general. Their first down numbers are awful. Like they are terrible on first down. That has to change. Now, you don't have to get 35 yards on first down, but you want to. I mean, the goal on first down is to get dang near at least half of your line to gain on first down. Get to that point. And they're just,
I feel like
I've not seen them do that.
I feel like they're going to flip
they do.
What we've seen on first and second down in terms of throwing. Mike said that after the Arizona game. He said, I wish I would have thrown a little bit more. Now, I don't know whether he was just talking about with 3 minutes left being more aggressive, being down 2 scores, you're down 12 points, keep on handing it off. I think he's going to throw it a little bit more against New England. But then what's Belichick going to do? If you're Bill Belichick, what would you do against the Cowboys? Bobby's going to scout New England at 7:20 this morning as we kick off the Expressway.
If I'm Bill, I mean, it's easy. Like, for me, it's do the same thing you did to the Bills. I mean, you let the Cowboys run as much as they want.
So back up.
Absolutely. Like, not even back up, because they'll just take the underneath stuff a lot, right? That's what they do. But you have to look at it from the perspective of the only way the Patriots cannot beat the Cowboys if this game is played in the high 20s. It's got to be played the teens.
Yes.
So you want to limit possessions. How do you limit possessions? Let them run the ball.
Yeah, I mean, on 3rd and 10, they're running the ball, or on 1st and 10, they're running the ball 61% of the time. They're just, on 1st and 10, they're running the ball 61% of the time.
Real quick, is that overall? Does that include like the late fourth quarter of the Giants game?
That's overall.
Okay.
61%.
I wonder what it is in a neutral game script.
I mean, late in the fourth quarter, down 12, it was pretty similar.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And look, I mean, there's it feels. My thing is, I don't want there to always be an excuse for why you can't throw the ball. This is and we can talk about there was this context and that context. The fact of the matter is, after this week, you're basically a quarter of the way through the season, and if we still don't see them throwing the ball, then at some point, I'm just not going to listen to the excuses, and you have to prove you're going to throw it. Because right now, they're not showing it. Right now, we can put all the context around it that we want to. The fact of the matter is that they haven't done it. They have to prove that they're actually going to do it.
They don't have to prove anything.
They won't, because this is the offense.
They can execute, but you have to add context to be balanced on the other side. You're being unreasonable as well.
Why?
Because you're not taking into account.
Is the truce over?
Because you're not taking into.
We said Thursday.
You're not taking into account whatsoever the actual game circumstances in the first 2 weeks.
That's fine. I don't want
It's not fine, though.
No.
You have to be fair.
That's fine. No,
Present all the evidence.
And I have.
And biased.
What did I say? I said in the Giants game, all right, you were in weather. Jets game, you were up big. The Cardinals game, I don't care. When the offensive line showed it was generally holding up in the second half, you adjust. And you start throwing the ball, push the ball downfield. When they pushed the ball downfield, they had success against Arizona, regardless of what the offensive line was doing. They refused to do it even down 12.
But you also have to come to terms and with the fact that, yes, they're probably going to throw the ball less downfield this year. And you automatically assume that is a recipe for disaster and loss.
They are not going like I mean, one of the biggest things that's killed them in recent years when they've got eliminated from the playoffs was people who are talking about stagnant offense. The entire design of what they're talking about right now, or what they've shown, is stagnation. That's what they've shown against the Jets, and even during the point where it was close. They averaged fewer yards per play than the Jets did in that game. The Cardinals got up big early, and Dallas still couldn't do anything to throw themselves back into the game. They've taken away the middle of the field. They've taken away the deep ball. It's not what they're doing. This is not what's built into the offense. And I understand it. West Coast, stretch the field horizontally, not vertically. That's the whole idea of it. And that's what it's going to look like. I just think people there's
to me, if they convert 2 or 3 more red zone opportunities, you've lost all your argument. And that is a fluky thing in my opinion. That is, we have the lead in the 9th. Yes, it's a problem. We don't have a bullpen. Aroldis Chapman blows it last night, but we are down there the most. We have the most drives of 10 or more plays. That means something.
It does.
Those two things mean something.
We're doing this. This we've done this with this team. You and I remember a point where we were saying, "Man, this team we ask Jason this all the time every Monday when he came on. Why don't you guys run the ball more, man? Why aren't you? Well, we're behind the chains. There's always excuses as to why. Remember early in our show. So like 10, 12 years ago. Can't run the ball. We're game situations. Like, well, why not? And now it's like, why can't you throw the ball? Like this offense it's putting up points, especially early on. It's a lot like a baseball offense where you get a guy on and you just bunt him over and you find a way to get him in. And you do that a lot of little times.
Yes.
And you look up at the scoreboard and all of a sudden you got 7 runs. It's really a bad way to run your offense, but it's effective. Right, and you know what I mean. It's like it's not the best, it's not the most efficient way to do your offense. It is effective though. What they're doing, they're getting to the red zone a ton. Their numbers between the 20s are fantastic. They're moving the ball. They're scoring. A lot of times they're settling for field goals. Right, they're settling for field goals. But they're not. There's no punch to it.
Yeah, the explosion.
If they get down,
yes,
this offense is gonna the way it's structured, not the talent.
Yeah,
because we know if they went to Dak and said, hey, you know what? We're down by 3 scores.
Yeah.
Scratch the playbook, go back to Kellen's, and I have faith they come back. The way it's structured now, they can't.
That's a good question for Jerry or Mike next time we have them on. Is this offense built to come back?
Yeah.
Do you have the explosion of this offense in order to be able to come back? So there's Coach McCarthy. We'll replay it at 8:40 this morning. Mark Cuban said something very important that I think should give Mike Bassick some hope. We got a live Ryder Cup update. We have NFL and college schedules to let you know about. And, yep, the Rangers, they didn't get it done. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But you need to get it done today, y'all.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. NFL games this weekend. Let's look at the NFL and college schedules after the Detroit Lions looked really, really impressive last night with what they did to the Green Bay Packers. And if you had David Montgomery in your fantasy league, screw you.
Goff takes, turns, gives to Montgomery, straight up the gut, works his way in, touchdown Detroit Lions! David Montgomery powers it home, and the Lions extend their lead.
Bobby, impressive by Detroit, or okay, Green Bay? Like, this is 2 straight weeks down 17 plus. Time to come back down to earth.
I mean, I'm impressed by Detroit's defense in recent weeks because the first couple weeks they were not great. They weren't efficient at all. But I thought they played well. I think this is partially Detroit playing well. I think it's partially Green Bay being really underwhelming at home. This is a bad start to the game for Jordan Love. He didn't look good. They couldn't get things going early on, but he did sort of the same thing he did last week where he rallied and he put himself in position. And then, of course, you get dumb things like the Quay Walker penalty where he's leaping over, giving Detroit 4 extra points there. You get things like not being able to get the snap off, at the end of the third quarter, and you would have been inside the 10 just like that. Instead, 4 more minutes goes off the clock before you score again. So just a lot of unfortunate events for Green Bay. I don't think they played a particularly clean game, but credit to Detroit for going into arguably the 2 most difficult places to play this year, Lambeau and Arrowhead, and winning games.
I mean, I sat David Montgomery, so that was cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I sat him in our league. So that was awesome. Good to see it. Love to see it. The Lions they're not bad. They are a
4th best team in the NFC. Is it even close? Is it clear?
Well, they're one potential holding call away in that in the Lions game for being 4-0.
Oh, it was in the Lions
I'm
game?
sorry, the Seahawks game for being 4-0. And if they're 4-0, I mean, how does that change? Does it change where you have them? It may not, but I think they're easily at the 4th best team.
Also very close to being 2-2.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
the Kansas City very easily could have won that game. There were a bunch of moments in that game that screwed up. But yeah, I mean, I don't think you can reasonably put anybody 4th ahead of them right now because I mean, it's nobody in the South and the North. They're the number 1 team in the North.
They're good. They're not. I don't think they're great. They're a good team. I wouldn't want to face them. I think they'd be.
Yeah.
They're one of those teams that you'll feel it the next day when you play them.
Choppy, revenge week in the National Football League.
Yeah, so outside of Zeke, you've got the following players going back and playing their old teams. Calvin Ridley goes back and plays Atlanta.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you were saying he was going back to play like Caesar's Sportsbook or something.
Well, that's that too. Odell Beckham Jr. going to play Cleveland. All right.
Will he actually play?
Yeah, is he playing?
I don't know. Jameis is going to play against Tampa.
Okay.
All right. Adam Thielen against Minnesota.
Okay. Trader.
Trader.
Should have been here, putting on the DFW greens.
Gino going against the Giants, who we played for. Not the team everybody thinks.
Bit of a stretch.
Yeah. And then Hardman going back to play the Chiefs. That's a thing nobody really cares about. So there are some of the players going back to their old teams this weekend.
8:30 in the morning on Sunday, Atlanta at Jacksonville. Of course, the home of the Jags in London. And Bobby, you and Troy Aikman are pumped up for Toy Story weekend.
I'm ready for the Toy Story game. This has been a great use of the chip technology and some of the stuff that they've done. They had the hockey game last year, the Big City Greens hockey game on Nickelodeon or Disney, whichever one it was. And this one will be basically they're going to have Toy Story characters. They're going to use the chip technology to, in real time, show you the plays playing out as if the players are Toy Story characters, and that'll be playing on Disney. And so that's a fun way to get the kids involved and do some different things. I loved the Nickelodeon slime game a couple of years ago with the different graphics and stuff. I think it's a great way to get kids really interested in the game early.
Dolphins Bills at noon.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! Over under is
54.
Good job, 53.5.
Oh,
That was going to be my guess. You just didn't go to me.
Broncos, Bears, Bobby. What's that, football expert? Over under.
46.5.
46!
Boom! It's because Peyton told us early this week.
I already took the under on that one.
He buzzed him. RJ got the 0.5 right, and Bobby got dinged. Ravens at Browns, Bengals at Titans, Rams at Colts, Buccaneers at Saints, Commanders at Eagles. Phillies favored by 9. Vikings at Panthers, Steelers at the Armpit. 3 o'clock games, Raiders at Chargers. Our game, and that's going to be on Fox. Cardinals at San Francisco. Sunday night, Taylor Swift in New York for the Jets.
Actually going to get people to watch the Chiefs versus Jets.
I wish.
That's going to be miserable.
Did you say it was a 1,300% podcast increase for the Kelsey boys?
That was not me. That was not me.
1,300% search increase on Spotify for their podcast this week.
This is the greatest promotional tool that.
This is not a real couple.
Well, I think it is.
So Kelsey has set this up to benefit?
I think they both are just leaning into it and realizing, hey, this is pretty good. This is pretty fun. Now, one party is clearly benefiting more than the other so far.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is just, I mean, like all of Taylor Swift probably needs to write a new album. And she
Does she literally write about every relationship?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so she needs to write a new album. So she needs somebody there. All right, Kelsey, you can be that. And then he can use it to take his podcast to new heights.
That's the name
I've
of
seen somebody on The View. I don't know why.
Tell us more.
I didn't watch it, but
you're right.
I love it.
Yeah. So they said that it's a publicity stunt for Taylor Swift. What possible publicity is Taylor Swift getting out of this?
Right.
None. She's the most popular artist in the world, most popular celebrity in the world. She's benefiting nothing out of this.
I mean,
it's Travis Kelce, and the NFL is benefiting more than Taylor Swift is.
If you want to talk about really, capturing a demo, and she's captured most demos, the one where she might be the most efficient would be football watching men on Sunday afternoons. So it's like has
she gotten any diehard NFL fans who did not listen to her music? Has she gotten sales increases in Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri?
They already know there's a lot of Taylor Swift fans who didn't know the existence of Travis Kelce 2 weeks ago.
But think about
Travis Kelce fan did know the existence of Taylor Swift.
Think about it. Micah Parsons is talking about it to whoever is an ultra fan of Micah Parsons tuning into his podcast. Is there a lot of Taylor Swift fandom there? Maybe not. But when Micah Parsons steps up there and goes, man, I love this song by Taylor Swift, it makes it easier for those fans to go, you know what? Maybe I'll go check out that song.
I want to know why she didn't allow the NFL to use her songs. Why she didn't allow Fox and the NFL to use her songs.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. So she denied the NFL and her record label as well. Denied Fox from using her music during the Chiefs Bears broadcast. So they, when they were coming back from break or going in to a commercial, they were going to play some of her songs, and they denied it. That doesn't make any sense. This is free publicity.
What ratio of the fan text says stop talking about this? Is it 40 or 50 or more? Stop talking about Taylor Swift.
Currently, I generally over the last week or so when we've talked about it, I think it's been people usually have some sort of a take. I haven't seen a whole bunch of don't mention it.
Monday night, Seahawks at Giants. Seattle is favored by 1. How are we looking in college?
All right, college. Now, we had a great weekend last weekend in college football. This weekend, this is a good one down in Austin, Bobby. Texas and Kansas. Kansas is undefeated, ranked number 24. They beat Texas a couple years ago down there. They shouldn't come close this year, but still, it's a ranked opponent, and that could be a pretty decent game. West Virginia's in Fort Worth taking on TCU. Iowa State is at number 14, Oklahoma. Oklahoma just keeps quietly winning games, and their defense is playing well. Dylan Gabriel's a good quarterback. Tech hosts Houston. Baylor is at Central Florida. From a top 25 also perspective, Georgia's at Auburn, oldest rivalry in the South. LSU, Ole Miss. That's some of the other games. And then you've got the big one. It is going to be USC and Colorado.
How about the celebrity list?
Yeah, the celeb list. By the way, Utah, Oregon State tonight. That's going to be a really good football game tonight on FS1 at 8 o'clock.
And where's that Colorado game?
It's in Colorado.
So all these people are going. I thought this was just going to be in California already. Here's the reported list. LeBron and Bronny, Jay-Z, Snoop, Lil Wayne, DJ Khaled, McConaughey, and Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Going to Boulder, Colorado. Well done, Dion.
Yeah, Dion. I mean, and look, nobody may pay attention to them in a week and a half. But I'll tell you this: Oregon was a terrible matchup for them. Oregon's nasty. USC, they can't stop a nosebleed, man. The over-under is in the 70s. I think it's like 72. I think this game's going to hit 100. It's going to come close to hitting 100. I took the over already in this one. I absolutely love the over. I think Colorado covers the spread. I think USC can stop anybody.
So it'll be a beatdown.
No. I don't think USC can stop anybody.
Oh, USC.
Yeah, I don't think USC. And now Colorado can't stop anybody.
What's the spread you said?
The spread is like 20, 21 and a half. The over-under, though, is 73 and a half. I already took the over. I'm surprised it's that low. This should be in the 80s. This is going to be an unbelievably high-scoring game. Notre Dame Duke, 6:30 on ABC. Duke's a good team. Notre Dame is a good one as well. We got the Degenerates got that game too.
9 o'clock this morning. RJ has been on fire the past few weeks trying to make you money. We thought the Texas Rangers were on fire. We thought we were going to celebrate this morning. It did not happen despite this.
1-1. And there's a swing, and there's a long drive to left field. Going back is Dylan Moore. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia makes it 2-0. With his 39th long ball of the year, he is pumping his right arm up in the air as he circles second base. RBI number 107.
That was one of 3 Ranger hits. He almost had a robbery in right field. Just good thing he didn't come down hurt after that. But Aroldis Chapman reminded us of the Rangers bullpen as they blow the lead in the 9th. You were an out away from clinching the postseason. They lose 3-2 in heartbreaking fashion last night in Seattle. It'll have to happen again tonight with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound. Magic number to get in the postseason is 1. AL West is 2.
They had the tarp out. They had the champagne. They were popping bottles.
Oh,
it was all set up. The visitors' clubhouse was all set up. You had it. You had it won, and you blow it. They lost it. We can't have nice things, man. We just can't have nice things.
Is there a way for me to spin this that like Seattle gets in and the Astros get bumped out of the playoffs?
Sure.
Can I spin that?
Yeah. I don't want to see Houston in the postseason. For one, they're dangerous. Like we're all just waiting, right? We're all just waiting for them to click. So I don't want to see that. Yeah, I'm down with you.
Okay. Mark Cuban on what needs to happen for the Mavericks to go on a championship run. Cuban was on First Take yesterday.
You know, I think a little bit of time with Kyrie and Luka together in preseason will help a lot. You know, we're going to Abu Dhabi, so we'll all be together for 10 days. I think that will help build a lot of the chemistry. And I think last year we had challenges, not only with injuries, with guys accepting their roles. I think we've made a lot of adjustments there. So I think guys accept their roles, and Kyrie is Kyrie, and Luka continues to improve as the best player in the league. I think we're going to be fine.
So in another clip, and it's not good to play because they were actually trying to ask him about Shark Tank and not asking about the Mavs. She's like, give us a preview of the season. He goes, we're going to play fast. We're going to have better defense. And Molly Kieran was like, no. I want to know about Shark Tank. I don't care about the Mavericks. But I rewound it and said, ooh, play fast was the first thing he said. And this is what myself, other Mavs broadcasters, Bassick have been hoping for, that Luka loses some weight, even better cardio, and they go up and down the floor like they did during Kyrie's debut when Luka was out, up and down the floor, free-flowing, the ball not stopping down, Luka not hogging it, actually, trying to cut off the ball for once in his Maverick career. So I was excited to hear that from Mark Cuban. I don't know whether it will actually happen, but he did say twice yesterday in that interview, the first thing with the Mavs difference, play fast. Choppy with a Ryder Cup update.
We're getting worked. It could easily be 8-zip after today.
Whoa.
It is 4-0. So they're playing 36 holes today. They do alternate shot, and they do the 4-ball, which is what they're doing now. Alternate shot was this morning. And the European team swept them this morning. All 4 won. And now we are in the second tier, second grouping. And Europe is up 1 in one. They're up 2 in another. And they're tied in 2 others. So
it's like you're punching a little person.
It's a bad start. It is a bad start. It's a good European team. We knew that going in. So far, terrible start for the Americans.
All right, the Expressway is on the way. We are about to be commercial-free all the way up until 8 o'clock here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt is going to take us inside the Love of the Star film room to break down the Patriots. One of Bobby's great breakdowns to preview Sunday on The Fan is next.
Let's get you some help, though, if you've had some thoughts that, things aren't going well for you right now. You're down, you're dejected, you can't sleep, you're staying awake, your mind's continuing to race.
I need it after this.
brought to you by QC Kinetics.
This is the Expressway. Happy Friday, everybody. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, commercial free up until 8 o'clock right here on your home of America's team. It is DFW Sports Station. I'm embarrassed to admit this. I'm a little bit ashamed, bit ashamed. But tonight, I'm finally going to my first high school football game.
Ooh!
Are you going to the Mound Showdown?
Hang on.
Marcus versus Flower Mound?
Hang
Let's
on.
go Marauders.
Nope.
Let me see. Let's look at the.
How can
you look at the schedule?
Yeah,
How can your
school-
first high school game not be the Mound Showdown, Sean? I mean, if you're going to pick one, wouldn't you pick one that's called the Mound Showdown?
No.
Okay.
Not going to be that one. You got a guess there, Pat Doney?
No, I do not have a guess. Oh, there we go. Live scoreboard.
What private school game is he going to go to?
Okay, so let's see here. You are going to go to. Damn, there's a lot of games out, man.
Yeah, it's a big state.
Yeah, it is. A huge state. Are you going to Lubbock Christian and Sacred Heart? No, you're not going to go to that one. I got nothing for you. Sunnyvale. You're about to be a resident of Sunnyvale. So you're going to go to
Gavin Dawson Bowl.
Sunnyvale
Flagtober.
versus Forney.
We're kicking off Flagtober. Nope. I am going to the Plano game.
I was about to say this is a Samir thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see his boy play. Cole playing
He
offensive
plays?
line.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Big man playing offensive line. He's a
Plano
hoss.
East?
Plano East.
So they're playing Hebron, who
No,
Marcus...
it's not Plano East. I think it's Plano West. Plano's playing Plano. Some rivalry game. But I want to take Ollie.
Yeah, it's Plano West.
Senior.
Plano West.
Plano.
So
Yeah.
I feel like Ollie passed the baseball game, the Ranger game with flying colors. This kid's basically like family to me. So I'm like, I got to go out there and see him play. And I want to take Ollie out there. I feel like this is going to be a blast for him because you got the open, unless bleachers have changed with high school setups, I feel like he can just roam the bleachers. He can go up and down, left and right. He doesn't have to stay in one seat. I can take him down to the concession stand. He can hear the band play. Of course, my freaking paranoid wife, I hope the band's not too loud for him. I snapped back at her last night. I said, that's where your mind goes. That's the first thing you have to say. the ears, because the Ranger acoustics and sound, the fireworks, really.
It's a stadium you're going to.
Yeah, it'll be busy.
So
It'll be a good crowd.
It's a good setup.
Especially if two of the schools are playing each other.
Yeah.
Especially like if Plano and Plano East or Plano West are playing each other.
Yeah. Plano and Plano. That's all I know.
Because I think there's three high schools there, right? There's
Plano
three.
West, Plano East, and Plano.
But I'll be taking Ollie out there, and I'm looking forward to it. I am embarrassed. I am ashamed. I don't know what other reasons I really would have had to go to a high school football game, like by myself.
Right.
Kind of weird. But
Yeah, I get it.
No way. That's
solo?
Yeah, that's absolutely.
That's absolutely weird.
No,
Bro,
it's
that's-
not in this
That's
state.
Troy. That's
Yeah.
Troy Chuck E.
No,
Cheese.
Yeah, that's absolutely weird. No,
this is
that's-
all right.
You're
You're
on a-
Jersey
you're on
and
a-
Maryland.
you
It is
are
a
on a
different.
watch
It is a
list.
different thing here.
It's not.
It is a
yes,
different
you're right.
thing here.
It is different. You know what's not different? Being put on a watch
This
list.
is not- this
All right,
is-
that's not different. You go to a high school football game by yourself. You don't have a child in the game.
You're gonna.
You
You
don't
are
have
gonna
a
get
friends.
You are
kid
gonna
in the
get
game.
the fan text to light
Yeah,
up at you,
listen,
RJ
if I
Choppy.
take- if
Unless you're like a an older fan who just love the team and you go out there and support.
Yeah, if you
I'm
have
just talking
some
about
connection.
like me, like 30 years old, like going out there, like I don't know.
If you have no connection
That was
to the
15
team,
years ago, though.
How many have you been to solo?
Like solo, like absolutely by myself. Didn't
yourself.
go with anybody
Yes.
else at all.
and you had no connection to the school.
three.
You had no connection to the school.
Probably 3 or 4.
You had no connection to the school.
Yeah, probably like 3 or 4.
So like you just said, you know what? I think I'm going to go today, and I don't.
Yeah, like, do I want to go see Duncanville? I almost went to
Like, if you wanna
Duncanville
go
and
see
DeSoto earlier
Kyler,
this year.
like,
yeah, if
play
you want
in
to
a
go see a
game.
big prospect, that's one thing.
Well, that's
If you're
all
just
of-
like, hey,
that's-
you know what? I think it's a great idea. I'm going to go watch Haltom play Bedford today or Trinity. Like, why? Like, you don't have a connection to the team.
I'm just
Nothing.
saying this is one where if there's
Unless
if
there's a
there's
great prospect, like a future NFL player.
you just go see
You get to
prospects.
Forney, like you go to Forney, for instance. Forney, that city shuts down 7:00 on Friday. Everybody, even if you don't have a kid going to school, everybody in that city is going to watch Forney play.
But you live there, so that's different. Again, I'm saying just a random game where you don't have any connection to.
Just
Hey,
saying.
it's a little weird. I'd put you on a watch list.
Anyway, that's what I'm doing. First ever high school football game in the state.
You'll have fun. They're
Texas.
fun. They're fun. The band doesn't stop playing. You'll realize that real quick. They don't stop. There is no
What
matter
if the
what
teams
plays
don't
going on.
score?
What?
What if they don't score?
They don't stop. The band's and they don't stop playing.
Roberto, take us inside the film room for Cowboys Pats.
Ooh, you guys have heard us all week talk about how this Cowboys football team doesn't push the ball downfield. They look like the Dan Fouts Chargers.
I'm sorry, real quick. Pepe was telling me he got some text coming in real quick on that. I'm sorry. I want to include those. Go ahead, Peyton.
Yeah. The 432 says, Bobby, you're wrong. It's just creepy to go alone. And the 940 says, they're with Bobby. It's different in Texas.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm looking at the fan text right now. It is majority me. So you don't have to, this isn't fairness doctrine anymore, Peyton. You don't have to literally read a 50-50 split. I saw the fan text. I know they're siding with me.
I just won't do it anymore then. Screw you, Bobby.
Anyway, the New England Patriots.
Thank you, Peyton.
Make the Dallas Cowboys offense look like the Texas Tech Red Raiders, Mike Leach, like trying to put 60 on the board, because the Patriots will not throw anything downfield at all. They have one player that they will push the ball to vertically, Kendrick Bourne, and that doesn't even hit consistently. It's very inconsistent, and sometimes it's Mac Jones being off. Sometimes it's Kendrick Bourne just not fighting for the football at all. This is a very reserved, tight offensive scheme that the Patriots are running. Now, one of the things they're a big fan of, and the one thing that you probably have to watch out for with the Patriots, given what Dallas put on tape last week, is the orbit motion. So the receiver kind of circles around to the backfield, stops in the backfield, takes a snap there, or he starts in the backfield and he does a big loop around back to the line of scrimmage. So they will put guys like Juju Smith-Schuster in the backfield. And so Rondell Moore, that burning you last week, you have to watch out for it. The guy that concerns me in this game for New England is the rookie Demario Douglas. That is a Kevontae Turpin style joystick player. He's a rookie 6th rounder. He was about ready to burn Miami, it looked like, in the beginning of that game in week 2. And then he fumbled. He got the ball knocked out of his hand when he had caught a pass and was trying to run downfield. And after that, Bill didn't put him in on offense the rest of the game. He was sidelined after that. But that's a guy who can take the ball on special teams and burn them in the punt return game. He's somebody who can line up in the backfield and take a toss. He can be in the slot. He can catch the ball at the line of scrimmage and make guys miss. He is a scary player. If Rondell Moore gave you problems last week, if Marquise Brown gave you problems last week, then that's the guy that you have to watch out for this week, because he's the same style of player as those guys right there. Yeah. And he's a guy who's got like 7 catches on the year, but it's, again, because he basically was benched for the entire game against Miami after he fumbled. But that is a really difficult player. Now, here's the good news. If the Cowboys run an offense from 1993, the New England Patriots are running the Bronco Nagurski 1946 offense.
Earhart Perkins scheme.
They might as well be wearing leather helmets. It's that bad without the face mask. They are the
Bill
leatherheads.
O'Brien.
68 carries through 3 games between the tackles. 68 carries inside the tackle box. They are averaging 2.8 yards per carry inside the tackle box, and yet they are ramming their head against it 23 times a game.
Perfect for Zeke.
Yeah,
that's what
really
I'm saying.
is.
You know what? And Zeke has actually been not bad. The tape looks better on Zeke this year than it did last year. He's been more dynamic, honestly, than Ramondre Stevenson has.
So does he look more explosive and elusive?
I think his contact balance is better this year.
Because that's what dynamic means to me.
I think that his contact balance looks better this year. So he's in the last couple of years, I felt like we didn't see the real Zeke anymore, where it was he was getting hit and he was going down. Like you weren't seeing the he's bowling guys over or he's bouncing off a tackle and then getting to the outside. He's bouncing off of people early this year. People aren't able to get him down the first time. I still don't think he looks super explosive. You were laughing about the highlight he shared on his social media last week of him lumbering to get to the sideline and get 9. That still is very much Zeke, but he's somebody who he can, bounce off a tackle, pick up an extra 3 or 4 yards, that kind of thing. He's running much more efficiently this year than he has in the last couple years for Dallas. And look, they've got 2 really good offensive linemen. Trent Brown is one of the best tackles in football when he plays left tackle. He missed the Miami game. He's somebody who's not consistently healthy. He's a little bit of tyrant in that sense. I think he's played all 16 or 17 games, depending on the year. I think he's played every game available to him once in the last 6 years. But he's somebody who is just an absolute mauler when he's out there. Brian and I were talking about this. Typically, Micah Parsons rushes off of the defense's right side, which is the offense's left, and DeMarcus Lawrence plays the defense's left side, which is the offense's right. They have so much success running around left end already, and it seems like teams are now saying, hey, let's run at Micah a little bit. Let's take advantage of his aggressiveness, see if he overruns the play. I would not be surprised if you flip DeMarcus Lawrence for several snaps this game and put him on that side of the line to try and counteract some of that. And then you put Micah Parsons on the right side of the offensive line to try and take advantage of some of their leaky pass protection. This is a bad offensive line at the guards and the right tackle. It is really bad. David Andrews, the center, is very good. Trent Brown, the left tackle, is really good. Everybody else here is bad.
Here come the questions. Can Mac Jones outplay Dak on Sunday?
Can he out Dak?
Chris Canty says, yes, Mac can outplay him. I'm sure I already know what Fart Scott's going to say.
I mean, yeah, he can. I mean, he is a talented player, but he's not going to. Yeah, sure, anybody in this league can outplay the other quarterback. Absolutely.
We'll
but
get to
he's
that
not
in a given
going to.
Sunday.
In a given Sunday, Sean.
Predictions at 8 o'clock.
But this is an offense that everything that they run, it's smoke routes, which are the quick snap the ball, turn around, catch it, and then try and make something happen after the catch. Everything is underneath with this team. Everything is throw the ball quick, partly because they can't pass protect very long. The interior is really bad. If you wanted to send Micah Parsons on some of those twists this week, or you wanted Oso Odigizua to get off the snap really quickly and wreck shop, they're going to be able to do that. There is a lot of pressure right in Mac Jones's face really quick after the snap. I'm not the biggest Mac Jones fan. I think it's really tough for him to seed given what they have in place right now. In terms of just the offensive line is not good. The offensive scheme is not going to lend itself to him being able to do much efficiently because it's just going to be quick throw, try to make something happen. And when you're not throwing the ball, just ram your head against the wall and then hopefully you can break through. Now, when they run outside the tackle boxes, they've been really efficient. 18 carries, they're averaging 7 yards a carry. So when they get outside, they've had some success with it.
And the Cowboys' run D got destroyed outside the tackles in Arizona.
That's been something that consistently, no matter who it's been out there, if it's Micah overrunning and playing too aggressively. On the touchdown run that Rondell Moore had, Sam Williams got too far up the field. He rushed, got too wide, tried to get upfield, blew past the play. It allowed the guard to just get up there, block up Marquise Bell, and Rondell Moore could run. And so this is something where if the Cowboys want to win this game, just take away the edges. Do your best to just stay disciplined, take away the outside the tackle runs, and they'll just ram their head into a wall over and over again if they want to. And they'll continue to throw the quick screens. So tackle well in the secondary and really contain the edges on the outside. If you do that, New England's going to have a tough time scoring. Now, here's the bad news is that on the other side of the ball, New England's really, really good defensively. Obviously, without watching the tape on every team in the NFL, but, seeing a lot of the best teams play so far this year, the quick eye test says that New England's a top 10 defense for sure. I know Zolak's a top 5. I don't know that I'd go that far, but they are really solid across the board. They've got edge rushers who can cause problems for you. Matthew Judon is one of the better, more underrated pass rushers in the NFL. Josh Uche is a guy who comes in pretty much just in pass rushing situations. They don't put him in there in a lot of rundowns, but he's somebody who can really wreck shop rushing the passer for them. And they've got really solid linebackers. Juwan Bentley, Jelani Tavai, those are two strong run defense guys. They can both cover a little bit. When we talked last week about the run fits, that the run fits for Dallas didn't look good, New England is one of the more disciplined, high IQ run fit teams that I've seen in recent years. They play the run really, really well. And then in the secondary, it begins and ends with the first-round pick, Christian Gonzalez, who Zolak talked about yesterday. He'll probably follow CeeDee Lamb. He followed Tyreek Hill, and he followed Garrett Wilson, and he took them largely out of the game. The Dolphins were working the ball a lot more to Waddle in that game, trying to get it to Waddle, trying to get out there. So this is a secondary with Christian Gonzalez that if they can take away CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys have to show that they can make something happen on offense when CeeDee Lamb's taken out of the game.
Man, it's been interesting.
We have to say that if we're talking about the Patriots, they're going to take the best player out.
Yeah. It's interesting how the league has changed a little bit because it used to be like corners, they would come in the league, and it would take them a little bit to figure it out. And now we got back-to-back years with Sauce coming, and really
Surtain.
3 in a row because Surtain a couple years ago, and then Sauce, and now Gonzalez. Like they've picked it up like that.
Brian and I talked about that yesterday when we were recording. That
I was listening.
I knew you were. You Tolo love of the star too. Is that when you look at the way, you're right, that typically in the past corners have stepped in and there's been an expectation of a learning curve. I think that's partially just the offensive concepts starting to blend between college and the NFL, that they're familiar with some of the concepts that they're seeing. So the learning curve is not as steep. But the corners in the NFL, or these high drafted corners, have been asked to do more right away. But this is a guy who, he's 6'2", he's 200 pounds, he is a track athlete type of star, and he can cover inside of the slot. He can cover outside. He can do anything that they want him to do. So it'll be on the Cowboys too. If they take CeeDee Lamb out of this game, and they don't even have to do it by devoting a safety. If Christian Gonzalez is just that good, like he's been at other points during this season, then they have to show that they can win a game when CeeDee Lamb gets completely removed from it. Because this is the last two times.
Michael Gallup is alive.
Michael Gallup looked good. If you're able to get Michael Gallup, this will be a big week for Michael Gallup, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert, the tight ends. The tight ends have been really disappointing. We got a question yesterday saying who's been the biggest disappointment on the team this year through 3 weeks. To me, it's just the entire tight end group.
Too focused on Haley Cavender.
They've all dropped passes this year. Ferguson, Schoonmaker, Hendershot, they've all dropped passes. Ferguson has not shown to be the red zone threat that Dalton Schultz had been in recent years. He's not able to be as efficient down there.
We owe an apology right now to Dalton Schultz?
I think so. Look, I mean, you're talking about the guy who was 5th in the NFL. He had the 5th most touchdown receptions in the red zone over the last 2 years. That's somebody who in tight spaces knew how to get separation and finish plays.
You know what was really nice to see last night in the Thursday night game? A second-round tight end be productive.
Oh, Laporta?
My goodness. And now this proves I watch more football than the Tolos, who wrote me back and said, well, Scoot's got a touchdown. Are you watching?
He's got a red zone touchdown, Sean.
Are you watching? Are you looking at Sam Laporta as a player and how he's contributing compared to Schoonmaker?
To be fair, that is the guy the Cowboys wanted. That's the tight end they wanted.
Laporta?
Yeah, they wanted Laporta.
And well, then they should have drafted him in the first.
Iowa? Was he Iowa?
Because they should have drafted him over Missing Smith.
Because they needed Maserati. They needed Maserati to take up the space on the interior. I think Mozzie's getting better. I do think that Mozzie. I agree with what Micah said earlier this week or late last week, whatever it was.
Yeah, you 2 homers. Laufenberg. Look at Schoon across the board. Look at that.
1 catch. Is that 1 yard, 1 TD? Oh, that's consistency.
Cannot
what's
get
that
more
average?
efficient.
Average is 1 yard.
You know what?
one.
I mean, it's
the same, Sean.
He got a touchdown. It's a touchdown.
Good Lord. The other guy's got 22 catches on the season.
By the way, if you know the Cowboys, they maybe missing Dalton Schultz, but they don't know it down in Houston. Have you seen his numbers?
No. Was CJ throwing it around?
Last week, 1 catch, 9 yards. Against the Colts 2 weeks ago, 4 for 34. Not bad. And the first week, 2 catches, 4 yards.
Do you miss Dalton Schultz? Maybe not. What you miss, though, is the connection that those two had.
They did have a good connection, and Dak got him paid.
Text his wife. Get him back here.
It's like Laurent Robinson. Like Laurent Robinson missed Romo. Romo missed Laurent Robinson after that. It wasn't necessarily that you missed those particular. You didn't miss Laurent Robinson, but you missed the connection that those two had.
Right.
It's the same thing with Dak and Schultz. Those two they were completely in sync with each other. Dak trusted him. Dak knew where he was going to be, and that matters, especially when you talk about this West Coast system where so much of it's about timing and where are you and who is where they're supposed to be. That's exactly what Dalton Schultz fit the bill on. So this is a defense that's going to make things really tough on them. The run fits are really good. They've got really solid cover guys in the back end. Their safeties, I think, are a little vulnerable, but they will mix up coverages on you. They'll play cover 3, which is a zone-heavy look, 3 safeties back. Against Miami, Brian and I were talking about this yesterday. They ran cover 6, which is half the field is zone, half the field is man, and that's the same sort of scheme, the man-match scheme that Vic Fangio ran against Dak a couple years ago when Denver came to town and just completely confused him. So if they want to throw some man-match, if they want to throw some cover 6 at Dak, they can do that, and it's going to be on the running game at that point. If they take CD away and some of these coverages are confusing the passing attack, It's going to be on the running game to go up against a very well-disciplined run defense in New England.
What a breakdown. What a breakdown. That is why they have 2 million downloads.
Gang.
What's it called?
Love of the Star.
Love of the Star podcast. An Odyssey original with Roberto and Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody listening. We appreciate all the questions we've been getting on the Bobby and Everybody podcast.
Oh, Sean Sharif, Ralph, James, Choppy, Bobby. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. A complete film study breakdown of the Cowboys versus New England. Let's get to the leftovers in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, we have Gen Z getting called out by these two very petty states. And we got a state fair.
Yes, we do.
Beginning today.
Saw the reunion tower all lit up this morning.
Yeah.
The cowboy hat.
I think I forced Brian Purdy to kind of fix the drawing. Somehow magically, after 12 years of working in this building, I finally won something. 6 tickets to the State Fair of Texas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. After I magically complained and whined about it, after people were winning TVs and 3 bottles of Oakland Athletics Camus up here.
Yeah. I won the Brazilian Steakhouse gift card 3 out of 4 months. So I was on
3
a
out
hot
of 4?
streak. 3 out of 4.
So wait, Bobby takes Purdy to lunch, and all of a sudden, magically, he wins 3 out of 4 times. And Corey Majors has his name butchered, and he gets left out of the whole thing.
Corey Mahors.
And I finally win these State Fair tickets, which I will put to good use as my wife makes it a requirement that we go every single year.
Yeah, we're going to go this year. We went last year as well. We like it. We like going down. It's just, we don't necessarily venture into play all the games on the midway.
I don't think most adults do, but
You don't-
I
you-
could be
you don't
wrong.
play on the bent rim?
We'll probably see Bobby there.
Definitely see Bobby.
After, and then he'll attend his Friday night game.
Yeah.
After Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
State Fair, then head on over to the game.
Underestimating the importance of high school football to the state, gentlemen.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, you'll have fun.
But we had the State Fair bring all the food in.
Yeah.
So we got to sample it beforehand.
And you didn't even find out till after that the thing we were all raving about, those little cheesecake bites or whatever, like your buddy made them. You found out afterwards.
Yeah.
Your neighbor?
My old neighbor Steve made those dang things. I'm like, he texted me, goes, "Hey, thanks for not giving me props on my food." I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
It was so good.
I'm like,
oh my gosh.
You made those cheesecake things?
Are you going to take the girls?
Kristen will. Kristen will take the kids.
Oh, you're not going to go.
I'm
Mr. Texas preaching to everyone else, not gonna boycott the State Fair. Mr. Texas over here.
I'm a busy man. I got a lot going on, Sean. There's I don't know that I have time for the rides and the bent rims.
You don't want to go see your girls enjoy all the rides and the lights and the food?
They have phones now, Sean. They can record videos.
See, this is why Kristen is right in not giving you another child. This is why you don't even want to take your girls. You don't get a joy out of it. You don't care. You do one little 5-second FaceTime call every day.
Right.
Have fun at school. Bye. Love you. I'll see you Monday when you get back from the fair. Pepe, the real question is for you.
Oh yeah.
Do you view this as a possible date?
It is a date. For me, at least. I mean, me, still getting into close to being boyfriend, girlfriend, but not there yet,
Okay. You can't use that word yet.
I can say close. I can say close.
You're
But yeah, it's a date. We're going to go there. We're going to, the question
So
is
you've already made plans to go?
I have not asked her yet just because it's the first weekend, but.
Yeah, with you, you'll probably ask her like today for tonight, knowing your timing.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll say right after work, you want to just leave your job and just go there? Because I'm
Now,
all for it.
girls do like spontaneous at times, but they also like to have a plan every now and then.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
spontaneous gift to give.
Yes.
Or pack a bag. We're flying to Paris.
Yes, that's a nice one.
I don't know.
Pack a bag.
But you're going.
I do want to go. Now it might be. Now I know some of the homies want to go with their girlfriends as well. So I don't know if I'll just add her to the group and we just all go together, or should I make it a one-on-one thing?
When are you going to introduce her to Los Hombres?
Hopefully soon. Now this weekend I'm supposed to be hanging out with her friends. So I know, right? Now it's getting really official.
Where are you going?
They want to go Fort Worth. Go out, I think 7th Street, Fort Worth, Saturday.
Awesome.
So I think I'm gonna
little
go
day
there.
drink.
Oh yeah.
Any blondes in the group?
I don't know, but we'll find out. But yeah, the hombres are upset that I'm meeting her friends before she's meeting my friends.
Yeah,
they should be. They should be upset about that.
Well, you should tell them stop giving stupid advice.
She already met your friends. We all met her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen to Sean and RJ. We told you, we guided you perfectly in the red zone last week during the Ranger game. Leave her out of WinStar. Those dummies, for their own selfish purposes, wanted to have you bring her to the casino for your birthday for their own enjoyment. So it's good. This is karma that they're third on the list of people to meet.
Yeah. They're like Mike McCarthy calling plays for you. We're like Kellen Moore in here, drawing up creative things to make sure that you get in the end zone.
Go deep.
I love you, hombres, though. Just want to say that. I love you.
Yeah. So
get a new name.
What is the Los Dip S's? What are the must check things that you will do at the fair? 877-881-1053.
Okay, will she get you on rides?
No, she won't. I'm married to a 90-year-old. All right,
nice.
So she's not getting on any rides, anything that could, a screw pop out. Who knows? She'll freak out over that. But I would go on a ride. I'm not going to go on any heights, but I'll go on the roller coasters if she wanted to. But she's terrified.
Yeah,
I'm not married to my father.
I'm not a big. She's gonna try to get me on the Ferris wheel this year. I'm not a big ride guy.
Why, Mr. Fast and the Furious, Mr. Drive 90 through Uptown?
Because a ride at Six Flags is one thing. At fairs, that generally when they come in, they put them up.
Oh, you don't trust
No,
I don't trust the safety.
No, I don't trust the Ferris wheel is different because that's up there year round. So it's you know what I mean. It's always there.
I love rides. I love amusement park rides. I don't love the erector set nature of this one, where it's like, hey, we're gonna build this up for a month and then tear it right down. It's like, if you can build it up and tear it down that quickly, how quickly can it also just fall apart?
Yeah. So like the Ferris wheel though, I think is different because it's, like I said, it's always there. It's very, very sturdy. But I had a bad Ferris wheel experience at what's that? Shields? Is that the one up in Grandscape?
What happened?
Shields, the sports store?
There's a Ferris wheel in there. And my kid and I are on it.
There was a Ferris wheel by Nebraska Furniture the other
day.
That's
the one. That's Shields.
That's the one. But this was the one that was inside Shields, so it may have been a different one. And it wasn't the same as the Ferris wheel at the State Fair because like that one's like the big giant circle that you just walk into with closing the door. This is the old one where it's like a back and forth. Your legs are hanging off, and my kid starts rocking back and forth trying to get this thing to do a loop to like go upside down. And I'm like, bro, getting dizzy over here. Like, stop, chill the blank out.
I will say, I discovered a couple years ago, I was riding Titan, and when it got done, I was like, oh, I've hit an age where just riding these makes me dizzy.
Oh my God. I can't imagine Bobby after a ride in here 4 times a week with his ailments. Oh, my neck, my sciatic. Oh, my left toenail.
I swear, when I have something terminal, you are going to feel so bad.
Oh, my God.
You are going to feel so bad when I have something terminal.
It's always like this on the fan cam. Oh, I think he's on the ground with this roller half the week.
Did he tell you what he said to me yesterday? What Peyton said to me yesterday? What did you say to me when I was leaving yesterday, Peyton?
I don't think I could say it on air, but I said.
Why not? You did yesterday.
Yeah. My gosh, I'm surprised you're even here today.
I believe he said if you die leaving here, I wouldn't feel bad today.
What?
I don't think I said.
No, he deserved it. He deserves all of it.
That's
he deserves
true.
it.
I do.
One of the sales guy goes, yeah. He's like, man, you really yelling at Bobby this week. And then he goes, but I get it. He's like, yeah, the love for Bobby I have is right there equal to the hate. So there you go. All right, Choppy, you get the final say in the junk drawer with the State Fair of Texas opening up today. You want petty states. You want Zoom background. Old people getting scammed.
Oh, yes, to the old people getting scammed.
Right.
Okay, because the petty states, I think, is going to take too much time. You losers out there, I do want to know, who are the people who are trying to bilk and scam old people out of money? You should burn in hell. But tell your parents, be careful of this one. So there are people out there who are scam artists. There was a 75-year-old man just got bilked out of $10,000. Scammed it at $10,000. Calling up saying that the son needs money for bail. And that's the current scam going around. Got to bail. Hey, look.
Is this the one Sarah fell for?
No, that was online. That was online. We thought we were ordering from Dick's. We thought we were ordering from Dick's Sporting Goods, but it turned out to be.
And you realized it was a sporting goods store, and you went, "This is not what I was thinking I was ordering."
These $15 Air Jordans.
Yeah, no, they were vans. They were vans for like $17. So she had to change her credit card.
Yeah.
But this one, it's eerily similar to one that's been targeted by other seniors. Really, they go basically neighborhood to neighborhood somehow. They're doing a lot of this on landlines that are still out there because it's just, I mean, I don't know why. Probably because more old people have landlines. But they say your son or daughter's been arrested, can't be reached, needed to pay the bail to be released. And then they're saying the bail, it's $3,000 for this bail, $9,000 for this one, $10,000 for this one. And these old people are paying it.
Does it work?
Huh?
Does it work?
Yeah, it works. I mean, these people are getting bilked out of money.
Unethical life hacks.
Awful. It's not an unethical life. This
You'll
is
be
illegal.
You'll be burning.
I didn't say I'd do
You'll
it.
be rotting right there with them, hopefully. Mike McCarthy at 8:40. Watch how many people pick the Patriots, though. Who thinks New England makes it 2 in a row against the Cowboys? 5 things RJ wants to see on Sunday, and get the official predictions in, and hopefully all of us won't be wrong 2 weeks in a row. Cowboys, Pats, picks. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Kay.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, Ralph James, Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. It's been a very busy week.
Yeah,
very eventful week on the show.
I felt the week went a little slower than previous weeks.
Yes. Losing will do that.
I felt the drag. And then, the late games for baseball, I'm beat.
Yeah.
I'm tired, man. I don't usually get that tired. I'm wrecked.
How many Patriot picks will there be on the chartrack.com text line? I think we're going to go about 20%.
Or how about just in the studio? How many Patriots picks will there be?
Oh, RJ saying 0?
I will say that a single person.
I've already seen 2 come in on the fan text. not currently, but in the expressway when we were doing preview.
First, before the official predictions and picks, which we all lost last week, everyone in the world did, against the Cardinals, the 5 things that Ralph wants to see.
Number 1, better red zone production. Let me rephrase that, Sean. Any red zone production. This team was too good last year. The red zone, over 71% in the red zone last year.
71% converting touchdowns?
Yes, last year.
Wow.
And
what's a normal number?
It depends on, honestly, to be truthful, it really depends on the quarterback. It's more quarterbacks generally had, because if you go and look at Brady in New England and Brady in Tampa, he was somewhere between 62 to 68%.
Like, I wonder what the league average, the top 10 league average would be. Basically taking the top 10 quarterbacks. What's the red zone average of efficiency? Just curious.
I believe. By the way, Green Bay was 15th in red zone. Mike McCarthy's last year there, calling plays.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Well, you said that was with washed Aaron, so it doesn't count.
Well, he wasn't washed yet. He became washed last year.
What year was his last year there? 2018?
18.
Well, what about the Super Bowl year? You had
Aaron
that
carried
on hand?
him. Aaron carried
you
him,
had
baby.
that on hand, too?
Aaron carried them.
He was 14th at 61%, which, though,
let Dak carry you.
That was about Aaron's number. Aaron generally was in that 60 to 65%, which is, a lot of the greats are right there, 62, 65. Dak is a little different because he'll go up and down. He'll go to 71, but he'll go down to 50. So he's a little bit high. He's got bigger of a peak and a valley. So that's what Mike was. But that's, anyway, number 1's red zone. Number 2, wide receiver involvement. They do not have a touchdown from a wide receiver this year.
Do they have even a catch?
Not in the red zone.
They do. They got a few. Dak only has 3 pass TDs in those 3 games. Like, it's time to get going before we end up like Alex Smith and the Chiefs. Remember that year? They went the entire season without a wide receiver touchdown.
That's right.
Like, come on. Let's get this first one out of the way. Less Jake, more Bake. I love Jake Ferguson, though. I'm not saying I don't like Jake. I like Jake.
He was a great interview.
Yes, he was.
Very charming.
You only like him because of who he's dating.
No, he's a meatball. He's a meathead, just like me. I like that.
He was a great interview.
Yeah, he was.
I see what the Cavender twins see in him.
Yes, I do too. But we need more flash
Did
this
he
week.
get put under like your boy for all those tats? No. Okay.
No. Look,
that is a little. It's sus, man.
I mean, what do you want? All right, we've got a lot to focus on.
But we need more flash this week. More downfield shots. He is the opposite of downfield. Very good at what he does. But we need to see less of him. Plus, I also want him to be healthy so he can have more fun with one of the whichever Cavender twin he's with.
Yeah.
Number 4, confuse Mac Jones. He can be rattled. Make him see ghosts out there. If he beats you past it, it means you didn't get enough pressure on him.
Frustrate him enough to grab your nuts.
Yes, if Mac Jones does not try to grab your junk, you're doing a bad job of frustrating him. I want him to not even be able to eat the cookies that his girlfriend makes for him after the game. And then number 5, Zolak said it. Don't be stupid. The Patriots beat a lot of the teams over the years because they're dumb. The other teams are dumb. No dumb penalties. Having Brady help too. No unsportsmanlike conducts or too much celebration. Don't be a stupid football team. This team can't beat you straight up. So don't be dumb and let them.
Touchdown percentage. I just was curious to look this up. Touchdown percentage on goal-to-go plays. this year in the NFL. Last in the NFL, Houston, 9.1%. Second to last, Denver, 10%. The Dallas Cowboys, 11.4%.
Well, that's a perfect segue for my boy, once again. He's made a return to greatness. Dan Orlovsky, as Bobby takes off the headphones. Orlovsky has been making genius, brilliant points, praising McCarthy as a play caller, saying the Longhorns would go into Alabama and beat the Crimson Tide, and basically giving a middle finger to all those three-teeth Bama fans. And yesterday on ESPN, the great Dan Orlovsky said the red zone would be just fine.
For the Cowboys red zone to get better, Dak and CeeDee Lamb need to become Tony Romo and Dez Bryant. Okay, so everyone, this is CeeDee Lamb. This is one of the best young receivers in the NFL, the ball skills and the ability to jump with the football. This is going to be against the New York Jets. Now we get the motion down in the red zone. There's a couple indicators for Dak Prescott. Number one being that the safety is matched up on the tight end. Quarterbacks, when we get down in the red zone and we see that safety in that position like that on the tight end, we fully anticipate man coverage. Man coverage, it's about my guy versus your guy. Now at the bottom of the screen, the route concept is going to be a one-step slant in a corner. This is a great situation for the Dallas Cowboys. Why? Because we got 2-on-2 in a corner route. It's ideal for our...
Basically, he said they're going to be fine, and that's genius.
Did he, I'm curious, on these plays, was he drawing up these plays assuming the end zone was 12 yards deep? Soon as he knows how deep an end zone is, I'll listen to him talk about how to get in one.
Oh, my God. There's been two other quarterbacks that have run out of the end zone.
Wouldn't listen to them either.
Yeah, right.
Who was it, Minshew? Did Minshew do one?
There's one right there for
Jimmy did one.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you're just backing me up here.
And then somebody else did one year, like they were there. It wasn't like Dan. Dan's problem was he ran. Like the other guys,
several steps. It was not just a plan.
The other guys it was their back toe and a drop back. Like I get that.
Bobby, start us off with the prediction, who wins and why. Also, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053.
I think that this will be a frustrating game to watch once again. In terms of just when, Choppy, you talk about how you'd rather lose 52-49 than win 13-10.
Yeah.
I think that this will be a frustrating game along those lines. But I do think that the Cowboys win. I think the Cowboys cover. I just don't think that it's going to be the prettiest score.
Oh, you did to cover like the 11, what was it, 11.5?
No, they're 6.5.
6.5.
What am I thinking is the 11.5 one?
Boy, he is missing spreads this week.
Good Lord.
Gosh, that's the only one I missed.
This is why we had to put our other Italian on Saturday afternoons.
I don't know how Vegas is making any money.
Cowboys, I've got them in this one. I've got them 19-10. You know why it's 19? Because they kick 4 field goals. Because that's what'll happen. They'll continue to move the ball down there and continue to get frustrated when a defense tightens up inside the 20. 19-10, Cowboys over the Patriots.
What's your pick?
I think this would be an easy victory. I don't think it's going to be easy in the terms of, like Bobby said, watchability. It's gonna be a tough game to watch. But I don't see how New England could score on this team. So it could be 24-10 Cowboys.
So none of us are carrying over the Arizona defensive effort. We all think it's fluky.
Well, they can't do the same thing, Arizona. Like Mac can't run.
Mac can't run. Mac honestly right now is not throwing the ball as well as Josh Dobbs either. Josh Dobbs has been better so far.
Yeah, I know some of the metrics on Mac were okay after a couple of weeks. But I just don't think he's he's really a threat ever. And that's it. And also what Bob brought up, like they run most of their stuff inside the tackles, and the Cowboys, you could probably beat them outside, especially left.
Broncos Bears over under is 3 points higher than this Cowboys Patriots over under.
Wow. Pepe.
I'm going slow start. I think the offense struggles again early on. I mean, we've talked about it. Patriots defense is pretty good this season. I think that factors into it, but I think the offense gets going as the game goes on. I'm going to go 20-13 Cowboys.
Man, all kind of low, ugly scores. I want to be able to say that the defense will just come out furious, ticked off, and completely shut them down. I have more faith that they're still, very, very good than exposed against the Cardinals. I totally agree about Mac not running versus Dobbs. I'll go 23-17 with New England with a chance to win it with a touchdown on their final possession. They won't, but Cowboys win 23-17.
By the way, the Cowboys or the Patriots have fallen down big in some of these games. They fell down 17-3 to the Dolphins. They fell down 16-0 to the Giants, and then they made both those games close. So the slow starts have been an issue for them. I think they want to take a page out of Arizona's playbook as best they can of just like start fast, get up early, don't let them just dictate the pace of the game. And so I do wonder if we might see some of those shots for Kendrick Bourne that we talked about at 7:20. I wonder if we see those early in the game.
DaRon Bland still in the spotlight as the Diggs replacement, and you're wondering if the Cowboys, right after Diggs got hurt, were going to call their offense different or open it up even more.
Yeah, and because for the year they're averaging, listen to this, they're averaging 0.4 points per play for the year. In week 3, they were a season worst 0.23 points per play. The overall number's top 10, which is very, very good. But last year, the Cowboys were at the 0.4. Remember, 5 of those games were started by Cooper Rush. So that wasn't even with their full complement. So slightly better. Defensively, this past week, they allowed over a half point per play. For the whole year, it's, not even a quarter of a point per play. So they're that much worse defensively, and you wonder how different you have to call a game because you lose a player like Diggs. When you lose a player in the secondary, and now you're a little bit weaker, how differently do you have to call your offense? By the way, I noticed this one. Denver. By the way, Denver allowed 0.99 points per play. Almost a full point per play in their game against Miami.
Per play?
Per play.
It's pretty bad.
Every snap, Miami gained an actual point. Every snap.
What category will the Cowboys defense be in at the end of this year? Give me a category.
It'll be very good.
Top of the league.
That's
top 5.
way too. Okay, top 5.
Yeah.
Top 5 defense. Mm-hmm. Very good. No one's going above that. No one's going great. Shut down.
Absolutely not. You can't. No,
49er-esque.
No, once you lose your top corner, you can't be.
Yeah, losing Diggs hurts, and there are too many questions now about their run fits. But they'll overall.
What does
as
that
a
mean?
unit
Run fits.
Run fits basically just means guys stepping up into their gap, knowing their assignment, fitting into the gap where they're supposed to be to stop the run.
Pepe, what are the Tolos picking? How many out of 10 are going with New England?
It'd have to be a good 8 out of 10 going Cowboys.
Yeah.
8 out of 10 Cowboys. You do have some Patriots here. 713 says Cowboys bounce back. Easy 35-10 win. 817 19-13 Cowboys. 361 27-13 Cowboys, and the 817 says 17-12 Patriots.
Ooh, 682 says 40-0 Cowboys.
Wow.
They think they just run them. 34-10 Cowboys from the 214. So there's a lot of confidence heading into this game. A lot of confidence in Big Mike to bounce back.
877-881-1053. Big Mike will join us at 8:40 this morning here on Sean and RJ via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline, as he does every single Friday. Rangers lose, but baseball is sounding pretty healthy, except for this all-time legend going to burn in HE double hockey sticks for what he did yesterday. We'll tell you about it next. Will the Rangers clinch tonight? We'll talk about it on The Fan.
Let's get some hair.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, a high drive hit to the left field corner. Evan Carter on the run, still going, can't get it. It bounces on the track, it's off the wall. 2-run score, and the Mariners stream out of the dugout. They have beaten the Rangers 3-2 on a walk-off double by J.P. Crawford.
Oh, yeah. We still have that bullpen. Y'all can't be laughing at the jokes in the commercial break after that type of Ranger disappointment and devastation. Told you, #1 Odyssey podcast. We can bump, we can take out Love of the Star, the commercial break, hosted by the three of us.
I think my ribs slipped.
Trying to laugh off Aronis. Trying to laugh it off with what happened last night. You were literally right there. Oh, everyone on ESPN is picking the Cowboys to beat the Patriots.
Oh, even Bart Scott?
Look at that.
Okay, so I'm confused with this because sometimes they'll have it up there, all one team, and then they'll change it. So do they just start with a favorite and then change it as they go around?
No, I think they all have a pick, and guys have changed it in the middle of the segment. And so then they have to flip it, like from what the production meeting said.
Back to the Rangers. They still need that magic number of 1 to get in the playoffs. You know, a lot of people are mad at Bochy. Look, even when you don't have, like, let's say you got a crappy football team tonight, Friday Night Lights. You still got to make someone or a couple of them believe they're the man. Okay? You can't just be like, well, all of you suck. It's a crap sandwich buffet all around. Like, in my opinion, you have to let Aroldis Chapman and everyone else know this is the guy. We're going to ride or die. That's the way it is. I know he pitched the day before. I think he threw 13 pitches. People are calling Bochy out for that. Not happy with Nate Lowe moving up and down in the lineup. Is he third? Is he seventh? Is he third? Is he seventh in the midst of this bad slump that he's been in, which I heard Corey Majors talk about yesterday? Here's Boch being asked what went wrong in the ninth.
Well, I gave up a couple soft hits. You got to look at, what those hits were. He jammed the guy on the first base hit there. Then the ground ball just got through. I mean, that's close to being a double play ball. Then he got erratic, and so I had to go get him. And Johnny looked like he was getting out of that, and he just placed it well, Crawford, there where we couldn't quite get to it. But Johnny did a nice job getting 2 outs there with the bases loaded. And sure, that's a tough one. I mean, a lot of good things tonight. Pitching did a great job at the end, just got away. And, that's a tough one. We got to bounce back.
So a lot of people are like, oh, Sharif, you're Rangers homer. You defend CY, you defend Bochy. Yeah. You know why? Because they're 1 win away from no one being able to sit there and not do backflips over this season. Yes, they had a collapse. This would be an epic collapse. Maybe I'll change my mind if they lose out and somehow get bumped. But we're sitting here 1 win away and 2 wins away from winning the American League West with $60 million sitting on the bench. So, no, you're not going to hear me, pick them apart and break out the magnifying glass on Boch or the GM. I don't see how you could.
I mean, look, the GM would deserve more than Bochy does because he put the bullpen together. And at the end of the day, he failed to put the bullpen together. That's on him. Now, he got the team and the talent to this point. The bullpen is going to be what forces them to not
The bullpen together for what? Heading into this year, there ain't no way Chris Young can say with a straight face he thought they were going to win the division or have the year that they had. So when you're formulating this team at the start of the season, I don't believe they're going to say it. They ain't coming to this year with a championship contender in their minds. If you have this Rangers team to start next year, then I'm going to destroy you and kill you for not locking up the bullpen with off-season moves. They added an ace. Make your DeGrom jokes, fill in the blank. They
added an ace bandage.
But you know what I mean? This team wasn't like a step away.
Yeah, I get it.
So therefore, I can't. And he tried to address it at the deadline. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, and now he did with Chapman. Stratton he's a bum. Like that's not they didn't address. I was almost going to say a bad word. But they didn't address it with Stratton. They addressed it with Chapman. Chapman's issue is why was the only team that wanted him Kansas City?
Right.
One of the worst teams in the league, right? Why did he go to Kansas City? Yeah, but you're right. Well, you don't need a bullpen if you're not going to be a good team. There's no point in having a good bullpen because it's just a waste. Although you would want to get that bullpen because those guys usually trade chips at the deadline. So I understand what you're saying from that regard, and I agree. But the Heat still is on his ledger. I don't blame Bochy for the pen because, quite frankly, he doesn't have anybody to work with. Who's he going to go to? I do think they pulled. Heaney came out of the game to 1 inning. I think they're using him wrong. I think you can easily use him for 2 innings. He's a starter. Like he's got a lot more built up already. So maybe that's the situation. Chapman on back-to-back days is never good. At least this year he has been pretty. Would you say it was 6-something ERA on back-to-back days? So that's tough. That's tough to see him in there.
This is pretty representative if you look at the fan text of how I think Rangers fans are split right now on just who to blame. Is that you get from back-to-back texts, you get the 972, literally the best manager this team has ever had. Damn Rangers fans always running off good managers. And then the 303, Bochy is so past his prime, could have clinched the division a week ago if it wasn't for him. That's where we're at, I think, with a lot of people when they look at bullpen management. The biggest thing to me is just bullpen pitchers have to be better. Like Aroldis Chapman just has to be better. That's the biggest factor here.
I mean, that's easy to say. Like, does he have the ability to be better anymore?
Yeah.
What is he? Like, exactly,
right.
What is Aroldis Chapman? Like, what?
He's not stable in many ways.
Does
this guy ever talk, by the way, after a game?
I've never heard him speak once. People in the fan text call him Aroldis Walkman. Right? And that's that. And look, he'll get wild on you. That's been his MO for years. He always will. Look at when he blew that ALCS save a couple of years ago. Altuve hit the walk-off home run where he was like grabbing his shirt. Don't touch my buzzer.
Oh yeah, his bad tattoo.
Right, his bad tattoo. Don't grab my buzzer.
Okay,
he got the first 2 outs. Then I think he walked Correa, and then there comes Altuve.
So let's just do this to be responsible. It's not going to be fun. It's going to be painful. What could be the worst case scenario through the weekend? Here's worst case scenario. Evaldi's going tonight. Evaldi basically gives up a run an inning. If he's out there for 4, he'll give up 4. If he's out there for 5, he'll give up 5, 4, or 3. It has not been good. There's nothing that gives you confidence in Nathan Evaldi so far in these rehab starts. Maybe he takes care of 2 things tonight, and he shocks us. He gets them in the playoffs, and he's like, yeah, I can be the 1 or the 2. I am the 1 still. Here, our little reminder. I am him, the all-star. Maybe he does that. The numbers and, logic say no. Then they're undecided. So tonight, Evaldi can be bad Evaldi, they lose. Then they're undecided on the mound for tomorrow. And then John Gray is on the mound after that. So when you just look at worst case, I'm also seeing a headline, John Gray undergoes imaging, which doesn't make me feel fantastic. So Evaldi, still rusty. Undecided, and then John Gray with the wrist awaiting results according to MLB.com. That's worst case scenario.
Yeah. I mean, the worst.
Now the bats can wipe all that out and say, remember, we're the strength of this team. We only had 3 hits. We're going to sit there and score 8, and we're good.
There is still the nightmare scenario out there that the Rangers could miss the playoffs. It's very thin margin, but here's what would have to happen.
Why are you doing this?
I'm just saying that we're talking nightmare scenario. Sean said, let's be uncomfortable here for a second. I'm going to walk you through. This can all go away if you win 1 game in the next 3. But if the Mariners sweep you, and then the Astros sweep Arizona on the road, and then Toronto takes 2 out of 3 to close the year at home against Tampa Bay, then the Rangers are out.
And then we can blame who really needs to be blamed, not Boch, not CY, RJ and Jared.
Yeah.
For the goggles.
Yeah, the goggle twins.
The goggle twins.
I don't know. I don't know about
Chris Sabo over here had to, put them on. So, okay, let's talk about the worst person in the world.
Keith Olbermann?
Yeah. You know what? It is Keith Olbermann, but it's also for today, it's Curt Schilling. So Tim Wakefield, obviously
the worst person in the world.
Bobby, shut up.
No. Tim Wakefield has brain cancer. His wife also is not well. So Tim Wakefield did not announce that he has brain cancer. Curt Schilling announced for him.
At his request?
No.
Oh.
It was not at his request at all. He just said Tim was diagnosed with a very, very serious and aggressive form of brain cancer. It's incredibly serious. He went and had surgery. And he also then goes and announces that his wife is very sick with pancreatic cancer.
Oh, my God.
So Curt Schilling, and by the way, again, without permission.
The Red Sox said, did the Red Sox put out the team's
Yeah.
statement and saying, unfortunately, this information has been shared publicly without their permission? The
Yep.
Red Sox said
The Red Sox said it. Like,
what is wrong with this
now
guy?
he is saying that, well, I wanted the power of prayer. So I wanted people to start, being able to pray for him, and that's why he did it. Which, that gives that for he says that gives him the that's my
throw
out.
God under the bus.
That's he's throwing God under the bus here.
Yeah.
Which yes, it'd be wonderful to be able to pray for Tim Wakefield and his wife,
dude.
But Tim didn't want it. He didn't want you to know. He didn't want anybody to know.
Not yet.
Not yet, at least. Let him tell you on his own accord.
Man.
Curt Schilling. This is why you're not in the Hall of Fame. Like this and 5 million other reasons.
Which, to be fair, should not matter.
Should not matter.
Patience
Totally agree.
Should not matter.
Why did my voice crack? Totally agree.
But this is
should not
why.
matter.
Yeah, what was it? Jason Veritek's wife yesterday tweeting F off Curt Schilling. That wasn't your news to share.
Yeah. And now we have a good story with Trey Turner. You've been following this one.
Oh, have I been following this one or not? Yes, I have. Trey Turner. Now, backstory here. A couple of weeks back, we're talking about a couple of months back, like early August, there was a billboard that was circulating in Philadelphia that said, "Thank you, fans. Thank you, Philly fans," from Trey Turner. Now, Trey got off to an awful start. Awful start of the year. He was getting booed mercilessly out of this.
After being Mr. America.
After being Mr. America in the World Baseball Classic, the WBC was dominating. Well, Trey finally gets red hot to start the month of August. And part of the reason, and this is why he wrote the Thank You Fans billboard, is because the Philly fans gave him like this rousing standing ovation, like basically out of nowhere. And apparently, and he went on the radio on WIP in Philadelphia talking about this, that it was a radio host and a radio show that kind of galvanized the fan base to do this standing O.
First off, I owe you guys a thank you. I've heard that you guys are responsible, so I want to say thank you to you guys. But yeah, I think my wife saw a video on social media about it, and she showed me before I went to the stadium that day. So she was kind of, where I heard it first, and then obviously the whole thing happened, and the rest is kind of history. Started playing a lot better, and it was thanks to you guys in the crowd.
So since that happened,
So what did the billboard say in under a minute?
Thank you, fans. The billboard said, "Thank you, fans."
Yeah.
Since then, he's batting .328 with a 1041 OPS, 16 home runs, 41 runs scored, 42 RBIs in 46 games.
Is this another Philly simp? Another Bryce Harper?
No.
Bowing down to the city.
Man,
the
I'll tell you,
hatred, the vitriol.
They love that. Those two guys love that place, apparently. Like, they love it.
They're scared.
They
don't
are
love it.
They
They're
are scared, but they
I'm
are
not gonna root for the
scared.
Cowboys anymore. I'm not gonna do that. Oh my gosh, Philly is just
Philly fans are so scared. By the way, I want to say the 2 times we've run into New York, those fans were more intense on the bus ride in for the Cowboys than the Philly fans.
Really?
were last
Giants
year.
fans?
Last year. Yeah.
The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, on Zeke's return. And what's wrong with the offense? Mike McCarthy on Sean and RJ next.
Get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy. Keep
Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, and the head coach of America's team joins us here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, Sean, RJ, and Bobby. How we doing?
Got everyone in there today.
Well done.
Yeah, just be appropriate. I got the email last
night. Coach, your favorite or fondest memory of Ezekiel Elliott while you had him?
Oh, probably fondest memory. There's a lot of them, but I think the one thing that was so consistent was his smile. I mean, Zeke just Zeke had such a great energy. He was fun to be around. I mean, obviously, a great player, and everything he did on the field speaks for itself. But I just really admired him as a teammate. I thought he was great for the locker room.
Coach, you held it together pretty well last year in your return to Green Bay. Didn't let the emotions get the best. What advice would you give Zeke for heading back to AT&T Stadium to just keep it composed?
I think the biggest thing is, when you get to the game, the game takes over. The game is actually the easy part. But the pre-game when you're out there working out with with the players and coaches, embrace it. It's always good to see old friends. This is a tough business. And every one of us has a timeline. So I would just tell them to enjoy the moments of coming back home.
So, but you woke up, I think, at 3 a.m., played a couple games of horse, drank 7 cups of coffee, if I remember correctly. Was there a basketball hoop involved or no?
Well, you exaggerate a little bit, yeah.
Was it at 3 a.m. or the couple cups of coffee that was the exaggeration?
Yes. No, I had a couple cups of coffee. Got up early, but it was a later game, so I definitely had some time to myself.
Coach, how would you describe the mood of your team this week at practice?
I would say urgent. I think clearly coming in here Monday, we all felt what we felt the opportunity that we had that we didn't take advantage of. But I think the biggest thing is you have to learn from that. You have to grow on Mondays regardless of the result of Sunday. And I felt like the team, coaches, I felt like we hit the target there. But the practices have been good. It's been hot, obviously, as you know. So, but they've been spirited practices both Wednesday and Thursday.
Do you believe in bad losses? Like there's some people who say that's a good loss. You learn. Do you believe that some losses are worse than others?
Yeah. It's losing leaves a dent. It's that's the reality of sports. Particularly the game of football. So, and some dents are bigger than others. Yes, I do believe that. But the most important part of it is to make sure you learn from it. And it's early. It's an early loss, so you can gain a little more energy on it. But at the end of the day, you have to turn the page, which we all do by the time the players left here Monday, and we have a big opportunity right in front of us with the New England Patriots.
Coach, part of your job is to act medium all the time, which we think you do a good job of doing. Does a part of you, like on Monday, want to see if the guys come in acting medium, or do you want to see them pissed off and furious?
I want them to be themselves. I want them to feel what they feel. But understand that I'm not into, I think some people, can get a little loose when they not sure exactly how to act. So and it's just like anything. This is a team. We're dealing with over 100 people in our inner circle here. So everybody's personality is a little different, but at the end of the day, it's what they do with their energy and focusing on, and obviously we had more corrections Monday than we had this year so far. So because of our performance. So the most important part is that they were focusing on the growth opportunity.
Coach, there's obviously been a lot of discussion about the red zone efficiency, how things have gone there the last 2 weeks. Is this just coming down to an execution problem? How have you been able to assess some of the issues down there over the last 2 weeks?
I think, first of all, I think like overall statistical analysis, early in the season, you can swing the pendulum in a game or two. So I think you have to be cognizant of that because when you do look at the full body of statistics, from the analytics department, there's a tremendous amount of positive components of the offense. Number one, the ability to move the ball, and we're number one in the National Football League in red zone opportunities. So we're moving the ball down there, and it's and it's not just from favorable field position. I think we're also number one in the league in 10+ play drives. So there's a tremendous amount of productivity, but that is a component that I think is factored in how particularly the Jet game was played. And so, the point I'm making is you have to look at all the variables. But most importantly is you look at the things that didn't go well, the opportunities that, that didn't, convert to get in. And you just focus on the details of those opportunities and how you can apply them forward. So, we have work to do, and, we put the red zone in, Wednesday night like we always do, practiced it yesterday, and, we'll hit it again today, and then we'll have another segment on it tomorrow. So you just got to work on it because, this challenge from the Patriots defense is, different than the first three challenges too. So we got to really focus on, not only what we're doing, but who we're attacking.
Is that something that, the red zone, do you think it's something that evens out over the course of the year? Or is it, at some point, does it become an actual concern?
Well, you're going to work your situations every single day. And obviously red zone is a primary situation that you need to, we definitely don't want to go out there and kick field goals all the time. Right. But, it's week 4. We're really focused on getting to 3-1, but we're on top of the details of everything we're doing. So we definitely want to be better in the red zone.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Coach, just in overall, we like to ask you philosophical football questions. How long until you view something as a trend to start the season? Because I agree with you. You can get these crazy swings 3 games in. I personally think things have been affected, when you guys are blowing teams out the first 2 weeks. I kind of discount, some of the fourth quarter stuff when clock is being run. How many games until you say, okay, this is a trend?
Well, I think that, I talked to the team about this on Wednesday. We have, 3 blinking lights, red lights, but there's a lot of blinking green lights, positive components. But the 3 things that we got to focus on, and 2 of them were points that showed up, last year, and that's, it's the team penalties in the run defense. So we know that the offenses that compete against us, because we have a tremendous amount of pass rush ability. This is as good as a pass rush group that I've been a part of. The depth of it is extraordinary. So we got to that's a constant challenge that we're going to have. So that the focus here is extremely high on the run defense. And then we had 2 games. I think we averaged 5 penalties, and if you're 5 penalties or less, a game, so that'll put you exactly where you want to be at the end of the year. But the penalties in the first half, I'm more concerned about the penalty prevention. We spend probably more time on penalty prevention, video and education than we normally do each week, and it's something that we're really focused on because the play style that our standard of play style, it's an aggressive play style, and we're trying to push the envelope, and every chance we can, we got to be extremely disciplined, especially in the pre-snap.
Coach, what are you seeing from this Patriots defense that presents its own different challenges for Sunday?
Well, it's a good defense. There's a lot of history. His ability. It starts with the 3-4, but you got to be ready for him to turn the 4-3 on. Both Brian and I were talking last night as we're playing at the beginning of the game, and we both have called games against Coach Belichick where he has flipped the script. So it's really being prepared for that, but very fundamentally sound. Which has always been the case. They have a distinct style how they play, particularly with the interior players. They set the edges. They do a really good job schematically, keeping you from running keeps and trying to get the ball in the perimeter. And I think that their secondary does a really good job of, getting their hands on you, redirecting routes, and they're playing with really good vision. So this is a tough defense.
Coach Schottenheimer said, well, Will Greer and Zeke, they know where all the bodies are buried. Is that a small issue, a medium issue, or a large issue in terms of accounting for guys that you just had that know your offense?
I think like anything, it's good to have those those variables during preparation. You address them, you're aware of them. But I think once the game started, my experience is, once the game started, that threat goes away. So you have to be conscientious of their understanding of how we operate. And I feel like our coaches have done a good job with that.
Coach, we've talked a lot about this, and I know social media has as well, about limiting turnovers, and in doing so, maybe also limiting Dak and what he's able to do or the risks he's able to take. Do you agree with that? Are you limiting the quarterback in this new offense?
We've played 3 games. One was in the rain. Another one we had a significant lead. We were really focused on keeping the ball at a low risk away from an excellent defense. So we moved the ball up and down the field in the 3rd game. Didn't put it in the end zone. So I think that's a closer reality of where we are in offense and what we're asking Dak to do.
Coach, though, with the West Coast offense in general, I don't know it's been termed Texas Coast here because it's West Coast with some particular influences and some particular ideas and concepts. But is it something naturally with the West Coast where the vertical concepts are not going to be put into place the same way that they are in maybe more like an Air Coryell or something like that?
No, I wouldn't. No, I don't think that's the definition of it at all. The detail of the West Coast offense, as far as the quarterback's footwork and the routes in every system has it. There's just a history of how it's done in the West Coast, and it's like every system. We all run similar plays or variation of similar schemes. You may add motion to it, or you may add a shift or a motion to it. But at the end of the day, the most important part of it is the execution. So the components and the details of how one coaching staff teaches it is different than the others. Everybody doesn't teach the 4 vertical exactly the same. There's just different. There's different footworks that you see out there, and so that's really what the definition lies.
Coach, you guys had a lot of turnover on the offensive line this past week, just a lot of bumps and bruises, missing Zach Martin, Tyler Biotish, Tyron Smith. Martin and Biotish, guys who it looked like trending the right direction, being limited yesterday in practice. Tyron, another DNP. Where do things just stand in terms of the health of the offensive line with those 3?
Well, I'm really hoping Tyler and Zach come in here today and are feeling good, but they're definitely making a lot of progress. I anticipate Tyron would be in the rehab group today.
Coach, if Tyron's not able to go, what do you like about Udoka at left tackle with Tyler at left guard versus swapping them?
Continuity, clearly, and I think Chuma's clearly more comfortable playing tackle. And I think he's done a good job. I mean, you got to remember he missed a lot of camp too, so the continuity between him and Tyler is important because the connection in the offensive line. You can make an argument that takes more reps than any other position, on the football field. So the positive is we're getting some continuity there between those guys, and he definitely, his experience to play both positions is a huge asset for us. But in my opinion, I think he's more comfortable at tackle.
Coach, I haven't asked you about the Patriots offense yet. Is it mostly the same as it's been, for the last 20 or so years minus Brady, or what's their offense look like?
You see some carryover, but Bill O'Brien's back. It's an interesting. I have a lot of respect for Bill. I think he's an outstanding football coach, and you look at his path, from New England, and he was in the college game both at Penn State and Alabama, and and now he's back in New England. So, and I think clearly, his understanding of Jones and what makes him tick. You can see the direction that they're going. But yeah, I mean, you do see some of the old concepts, but I think they really do a good job of playing complementary football and being selective on how they're going to attack you. So I mean, they have weapons, and but yeah, you can see Bill's impact clearly on this year's offense.
Coach, thank you so much for the time as always. We appreciate it. Best of luck on Sunday, and we'll do it again next week.
Excellent. Have a great day, man.
You too, sir. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Sean.
Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube and trying to get you to your Friday and your weekend as quickly as possible. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com will join us at 9:20 this morning. RJ Choppy with his degenerate selections to try to make you some money. Is the fiance bothered whatsoever by the gambling habit?
No, I try to hide things from her as much as I possibly can. It's very healthy. No, she's not bothered by it. It's not really a bad habit, especially when you win.
How much do you bet every weekend?
Oh, I only bet very, very little. I bet $30 to $50 a game.
Yeah, you're leaving out the second part of the equation.
Oh, like how many games?
Yeah.
Like last week I had 8.
Okay.
7-1, baby.
7-1.
7-1.
So you're betting kind of like $300 a
yeah,
weekend.
probably $200-$300 a game a weekend, depending on how much I decide to bet. So it's been a good start. Had a rough first week. I was like 1-2 in the first week, 1-3 on my bets in the first week. But since then, it's been all dominance.
Nice. Before we get to that, the Chandler Jones stuff, man, KMC was all over this yesterday. The Vegas defensive player accusing Josh McDaniels of having Aaron Hernandez murdered. He said it's on McDaniels. And then he said, oh, for more info, go to my Instagram. And Kevin Hagan's like, is that normal to tease more murder information by going to my other social media? And then Adam Schefter and RG3 like reached out in the DMs. Oh, Chandler put him on blast. He destroyed RG3 and Adam Schefter. He goes back to RG3. Bro, you washed up. Sit down. I'm still in the league. You Twitter fingers. And then Adam Schefter, was basically saying, get well. And he said, hey, I'm very well. Ask the lowlifes. LOL. Sorry, Adam. So, man, it appears that Chandler Jones is unfortunately out of his mind. You also have people reaching out. He's rejecting them, except for Antonio Brown, as they talked about putting together the CTE podcast.
Oh, that's not good. That's. Oh, you hate to make fun of that,
Yeah,
but I mean, look, I don't know. Do they know? Would they know if they? Let's just say they had. Would they know if they had CTE? They probably have no idea, right?
I have no idea. I don't know.
You might have some awareness of it. I don't think it takes away like your ability to discern reality all the time.
Yeah, no, I know you're right. I'm thinking so a lot of people that don't know there's something wrong with them because it's just how.
Well, a lot of times I don't think they can. Yeah, they can't even confirm it until you're.
Yeah,
might not be
after.
CTE.
Might not be.
Might be something else. Maybe it's nothing. It sounds like it looks like it's definitely something,
Mm-hmm.
but that's Chandler Jones spiraling. It appears like he's spiraling in Vegas.
It's sad. It's really, really sad. Hate to see this.
Says his family's like bringing him, he's like kidnapped and taken to wellness centers, and his family's having to bring him like food and drink. It's ugly. It is bad and it is out of control. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. All right, let's not make you wait any longer. Let's put some money in that pocket with the degenerate.
Got a couple of college games for you. I got a 3-team parlay. And I got a big parlay in the NFL ready for you right now.
How close did your $100,000 parlay come last week?
Oh, not very close. Okay. It was a lot. Look, we don't really count the parlays.
No, you don't count that in the record.
No, because these are such long shots, and you're betting so little money. You're betting $5-10. You can bet $1 on some of these. Like this one I got today. It's I got a 270 to 1 parlay, but $1 you win $270. So it's like some of these are pretty good. Now here we go. College football. Notre Dame -5.5 on the road against Duke. I really like the Irish here. Notre Dame should be undefeated. They really dominated that football game against Ohio State. Ohio State had to pick up 3 big-time 3rd and 4th downs on that final drive just to win, and then they still needed 10 men on the field in order to do it. So imagine how much different this line is if it's Notre Dame and an undefeated team, and it's probably higher than 5.5. Duke's pretty good, but give me Notre Dame minus the 5.5. I also like Colorado USC over 73.5. I know it's a high number, but I don't see how USC is not in the mid-40s in this game. I don't see it. They score 40 points every week, and they give up like 30 every week. This is, I easily think this is going to be not even in the 70s. I just played in the 80s this game.
Wow.
Those are my 2 college football picks for you. I've got a 3-team parlay here. Bowling Green money line over Georgia Tech, Hawaii money line over UNLV, and New Mexico over Wyoming money line. $10 will pay you $1,800.
Woo! For how many games?
It's 3 games.
3 games.
Now these are massive upsets. Like Bowling Green's is plus 775. Like these would be massive upsets, but
yeah,
we don't worry about that. We're having fun here.
Yeah.
NFL. I like Tampa plus the 3.5 against New Orleans. Did not like New Orleans' offense last week after Derek Carr went down.
Oh, your boy Jameis.
I like Jameis. Jameis is...
And sorry, Baker.
Jameis needs to...
better than Garoppolo.
Jameis needs to hold the Microsoft Surface from here on out.
And not just hold it, actually look at it.
Actually look at it, yeah. Rams plus 1.5 against Indianapolis. Let the Rams win this game. And now...
Ooh, Rams plus 1. Is Richardson in or out?
He practiced yesterday.
Okay.
So that was a good sign.
And now a 4-team teaser. Now a teaser is you got to use the teaser button on your little betting platform you use, whatever one it is, and that will move the line 6 points in any direction. So you tease the Cowboys from 6.5 down to a 0.5 point. You tease Philly from 9 to 3.
Over against who?
Washington. You tease the Chargers from 7 to 1.
Against
Chargers are playing the. You would absolutely ask me that, right?
It's kind of important.
It is. No, they're not. It's not that important. They're playing the Raiders. Okay.
Ooh.
So the Chargers go from being a 5-point favorite to a 1-point dog.
Okay.
All right. And then finally, you tease the Chiefs from 9.5 to 3.5 against the Jets.
Oh, okay.
It's a 4-team teaser right there. So put that one in there. Cowboys, Eagles, Chargers, Chiefs, the 4-team teaser. I'll put this all on my Twitters or my X's, whatever it's called, at RJ Choppy.
Okay. I have some leftover things to bet on from Bet Online. Also lets you know what trends are taking place in the league. First quarterback to lose their starting job, non-injury. And Pepe, you can throw in your guesses as well.
Are we including Zach Wilson as being the starting quarterback since he had to step in already?
We're not.
Okay.
He's not bettable.
Kenny Pickett.
What?
Stupid guess.
He was first last week.
Well, then he played pretty well. So he's off the board.
By the way, they have 1 goal-to-go play this entire season, Pittsburgh.
Really?
1 goal-to-go play in 3 games.
That's surprising.
They scored on it. 100%, baby.
All right, come on, let's go.
First quarterback to lose their job. Sorry, quarterback. Let's go with
Justin Fields.
4th on the list.
4th.
Yeah.
I assume Josh Dobbs is first, but I'm not counting him.
Dobbs, no.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
No. Better guess than Bobby's, but not by
Tannehill.
much. Tannehill's 3rd.
Tannehill's 3rd. Okay.
NFC. You want to get? You want to
Baker
wake up
Mayfield.
over here?
Sam Howell.
Kirk Cousins.
Sam Howell.
Kirk Cousins is having one of the best statistics. You know what?
Kirk Cousins.
Text your girlfriend.
Break every record this year.
Text your girlfriend.
Here's one.
Desmond Ritter.
Okay, because you know what's interesting? I saw there was a tweet last week that said if you lose your starting quarterback and your point spread doesn't move or it moves in the opposite direction, you're in quarterback hell. And the Panthers actually moved a point when Dalton was announced as the starter over Bryce Young.
Really?
So it made me wonder if Bryce Young would have been up there.
Desmond Ritter, then Russell Wilson, Tannehill, Fields, Sam Howell, Baker Mayfield. Which one of these players will not start a game first? Non-injury. Wilson versus Fields. Who doesn't start first?
Fields.
Awful answer and guess.
It's because Wilson's ahead of Fields already.
Clearly Zach Wilson, minus 500.
Wow. Oh, I thought it was Russell Wilson.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Zach.
Okay, Zach Wilson.
Okay, I'll give you a pass for that. When does Fields and Wilson lose their starting jobs? Total touchdown passes by a non-quarterback in the regular season. The over-under is 3. So last week, Keenan Allen had one. Taysom Hill counts as a quarterback.
Great play call.
Yes, he does.
Total touchdown passes by a non-quarterback regular season over-under is 3. TD streak for Christian McCaffrey. He currently has a 12-game touchdown streak.
Really?
Yeah. So the over-under is 15.5. Sandler drafted him, so I hope it doesn't happen. Not like G-Bag, though. Last team to lose a game.
Last team to lose a game. Let's go with San Francisco.
It is San Francisco. Then Philly, then Miami. Will Watt, Micah, or Myles Garrett break the NFL sack record this season? Who's the favorite to break it if there's one?
Watt.
Good job. Even money, Micah and Myles are 5-1. Strahan and Watt have the record at 22.5.
I would easily take Micah. Best pass rush win rate in the league by a lot.
Really?
By a lot.
We have Dolphins and Philadelphia win streak. Philly win streak over under is 6.5. Will the Dolphins go 17-0?
They already did.
Yeah, they already did.
Well,
That's true.
So it's 66-1 if you think the Dolphins will go 17-0. 50-1 for the Eagles to go 17-0. I don't see the Cleveland Browns winning out.
I don't think
here.
that's going to happen either.
I don't.
Well, that's because they've already lost one.
Will the Dolphins break the regular season scoring record?
Who has it?
2013 Denver Broncos. Way to go, Peyton. So much for that back,
I can't keep
no.
up.
I'll say no.
No's the heavy favorite, minus 2,500. So they're on pace for 737. The 2013 Broncos scored 606.
Wow.
Yeah, they're on pace for 737.
Shatter it?
Well, I mean, when they're averaging a point to play against they're not going to play the Broncos every week.
All right, now for the fun stuff. Sunday night, the Taylor Swift appearance. What will the Daily Mail dub Swift and Kelsey being a couple?
Swelsey.
Good. That's the winner. Swelsey is 3-1. Tay-Trey is second.
Oh.
I like that.
Trift, Tace, Travis, Swiftus, Takel.
How about Quift?
Will the first
Sorry, what was that?
Will the
Quift.
first public lip kiss between you can bet on these between Taylor and Kelsey be published before or after October 31st? You got to over under on their kiss.
Wait, hold on. I can tell you what this will be just by looking at when the Chiefs' bye week is. So hold on. Let's see where the bye week is. I'm gonna say that it's after.
It is after as the heavy favorite -500. Will Swift and Kelsey still be a couple by week 1, 2024?
No, she has an album to put out.
No is +110. Yes is -150.
Wow.
Dude, I'm betting heavy. That's basically even money on the no. I'll put $1,000.
Heavy betting.
I'd put $1,000 on the no. A couple by week 1 of next year?
No, they're definitely not going to be a couple.
How's it that close?
Unless there's something like where he's really, really good for her, which I don't know why. I have no reason to say he would be.
I wouldn't trust a guy with a mustache.
Will Swift be in the crowd at the Super Bowl, Peyton, if the Chiefs are in the game?
I'll go yes.
You would think yes. It's no. She has a concert at the Tokyo Dome on February 10th.
And she'll cancel that because it's true love.
Yeah.
What will happen first by week 1 of next year? They announce their engagement. They announce a pregnancy. If neither, all action is voided. If Taylor releases a song that says Travis Chiefs or football, will she release one that says Travis Chiefs or football by the end of 2024?
Yes.
No.
No is a slight favorite, -150.
Football's easy.
What type of facial hair will Kelsey have on October 31st of this year? Mustache is the favorite at 3-2. So there you go.
Is that the favorite for Taylor too?
You say she got facial hair?
What?
Are you saying?
No, she likes his mustache.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot. It's 9 o'clock, so you quit.
I didn't quit. I'm not Peyton on Thursdays.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, previews the game on Sunday and tells us the keys to victory. Nick Eatman joins us next. But
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I like it.
Thanks, man.
You look at the bushwhackers.
Yeah.
He's
moves.
Peyton's weathering my commentary in his ear a lot better today.
Listen, I want you to stop it. No one knows what you're doing. You're screwing with him. I'm going to give him permission to do something to you. If he has a stutter as a result of you talking in his ear, you're affecting the product. You're affecting the sponsors.
I think I've made him a better producer through it.
Yeah.
I think I've made him a better. Okay, I do want to make clear
start messing with his money.
Hit me.
Start doing drops during the soda commercials and
See how skinny you are.
John
I pushed you over.
John Machota touched me at practice and he said, "Where's your belt at?"
Whoa, that's not exactly what the copy says.
I know what soda you're drinking. It's Diet Coke.
It is. It's a Pepsi Max right here.
Yeah. Anytime you see him eat something non-soda, just call out on the show. There you go. You start messing with his money.
Yeah.
Because he wants to mess with you.
Yeah.
That's how I play.
I do want to make it clear. I have not been responsible for any of his stumbles this week. He's weathered all of them.
That's right. Stop distracting him. Let's bring in Nikki, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nicholas.
Good morning. How you guys? It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Yeah.
I can really tell that you miss us if we have to skip an appearance.
I don't like it.
Your phone doesn't blow up from people saying, "Oh my gosh, I never knew you did media before this."
Yeah, that's right. That's what they say. They're like, "Oh, this is what you do? You talk football?"
Sean's going to be you tonight, by the way, Nick. He's actually going to a Texas high school football game. He's going to take one in.
What are you going to eat at the concession stand?
Oh, I didn't even get to that. I guess I am going to have to eat. Huh?
He said whatever.
Why? Why'd you just shut me down
I don't know.
that?
Because that's part of it. That's part of the tradition.
Is there something great to get at a high school concession stand? A hot dog, popcorn,
Sour Patch Kids.
It just depends on where. I mean, Plano.
I expect Plano to have some richer concessions.
No, not always. It's kind of standard, you know. But yeah.
Well, what's your go-to? Where do you go, and what do you order usually?
It also depends on who's rolling with me. If I have my son with me, then obviously you got to get a snow cone for him. But No, I mean, it's the standard. I mean, hot dog, burrito, chili pie, just depends,
Do they
depends
serve
what you're feeling.
beer?
No, they do not serve beer.
Sorry.
Classic.
Still going?
The sketchy 50 or senior in the parking lot might, but
yeah. I mean, you bring your own in.
You can bring a flask, cooler.
So what I do is when I go, hang on. When I go, I've seen people do this. I don't do this.
You and Dez.
But you bring in like your Yeti cup or your art, whatever, and you make a mixed drink before you go in.
Man, I feel like
you can bring a backpack, and then you bring what you do. I'm told, I don't do this myself, but you take like a protein shaker, and you fill that up with, alcohol, vodka, whiskey, whatever you want. And then I'm also told that, again, I don't do this, Sean, but you bring your cans of like club soda or LaCroix or whatever. And then again, I'm
gosh,
guys,
can't you just go 2 hours without
football? Is pretty good. Okay, you don't need to do all this. Okay, this is
it's not the Cowboys against the Cardinals.
It's not like rec league softball here.
Nick, what has been the most overblown Cowboys storyline of the week, if there is one?
I think did I hear on y'all's show that Will Greer knows where the bodies are buried?
Yes.
I mean, did he know where the bathroom is? I mean, he is on the Carpe Omnia poster at the top. But, other than like I don't know if he I don't know if that part is really, because here's the thing, like all the week everyone's worried about that. I have a feeling those same people that are saying this are going to just blow right past the. Well, Trey Lance knows where the 49er knows all about the 49ers.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, yeah, whatever. That's why they let him go. You know what I mean? So
Right.
It's not going to. I think that might be the most overblown thing of the week.
What type of reception will Ezekiel Elliott get? Will there be a Zeke during one of his carries?
Mate, yeah, probably the first one. But then if he goes 16 yards and starts to eat and all that stuff, and then it'll be, you know what'll happen. It'll be like, Jerry let him go, that kind of stuff. And then, but I think it'll be a good reception for to start the game and all that. But I think once the game goes on, I mean, unless the Patriots fans do that, I don't know if they do that. And then there'll probably be a few fans there for them. But if that's something they do, then you'll probably keep hearing it. But I think it's like, okay, cool, now enough's enough.
Will they change their philosophy for this game after the first 3 weeks? Like their run first and play it safe. Will they change any of that?
I think you have to change the red zone stuff, the red zone philosophy. I know that they've moved the ball pretty well. They've gotten down to the red zone quite a few times, but now they've got to change some of that. I mean, I think that they'll change some things as far as them taking some shots, maybe down the field or try to open it up a little bit more. And I think some of that has to do with maybe Brandon Cooks being, probably fully 100%. I'm not saying he wasn't before, but he coming back from a knee injury that you missed. I think he'll be a guy that could go down the field, stretch the field a little bit more. But in the red zone, they're going to have to figure out some things. I mean, whether that means back running, whether that means the tight ends are going to have to, actually, produce at a higher level here. Something's got to change. Maybe Hunter Lipke's going to start getting the football a little bit more. Something, but they've got to figure this out.
Who's the left tackle?
I would say Chuma Edoga is.
Why is he the left tackle?
No, you didn't ask why. You just said who. I don't want to go with why.
Well, you were an advocate. You got your way. You got McCarthy's ear at camp. You wanted Tyler, I think, playing inside.
I did, but not Chuma on the left tackle. No, I'm not.
So why are they doing it?
I don't know. I think Awesome needs to turn awesome or something. I mean, I think I'd rather see that. I really don't know. I do not think Chuma Edoga is a left tackle. I just don't feel that. If he's anything, he's a right tackle, but not a left tackle. I just think he doesn't win as much as you need to, and I think was it Matthew Judon on the other side? That scares the crap out of me, and it should scare Dak as well. So I don't love that. I think that Tyler Smith as much as I think he's a better guard, for me, I just want Tyler Smith to play the position where he is going to be great. That's where I think they've got to figure this out in the next year or so. Because if he's going to be a good left tackle, I think you're giving up something if he can be a outstanding guard. Larry Allen, Zach Martin, I think they both felt that way, about their own careers. So wherever Tyler Smith is going to be great is where I think he should be long term. But in this game, I feel like they would probably be better with him at left tackle and maybe Bass or Edoga inside.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, when we say, hey, it's early with the red zone, okay, it's been 3 weeks and we can't necessarily call this
What's Dak's
a
QBR?
trend. QBR in the red zone, according to ESPN.
Guess.
Yeah, can you guess what Dak's QBR is in the red zone, Nick?
Oh gosh, 40.
That would be.
You're close.
That would be 3.3, according to ESPN this morning. That his QBR in the red zone is 3.3. But when we talk about red zone,
1 interception and 1 touchdown, right?
Yeah, not passer rating, just QBR. This is the ESPN metric, the one of scaled for defense.
I don't know that one.
So this is what we look when we see the red zone issues and not getting the ball to the receivers and pushing the ball downfield. At what point do we stop saying, well, it's tailored for this or that? How deep into the season do we have to get before we say, no, this is what it is? They struggle in the red zone and they don't throw the ball deep. Would we have to get to the bye week? Would it be if we get through this week?
Sunday. I think Sunday. And it's not just because it's the next game. It's a month into the season is pretty good. If you feel like, if teams feel like they can get things accomplished at training camp, which is about a month, a little less than that, I think the same should be said for the season. You're about a quarter of the way in. It's the first 4 games, first month. I think that is you've had home games, you've had road games, you played good teams, you played bad teams. I think a month should tell you that if they can't figure this out and they struggle here, because you remember they did it against the Giants too, the first series, but then they scored some. After that, it's been a struggle fest, and so I think this game is one where it's not really circumstantial anymore. It's not just because of the rain or because of the offensive line or the opponent. I think 4 games is a really good sample size.
What have you learned about New England that we need to know for Sunday?
Well, apparently, I didn't realize Dion was playing over there at corner. This guy, Christian Gonzalez, it sounds like, he's not only has he had a great start to the season, but if you look at the receivers that he's faced so far, with AJ Brown and Devontae Smith and Waddle and Tyreek Hill, and then last week with Garrett Wilson. So CeeDee Lamb will be a good test, but it's nothing that he hasn't already kind of seen, from similar type of players. So that's one thing that's really seems to be. It looks like, unless I'm missing someone, defensive rookie of the year seems like like he's the candidate unless Mozzie can pick it up.
What's your pick? Stop it.
It's growing. It's kind of growing the other way here, but I'm going to stick with the Cowboys. But I don't have a great feeling about this. I think it'll be very tight. I think the Cowboys will win 23-20.
Oh,
Aubrey kicks one late.
23-20.
That was.
Do you believe in the Belichick magic still?
Yes, I do. Yeah. The Cowboys beat them the last time they played them, but. He kept him in that game, and he got Mac Jones playing at a high level, and he got it to rain in New England, like he can do. And
that's the exact point spread, 43.
Yep. So 23 points. That's 7 field goals and a safety. Then.
Shut up, Bobby. Get out. Shut up, Nick. Thank you.
I can't do math that fast. I don't know. Weird stuff will happen. We'll see.
Thank
you, guys.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk Monday. That's why he misses us. Nick Eatman, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Out to Buffalo Wild Wings to crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece with Mike Bassick leading the way next. But first, leading the way for us with our Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour is Central Roofing and Restoration.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Julio Rodriguez there to greet him. Right-handed batter swings and hits a drive to deep right field. Adolis going back to the wall. He leaps, and it's gone. Just beyond his reach at the top of the 8-foot-high wall. It may have even glanced off the very top of Adolis' glove. And the Mariners have narrowed the margin to 2-1 on an opposite field home run by Julio Rodriguez.
Still winning 2-1, though. You know what I'm saying?
And then Evan Carter beefed it.
Wow.
Listen to this.
Beef, John.
Kevin.
Probably should have put a veteran outfielder out there.
You know, Kevin. All right, Kevin. Who are you? Gary effing Pettis? You gonna coach it? All right. I will say this.
No, clearly I was mad at Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah. I mean, Evan Carter was playing where they told him to. Especially, I don't know, over the last 8 or 9 years, there's not really an outfielder that gets to decide where he plays. They work off of the card and they play where he plays. If he'd have been playing deeper, maybe he would have had a chance at that ball, unfortunately. But we're really not here to talk about the Rangers during this crosstalk.
Oh.
We're here, one, to talk about Kevin.
Oh.
This is the last day he's going to be with us for a while.
Oh.
He is going into rehab.
That is not what I'm doing.
/ I think he's going on a sex vacation.
Yeah.
guys.
Whoa, you going to hedonism?
Hell yeah.
We're going on a cruise.
Oh, cruise
Week
missile.
4 of the season?
You gonna let the motion of the ocean do the work for you?
Who's going on this cruise with you?
Hey, if the Cowboys decided they didn't need to show up last Sunday, then I can take some time.
Oh.
Wow. I'm kidding.
Say that to Jerry's face.
I mean, we will.
Okay.
Where are you
Wait,
going?
Where's this cruise
I love
going?
cruises.
I've never been on a cruise before.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to Canada and Alaska.
Ooh.
I've been to Alaskan cruise, Victoria Gardens.
You went on an Alaskan cruise?
Yeah.
I've heard they're fantastic.
Fantastic.
It's going to be colder than you know what, right?
Hey, you know me, though. I love to wear those hoodies.
Yeah, and
so
his lover will keep him
It's
warm.
going to be great.
Jeez. Okay, so very
Well,
nice.
tell me you're not having sex on this trip.
How many babies will be made on this trip?
I don't know. Probably
Twins.
Twins.
What, is that like that's a beer commercial, right?
Twins.
And twins.
Are you going for the week?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was.
Middle of football season, huh?
I was. He skipped training camp too.
7
That was
days.
a year ago. I was at this training
7
camp.
days at a cruise.
I'm ready to go on all types of vacations.
Man.
Okay.
All I do is listen every day and think about Mike's retirement.
Yes. It's all I do during the show.
I know. Yesterday, you guys had an awesome topic of what was it, Corey? What would your wife be screwed with if you died? They don't know. I was listening.
The most insignificant thing you do that they wouldn't notice unless you died.
And Corey's was air filters.
Yeah, change that. She doesn't know where the air filter
She has
in their house
no
is.
idea.
So I got the thick air filter. This on the 4-inch thick one.
Yeah.
That thing's 4-inch thick, man.
Yeah.
Thing's badass. I love it.
No chance.
All right.
$49.
This is my crosstalk, guys.
Air ducts clean.
Sean has already taken my crosstalk. I made sure to show up here on time so that we could do a crosstalk.
You
Literally
got there
exactly
half
as we were going
second
on.
ago.
My laptop camera right now.
I know. All right, so there's Bobby Belt, and in his background, he has a picture of me at Bishop Lynch talking to the future state champs of this world.
Didn't
Bobby,
your kid have his debut the other night?
He did.
He was good.
It looks like your hand
did
is
all
my
right.
microphone, by the way. I like that.
So here's what I have to say about you, Bobby.
Uh-huh.
Bobby, I just want to affirm you. You've had a rough week.
Thank you.
I beat his ass.
New school has been really rough this week.
New school.
in getting along with each other and really loving on each other.
Hang on, I have not fought. I have not
I
fought.
don't-
But you've
Yeah.
instigated.
I have
But
instigated.
yeah, you
I
have.
had to smack you around over Elway Tannehill. That was
Yeah.
That
At
was
one
fair.
point, I remember Sean saying Spittle should come in here and fire you right now.
Yep.
That was to RJ Choppy at some point. That was over the, I think, John Elway situation.
Go run a board from Mosley again.
I've done that, you know. And
I did hear that.
he kept saying, "Choppy here, my levels are too low."
I just want to say, Bobby, You're appreciated.
Thank you.
You work your butt off, especially on Dallas Cowboys content and the NFL, and you care about other sports and you have opinions about other sports, and whether we agree or disagree, I just love that we've given you the platform to share your opinion, and the world is a better place because of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
That's nice.
Same to you. Just like you telling the Bishop Lynch kids, put more spin on the ball, you dumbass.
Yes.
As I have you saying there.
Mike's a big spin
Next
rate
week,
guy.
no matter what happens in this Cowboys game, Sean, you cannot say anything negative about Bobby Belt's opinions. You can say, Bobby, I appreciate your opinion. I'm glad you brought that to the table. I have a different opinion than you have. And you're going to have to do it all next week because of this crosstalk. No matter what anybody says, no matter if Choppy says that Cooper Rush is a better quarterback than Troy Aikman, which, honest to God, he might say that.
No, I would not say that one.
Based on efficiency numbers.
You have to say, I appreciate your opinion, Choppy. I'm glad you put the work into that research to bring that opinion to the table. I feel this way.
Your therapist is a moron. That's who I blame for this. All this nice talk from Mike, these new approaches are from his therapist.
They are. You've got to let it out. You got to vent.
Tell your therapist, turn off the radio, butt out.
You know what happens when you just say, when you just agree with everybody? You bottle it up inside, and then you explode. You got to vent. You got to vent, man.
Serenity now.
Serenity now. Insanity later.
All right, let's go around the room. Give us
Look,
the
you see
give
how
us
he
compliments.
controls everything?
Yeah,
You have
I
a
know.
control issue.
Control
Sean, you have a
freak,
control
Sean.
issue, but you know what? Because it's an issue that you haven't solved yet, I'm going to let you control for 2 minutes.
My God.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. Serenity.
We're going
now.
to go around the room and do what, Sean?
No, I wanted you to give us all a 1 minute compliment like you did Bobby.
Oh, I like that.
Sean, you're a tremendous leader of a show. You show thoughtfulness in everything you say. You make sure to make people feel really good or really bad, either one.
Well, depending on what they need, right?
You have one of the best friends that you could ever have. He takes you on private planes and he vacations you around this world,
All right, I'm
and
done.
it is amazing.
You can stop. You can stop with me.
Taking him to his first high school football game tonight, by the way.
Tonight's my first high school football game.
You never went to any high school football game?
No.
He's playing tennis.
We should ask them the question that probably ticked people off about
Who are you going to see?
We want to see Plano versus Plano.
Plano West versus Plano.
Oh yeah, it's my son keeps calling. I'm going tonight too. My son keeps calling it Wuckfest.
You're going to that game?
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
Wokefest?
Nope.
Wuckfest.
Now, Kevin,
It's in Portland.
That's
I'm
the
flying to
DNC,
Portland.
Mike.
Yeah.
On a private jet.
A lot of
So
people, a lot of
basically-
transplants have been Plano. They're all from California and New York. Very bad places. Very bad. Very bad. Some of the worst people we know.
Oh, I got you.
Like Buck Buffalo.
Yeah,
Remember
I
that?
got you.
You know, so it's
So I think you said a cuss word by accident.
No, I didn't. I promise I didn't. I've thought about it, just like with Homo sapien yesterday.
Yeah, Peyton won't dump it. Trust me.
All right, Choppy, you have worked very hard on your chest for a long time.
Thank you.
Only showed that same attention to his calves.
And it's big.
It is, baby. It is.
Bobby, I've already appreciated you. Corey,
You can do it again if you like.
you and me
I
are
guess
the
not.
funniest combo in the United States of America. And I'm only saying that because I don't know what people are doing around this world. So maybe there's somebody right now in Ukraine and Russia that have a show together.
Ukraine.
They're right
That's a
next to
funny
each
story.
other.
In Ukraine,
Aren't they trying to combine, but people don't want them to, or something?
That'd be brilliant.
I think
I
there are a
don't
couple
think
people who are
Ukraine
trying
and
to
Russia are
combine.
trying to combine right now.
I've been doing a lot of sports talk. I'm not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, current
Fine.
events. I get it, man.
I don't think they're trying to combine at all.
And Kevin, what can I say about Kevin? The man makes sure you know where you stand at all times.
That's true.
You never have to guess.
That is true. That is true.
We should say something about Mike.
Mike, you're the second best left-handed former Ranger pitcher that I know.
That's
You know more than two, I bet.
Not left-handed.
Oh,
he said you're out of 2. You're the only 2.
Yeah.
take that.
Bobby, you want to tell Mike something nice?
Mike, you are a content machine.
Yes.
And I love the way you think outside the box, and you're hilarious. I'm giving it actual positivity
I
here.
like the show. Is it called Smartless?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember names of things, but that show Smartless with
Bateman, Will Arnett, and Sean Hayes.
Yeah, I think it's really funny, and I want to be the Smartless sports talk radio show.
I like that
That's
idea.
That's my goal, is to not really care if the Cowboys win or lose. I'm on that plane already. I just need to get there about the Mavericks. The Rangers, there was a separation around 1998-ish when I'd played for the Cleveland Indians a few years. Where
Cleveland
like
who?
that was Indians.
Oh, yeah.
I played for the Indians.
Good point.
Oh
my God.
And
They've since changed their organization.
yeah, they've changed their name.
Just so you didn't think Mike's changed all the way.
If you play for them now, you're playing for the Guardians. Yeah. But I
Either
play
way,
for
it's
the
the
Cleveland
Dians.
Indians.
Yep.
So, anyways, you know what's interesting
And the
about
North
that?
American.
Was that the end of that story?
I forget. Listen, I'm working on about 20 hours of sleep for the whole week.
Okay.
Did you work last night?
Hell yes, I did. And you know what? Tonight the game's at 9 o'clock. So we go on at 8:30. So it's a little bit later. If the Rangers win, we're doing a post-game show till like 1:30 in the morning. And I'm not lying about that time. Like literally.
What a trooper.
We will go on the air around midnight, and we will have like an hour and a half post-game show. So if the Rangers win, I guess I'm promoting Bally's right now. If the Rangers win, and you want to see all the interviews, all the beer, all the champagne, all the commotion,
Listen to Sandler on the Fan.
he will be here in Dallas.
Oh.
Okay. Mike.
But listen to him. He's great. We will have all the video. We will have all the eye candy. You know what I'm saying, Kevin?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I do know what you're saying.
So we're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite.
This is going
It's
amazing.
off of the highway in Mesquite. So if you're looking
whatever
for us,
highway that is in Mesquite, it's off that
But
one.
it's by Town East Mall. if that
635
helps.
and
Yeah.
30.
Oh, that's my hood.
Yeah. We're
yeah,
over
Me too.
home of Jason Jennings. He's a Mesquite poteater. He's poteet. Okay.
This is going to be a weird ass show, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mike?
this is an all-time crosstalk. All-time great
here. It's gonna
crosstalk.
be a wild day.
All right. So we're in Mesquite. Come poteet with us at Buffalo Wild Wings, or you can skeeter with us. That's Brian Benefield.
Oh,
he
my
went to
God.
Texas.
Oh,
He was a
skeeter,
second
skeeter,
baseman for
skeeter.
Texas A&M.
You could stallion with
Or
us.
Josh Sproles. He was Italian stallion.
There you go. Yeah.
He played for the
Mesquite.
Eagles.
All right,
What about
guys.
West Mesquite?
We got to get off early. You know what I'm saying, Kevin?
Yeah, we do.
Just like that cruise.
We're about to go on
Have
a-
fun, Kevin. Corey, beers tonight at the game.
Enjoy
All right,
that.
let's do
Enjoy
it,
that
man. We can't
cruise.
drink out of
Yeah,
high
buddy.
The
Oh.
theme of today's show and the theme of going to Plano versus Plano West is early and often. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
I know what you're saying, Mike.
Not
Vote early, vote
Cocaine.
often. Yep, I'm in.
I'll see you tomorrow on 105.3 The Fan.
Post-game show. A-ba-da-ba-beep. A-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
We're giving studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite.
Buffalo Wild Wings!
If you want to come see us, 3900 Pavilion Court in Mesquite, or if it helps you at all, right across the street from Town East Mall. Whatever is easier for you. We do have Eli Young Band tickets that will be given away, and then you can sign up for the Miller Lite Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway. It's an extravaganza out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. You've still got some Lucy Passport books, but what I'm more excited about is all the people who come in who've already got probably multiple stamps or at least one stamp.
Yeah, as long as Mike has a pin today.
I always have
He has
a pen.
one more signature that he can throw out there today.
I like
so that's
it.
what we're going to rock
I'm
with
penned
today.
up today.
I like that. I like that a lot. And Kevin, I almost managed Eli Young Band. That was a one night of partying too hard away from if I could probably tell that in the C block if you want me to at some point. But yeah, I was this close to managing that band back in the day. So I'm excited about it. And also you can say if for the old heads, this is right around the corner from Circuit City and Oshman's. So if you lived in this
that's where I used
area,
to get my Sports Illustrated
swimsuit edition.
No.
Oh.
I could see you not being interested in that, actually.
Yeah, where's the sports, man? Is the posters. Like
Larry
Bird, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson.
The Catch-22,
At
Emmett
Spud
Smith.
Webb, where it said 5'7" on there.
Yeah, man.
And also, it's a shout-out Friday.
All
so
right.
if you want to get involved,
Shout out Oshman's.
877-881-1053 already from the 903. Shout-out to Mike. The guy just made me pull over because I was laughing so hard. Mike, you're an entire vibe.
Thanks, man. Well, I'll tell you what. My day started off all right. I woke up this morning, asked my wife if she'd like to connect with me, and she said no because we haven't seen each other in a while. So that's always a tough one to take to start the day off. But here we are at Buffalo Wild Wings.
My God. I was going to ask for Cowboys score predictions, but feel free to send those in as well.
My scoreboard's 0.
She's a doctor, right? She's a doctor. And she had to go to work this morning, right?
No, she has off on Friday.
She has the whole day off?
Yeah.
And
oh dear.
And she still did she have plans? Was she going somewhere?
No.
Okay. Was she in bed still whenever
No, she
okay,
woke
she was
up
up
way earlier.
Made breakfast, had her
coffee. I took the kids to the bus stops, all that.
But
so nobody was there?
Nobody was there.
And so she just said no, huh?
Yeah, we don't see each other. I work for a living. I have no clue what's going on.
What does she do?
That's all I do.
She doctors for a living? Is that different?
Well, yeah, but all I do is work, man. I show up here. I'm Buffalo Wild Winging it. I'm talking about the Cowboys winning 23-20. A lot of field goals. Figuring out a way to beat New England, very uninspiring, and then we worry about the San Francisco situation, which will get hammered in that game.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But yeah, it's just that I haven't seen her. So she went on vacation. She had a great vacation in Colorado with her friend, where it was like 55 to 65 degrees, and then she got back Monday night. But every day I show up and work with you guys, which I love seeing you guys.
Love seeing you too, man.
Not naked, but I love seeing you guys. There's And then after that, I go home. She's at work.
Okay.
And then I have a few responsibilities. Then I go to Bally's, and then I work Bally's for about 5 to 7 hours. I'm not working that whole time. I'm just do the pregame, watch the game, and then do postgame. Then I get home around 12:30 in the morning, and then rinse and repeat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I understand.
You get a little break after today, though, right?
Yes.
In terms of the show,
I'll get home at 2:30ish. And then I'll try to take a nap, and then I'll leave the house about 7:30ish, and then go do Bally's pregame for Rangers. And then honestly, I hope I'm there till 1:30 in the morning. I know that I'm not excited
because you're
about
celebrating,
right? I'll tell you what, we didn't know this. The Rangers were going to party like there was no tomorrow if they won that game.
They were.
Yes.
Yeah.
That they were not,
which is odd. It feels like that's not what we were led to believe.
Yeah, so they were going to double celebrate, and they really need to win tonight because I don't know if they have any pitching left for Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, from the 214, I don't know if you'll like this one, Mike. Shout out to my wife who watched football on the patio with me last night since all my buddies were busy, plus she flashed me a lot. From the 940, all right, Mike likes it or doesn't segment all day long. It might be impossible to avoid. You know what, by the way, just because I had a feeling that we might need this is I brought my Texas Rangers Baseball Club towel that I got in section 133.
To wipe your tears?
No, last week. Maybe I'll just give that to somebody who comes out here to Buffalo Wild Wings as well. How about that?
Well, you're tapping me, Mike. Why?
Well, he brought his towel.
Okay, yeah.
My crying towel?
Well, you said it wasn't your crying towel.
It's not my crying towel.
What's
it's
it
my
for?
giveaway. It's a giveaway to a Tolo or Twolo or a YouTuber.
All right. And you only used it in section 133?
Yeah, what?
You haven't used it at home, like clean up any oil spills or anything?
No. It's perfectly clean.
What's the score of the Cowboy game? What do you think? What do you think that score is going to be?
I'm going to go 27-17.
Who's going to win?
The Cowboys.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I mean, you might.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
27-17 Cowboys.
So you're saying 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals? Or I'm sorry, you said 27-17?
3 touchdowns and 2
touchdowns. 7 field goals, a touchdown with a missed extra point.
All right. Yeah, I don't think an extra point's getting missed, dude. I don't know if Brandon Aubrey's going to miss until the playoffs. Like, I think the playoffs will be the first time he misses.
This is an interesting sports and marriage analogy. How do you deal with your wife not wanting to connect? I feel like my yards per attempt significantly dropped after marriage. I used to always make the Super Bowl. Now I'm struggling on the practice squad.
Oh yeah, it's a tough thing, man. It is a tough thing whenever you make the attempt. And at some point, you
feel
just
like Dak Prescott in the red zone. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, I don't.
Denied.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're concerned that it says Buffalo Wild Wings is not open, normally it's not. But they will just open the doors right now. And you know what? If they don't, just text us. I'll just open the door for you.
I like that idea.
It's open. I came through here. I remember I was screaming and cussing.
Yes, you did cuss
You were
on your
saying
way
lots
through
of
the door.
words, Yeah. Mike, at least you're not Dak in the end zone. You know, throwing interceptions in the end zone. That's the thing that we're positive about there. So things could be worse.
What's your score?
My score this week
of the Cowboys.
The
New
Cowboys
England
game for
where we all three got it really wrong last week.
I'm going to say
time.
23-17. I'm going to say 23-17.
Cowboys win?
Yeah, Cowboys win, but and it might even be more boring.
Should I, for the Tolos who are huge Cowboy fans, should I go 23-20 New England and just switch the winner?
No.
You
Why?
do what's in your heart, man.
Well, when we all three picked for them to win, they lost.
We all three picked them to win the first 2 games,
weeks.
didn't we?
No, I picked the Giants.
Both. Okay, what about week 2? The Jets.
Well, that was Zach Wilson.
He doesn't think much of Zach Wilson.
So that doesn't factor into regular predictions?
They look like a team that wanted to run the ball.
This is the Mac Daddy of them all, Mac Jones.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Do you think Mac Jones is better than Daniel Jones?
They're different but similar.
Because their last name is both Jones.
They're right in that category of when they're going well, they're maybe like the 12th or 13th best quarterback, and when they're going bad, they're like the 25th best quarterback.
Yeah.
So they fit into that category. Like, you're good enough to start, but we're never winning anything with you. Like, Dak's, he gives us enough hope that you're like, maybe we could win with that guy. But the Joneses, you're just like, we ain't winning with them.
From the 972, can I get a shout out for starting another quarter of preaching school? Outstanding. Shout out to you. Yeah, that person has definitely texted in before. And from the 817, shout out to my wife who got me ALDS Rangers tickets. Let's win the West. I know you wouldn't have won the West last night, but I mean, Jonathan Hernandez came in there in a situation that I thought was unbailoutable.
Yes.
And then we were right there to getting bailed out.
God, he was you were literally one pitch away. Unfortunately, he just got too much on the side of his two-seamer, and it just ran too much and didn't have any sink. And look, I'll give J.P. Crawford credit, man. That was a big situation for him because he's in the hole. If you don't know what that means, you are third in the lineup at that point with the bases loaded. So there's a little bit of excitement going, the guys in front of me are going to get it done, and they don't. So there's a little bit of pressure on you going, son of a gun, man, bases loaded, nobody out. Now it's bases loaded, 2 out, and I believe that was a 1-1 count.
I think that's right.
And so, I mean, I give him credit. He hit the ball. The other thing, too, about Evan Carter, where he was playing, you have to remember when Evan Carter threw the guy out at third base, that was J.P. Crawford.
I was just giving you crap about
who kind of flared one, so he's kind of trying to play the flare.
All right, I can tell we want to talk about it. I can tell the Twolos and the Tolos and the YouTubers want to talk about it. So coming up next, let's talk more about the Rangers. What has to happen this weekend for the divisional title? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in that conversation. We'll do it next live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite on 105.3 The Fan.
The Fan. Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
This segment of the Can't See Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
1-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a high drive hit to the left field corner. Evan Carter on the run, still going, can't get it. It bounces on the track, it's off the wall. 2-run score, and the Mariners stream out of the dugout. They have beaten the Rangers 3-2 on a walk-off double by J.P. Crawford.
Can't See Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. Ignore what your directions tell you. If they say they're not open till 11, they are open right now. Now, I want to talk about the Rangers and if you think they'll clinch the division, when you think they'll clinch the division. There was a couple of things yesterday, Mike, is Aroldis Chapman, the second batter he was up against in the ninth inning, I misread the ball off the bat or thought maybe Seager was positioned slightly different.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the ball came off the bat, I thought that might be a double play ball. Now, and then when I watched it back, you can see, like, he's not shaded there. It's going to break too far in between them. But for half a second, I was like, okay, here we go. And then
even off the bat as a pitcher, when you have a runner on first in that situation and you get a ground ball like that, that's what you're thinking immediately.
Okay.
Like, did I get the ground ball I wanted? But you know, Corey Seager has to play a little bit closer to the base. It's called double play depth. So that if the ball's hit hard to Simeon, he can get to second base to turn the double play.
And that's why I was really bummed, because as soon as you saw the other angle, and I was like, oh, crap, well, that's not going to work.
Right.
And then Chapman threw the wild pitch, and you're like, we might be in trouble. And I know we need to
threw like 4 wild pitches.
He did.
Heim caught
Good
3
job
of them.
for Heim. It was the one right after that, too, that I was like, that was almost the exact same pitch, I think.
Yeah.
I know we need to talk more about him. I will tell you, I thought Leclerc did a hell of a job, and I thought Hernandez did a really good job on the other side. I know he gave up the hit.
I love what you're saying.
But for two guys that we haven't necessarily had a lot of confidence in all year, I do like that Leclerc put another good-looking one on the board. And aside from the first hitter, nobody was doing jack against him. And then I thought Hernandez looked really good on those first 2 hitters.
Yeah, I thought the bullpen, in general, to your point, 3 of the 4 guys did a tremendous job. And I was listening to Jared Sandler on the post-game show last night, and obviously he had a lot of callers, which is great, right? At midnight, when you have a lot of callers, it shows the investment that right now this Metroplex has in the Texas Rangers. Most of the callers were frustrated and mad that Chapman pitched the 9th inning, and I thought Sandler handled it appropriate, because some of them were like, you know, you should have done this or done that. And it's like, you don't know exactly what would have happened. I wasn't crazy about Chapman coming in because we know that he has an ERA over 6 when he pitches back-to-back games. And a lot of people are like, you should have saved Leclerc for the 9th. But Leclerc pitched against their 3 best hitters. It was 2, 3, 4.
That's why they brought him in.
That's why they brought him in there. So I think people need to understand, why didn't you save Leclerc for the 9th? You probably don't make it to the 9th with the lead if Leclerc doesn't pitch the 8th. So what Bochy was thinking there was, so you can understand, I have to get to the 9th inning with the lead, and the only person I believe can get out Julio Rodriguez, and I believe Suarez and Teoscar Hernandez, is Jose Leclerc. I don't believe any other person in my pen can get those 3 guys out, and I need those 3 outs to have a chance to win the 9th inning. And unfortunately, Chapman once again, pitching on back-to-back days, just showed it's going to be a struggle. But if that ground ball would have just been 6 feet further to the right, it's probably a double play, and you
feel
probably
a lot better.
Win a playoff spot, and it just doesn't happen.
We're still at 2, though, right?
That's 2 for the division, 1 for the playoffs.
Okay, so
that's why that was frustrating, because you would have been
got the division
sure.
last night, and you know tonight you could wrap it up tonight. Astros lose, Rangers win, and your thumbs up, and you're feeling good.
I want to make sure everybody understands this, because I know we're getting to Jerry Jones here pretty soon. The Rangers, from what I understand, John Gray is a 50-50 proposition to make his start.
For Sunday?
for Saturday.
Yeah.
He might not pitch.
You don't
the
even
rest
have
of-
a pitcher Sunday right
He
now.
might. He might
I
really.
thought it was
be
the other way around. Okay, gotcha.
And then Sunday you don't have a pitcher.
Yeah.
You it's Cody Bradford, who I don't think will pitch. So the
Did they go Perez?
Yes, but this is how important tonight is. You have Evaldi tonight, and then you don't really have a starting pitcher the rest of the way. So
Wally Holstaff.
So you and back-to-back days.
Yeah.
So really, you need Evaldi to be solid and give you 6 innings tonight. If he gives you more, great. But if Evaldi struggles, which he could, who knows? But let's just say he goes 4 innings and struggles, and you have to go to your pen early, and then Saturday and Sunday you don't have a starting pitcher. Yes, Martin Perez will probably start one of the days, but it's not like he's stretched out to 100 pitches.
Yeah.
He's going to be throwing 3 to max 5 innings. So this is an important game tonight. If the Rangers, I know I'm talking negative here, if the Rangers lose tonight, I'm scared to death of the kind of dream scenario for all the other teams that eliminates the Rangers.
Mike did tell us, though, you did mention early in the week that Gilbert was going to be a problem.
He's a good pitcher.
That you were like, look, man, this is going to be a tough one to start for the Rangers.
And Montgomery matched him, man.
Yeah, Montgomery was.
He gave up a solo home run.
Yeah,
They've got
could have been caught. It was in Adolis's glove.
In the last 3 games, 2 runs, 2 runs, 2 runs, and 2 runs. That's what they've gotten out of the offense whenever Montgomery pitches.
Yeah.
And so he's going out there, and I don't know if it's the matchup that just makes it difficult because he's matching up with ones. I don't know what it is.
Well, he matched up with Gilbert last start, too.
So but the Rangers offense has scored 2 runs for him in the last 3 games.
And that's the tough thing. 3 hits last night, 2 solos and a single from Seager. And that's it.
Yeah.
And this team, I don't care what people tell me, well, pitching wins championships. Yeah, I know that. This team is built on offense. It's not built on pitching because of all the injuries they've had and because of the inconsistency of the bullpen. If they really are going to do damage in the playoffs, and at this point with 3 games left to make the playoffs, it has to be based off of the offense.
Yeah.
That's the thing that is the Rangers' best asset.
Now, and then on the uber positive flip side, as Corey said, you win tonight, Houston loses tonight. Not only do you win the division, you're a number 2 seed and you get the bye.
And here's the weird thing. The Rangers are going to celebrate like there's no tomorrow. Even if the Rangers win tonight and the Astros win, the magic number would be 1 to win the division. They are partying hard. Last night, they had all the tarps up. They had the place covered. They were going to party hard if they won last night, and that would not have clinched the division. It would have just clinched a playoff spot. So that's the weird thing, is if you win and then you party hard tonight and then you have an earlier start on Saturday and you don't have a starting pitcher, it's interesting what their kind of decision of how to party is.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite, right across from Town East Mall, 3900 Pavilion Court. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
Coming up in
105.3 The Fan live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite if you want to come see us. But right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Kevin, Corey, Mike. Good to be on with you.
Absolutely. Now, I know you've spoken about Zeke's return to AT&T Stadium, and Zeke said he expects some emotions. I was curious, was there one particular player you were really emotional about seeing when they came back to play against the Cowboys?
Yeah, I'll tell you, not any more so than Zeke. I don't think that I can recall anybody more than Zeke. When Emmett came back and he had gone to the Cardinals for the year, or possibly however you want to define it too, that was quite a time. And I remember that he got not seriously injured, but he did get hurt sometime I thought early in the ball game. And I really felt the same way that I would have felt had it been with the Cowboys when he got hurt. I really regretted it, although I was very concerned about his ability to determine the outcome of the game against us. But, yeah, that's kind of a feeling there. But I just can't describe the positive thing that Zeke brings. And it is a concern for me relative to playing the Patriots, and because he'll add a octave to it, and I'm talking about just his demeanor in the dressing room and his demeanor at practice, all of that. I spoke to it all during his career, and in a way, it was as powerful as when you see him get that body lean and get down lower that center of gravity and punish those tacklers. So, I miss him. He talked about that he didn't hear a lot from me. We did talk after after he had made the decision. There was a lot of me that wanted it to. I wanted the best for him, of course, but still, I want the best for the Cowboys. And I was kind of laying in the weeds thinking that it might not go good for him out here with another team, and that we would be able, at the end, be able to do something. And, of course, I knew that wasn't going to be the case when Bill Belichick called about him and was asking all the right questions.
Now, with that level of admiration for Zeke, and I know he's still got plenty of playing time left, I was kind of curious, do you view him as the type of player that would be worthy for future Ring of Honor induction?
I do. Yes, I do. I sure do. And it's as much, again, this thing that I seem to always allude to, it's what he did for the team. And frankly, I thought that he was a positive, but not positive. I thought that he was very influential in the image of the Cowboys. And I mean that positively. Away from the field or as to the field as it was perceived with our fans and people that just the entertainment of the Cowboys. To me, I look to that when I think about the Ring of Honor. Not only what he did with stats on the field, not only what he was, in this case, as a punishing runner, but also what he did to lift the franchise. Murray was a great runner and really a very productive runner. And so that's one thing, and I really respected him as well. But Zeke had a lift to it that for the whole franchise.
Jerry, I'm kind of curious then, as we're kind of talking about this, do you think earlier in your career or even later in your career owning the Cowboys that you've become more attached to players, like emotionally, or do you think you were earlier in your career? And how has that changed for you?
Well, that is so visible as it relates to players, but I get that way everywhere, seriously. And so I live a very happy life because I enjoy the people that I'm in business with. I'm all business. I don't have hobbies that I can identify. But that's why I say that my time with the Cowboys has been like a hobby. It's just so rewarding, and a part of that's the people I do business that I deal with on a daily basis. That's actually the way it is in areas away from the Cowboys, and that's why I wanted to so early on just have my family, my close-in family, my kids. For instance, I wanted to spend my life of working, having fun, dying, fainting, being sad, being up, having some good things happen, make mistakes with. I want to spend my life around them because that's who's going to be around the bedside when you go anyway, so you might as well have got to spend your life with them.
And that answer makes a lot of sense to me. I was curious, though, when you talked about Bill Belichick, is there any chance that like that level of attachment can hurt you in sports? Because people describe Bill Belichick as kind of a ruthless person who can cut ties with anyone whenever necessary.
Well, of course, I admire him. I really do. And I also respect him and admire him as a person. But the coaches almost goes without saying. But I have got enough ruthlessness someplace to get by.
Jerry, I am kind of curious. Have you been pleased with what you've seen from this offense, or so far have you not seen enough yet to know whether or not you're excited about it?
Well, there's a little of me that feels a little bit like when we went up to New York Giants, and what have we got here? Because we haven't seen it together in the preseason. And there's a little of me here with this, except I've seen now parts of this, especially on an individual player basis. And so, I don't know, and I'd like to meet somebody that does know what we're going to look like 2 games from now, 4 games from now, down the road. I don't. What I've seen, though, I feel very good about it. I feel better than I did going up to the New York Giants for the first game as to what we can be.
Do you think it looks different from what we've seen over the last few years? Do you think it looks that dramatically different, or is it kind of there are a lot of similarities still for you?
Well, there better be a few because we hit some vertical passes in the past years. By the way, we made some bad plays too. I'd like to not see that familiar thing.
Yep.
But, yeah, I've seen some things, and I hope to see some of the successes we had. But I do see, yes, I very much see incorporated in what we're trying to do. I very much see change.
Now, one thing obviously that will help this offense go is a healthy offensive line. I know that has been a tough go thus far in the season. Tyron Smith, Tyler Smith, Biotish, Zach Martin. How are we feeling about the health of the offensive line going into Sunday's game?
Better than we felt last week, but last week it was a sudden thing. We didn't have time to feel bad about it specifically or let's say minutely the way we got those last 2 days of the week. We got some serious setbacks on availability of players in the offensive line 2 or 3 days before the game. And we adjusted. We did adjust. And the players themselves, I thought, adjusted very well. And but there's no question it impacted what we did out there. That's not an excuse because we could very well have to make this adjustment for this team the entire season. If we're going to get to where we're going to go, we may have to do it with a flexible approach to our offensive line and a lot of using the old term position flex, moving people around in English. We may have to have that. Our team, I think you have to have teams in the NFL, I do, that can win without perfect makeups in the offensive line. You just can't have it all.
You know,
when you start going toward that just absolute all pros at every spot and then try to put a defense out there and have the highest paid quarterback and have some great receivers. All of that gets out of the budget, my man.
Yeah, the highest paid quarterback situation. Does that make you kind of question things with how much money he's due later on down the road there?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. I say this when you say question. Does that make you figure that in and have attendant adjustments when you make your plans as to what you're going to have around the quarterback? Of course it does. Yes, it does in a big, big way. And so you need to be maximizing where you're landed, where you're putting the big bucks. You need to make sure you've got a good plan around it. Young players, the ability to have an offense or defense that executes with younger players at certain parts of it. And that doesn't need to come as a surprise, because it's not.
You know, one of the players, Jerry, that you got on a pretty good deal and you made a trade for him this offseason was Brandon Cooks. And a lot of we've seen a number of our Tolos or Turn It On, Leave It On listeners have been texting in and they're saying, hey, I think that Brandon Cooks is a bust. And Kevin and I say we saw some things in training camp that we haven't quite seen yet. We saw some connections with Dak that we were like, okay, that's going to be a lot of fun. What would you say to the Cowboys fans so far that's looking at Cooks and thinking that was a bad addition?
Well, let me say this to the Turn It On, Leaving Zone.
Okay.
And then let me say this to the one that just turned it on when old Jerry's on. I don't know how to distinguish that. Presents. Brandon Cooks is the real deal. He's the real deal, and he has speed, and speed that's football usable to win with. And so we've got to get him. We've got to use him maximized. And we will, and we are going to. And he's going to make it better for Lamb. He's going to make it better for the other tight ends. We all know how that works. But the point is, Brandon Cooks is everything we want him to be out there, and am I glad we've got him. He's going to be a difference maker for us. And, when you got speed, then you use it. But you use it when it's out there. Trust me, that defense honors it. And that should help you someplace else.
We've talked in the past about Micah potentially being an MVP down the road, but then I saw J.J. Watt said a quarterback should always be the MVP. I'm curious your take on that. Given how important the quarterback is, do you think MVP now should just essentially be exclusively a quarterback award?
Well, let's tell that to San Francisco. Okay, just look at them. What'd they go through? 3 of them, played with the 4th one, and still had a team that knocked us out of advancing in the playoffs. So much for that. Kudos to them. You do need good quarterbacking. Probably it's the hardest thing to overcome if you don't have good quarterbacking. But candidly, the question needs to be answered. It's not so much the great play, it's not making the bad plays. That's the way to answer that question, so that if you can have excellence in execution and really eliminate your turnovers more than natural, you say, well, now, isn't that great quarterbacking? So that's kind of the gray area there. But you don't have to have a quarterback that just absolutely carries the load on his shoulder to get you to the Super Bowls. In our Super Bowl years, and boy, did Aikman make the difference? And no, I don't think we win Super Bowls without Aikman. So let me get that straight right now. But we had to have people come in during those years and make up for when he wasn't out there. And he wasn't out there from time to time because of injury, principally, of all the time. And so, but we were able to have a team that was able to win and work through those without his dominant skills on the field. So my point is, that's why they get the prominence they get with the money. They do give you the greatest edge, but I don't think you have to be a quarterback. Let me answer the question directly. I don't think you have to be a quarterback to be the most valuable player. No.
Micah still has a shot then, Kevin.
Yes.
That's what I'm hehearing from Jerry right there.
You're not a shot. But I don't mean he's got a shot. You're talking about Kevin, and why we're wasting our breath. But the main thing is that in general, Yes, there can be great, most valuable players, great, I emphasize that word, that are not quarterbacks.
Your first round pick, Mozzie Smith, was intentionally picked to help the run defense, and I know it was a bit of a struggle last week as Arizona had a very good game plan set up against you guys, going right at Micah early and having really good counters against y'all. How do you think Mozzie is coming along so far, though, within this run defense?
Well, I think he's, let me just say this, not one thing that you see in him, how he's evolving, that doesn't say you're going to get a very outstanding football player that has some of the most unique football attributes that have ever been put on the field. And I'm talking about athletic skill as well as strength. And so what I'm really trying to say is, the great Tom Landry said, don't ever pass judgment on a defensive lineman until you've seen him 3 years. And so they do evolve and take their skill level or their assets and get better and better. He is well on track for that. And I'm not going to measure when he and how he gets better, but he'll be a big input for us this year to our success this year.
Now, the last thing I was kind of curious about is a league-wide thing is the Jags are playing the Falcons Sunday in London, but also that's going to be the Toy Story game on Disney+. Y'all are doing that. You've done the Nickelodeon broadcast. How important are these kind of alternate broadcasts or things that appeal to kids in the TV NFL era?
We have known for ever since I've been in the National Football League that the more you can get your game in front of numbers of people, in this case, it's the younger age group, the more of those eyeballs you can get in front of. In other words, it used to be called free TV as opposed to cable or something like that. That has been the secret sauce for the NFL. Have it out there among and available to as many people as you possibly can. And that singly is the biggest reason that we have, the NFL does, the viewership we have today, is because we've never swayed away from that. We've always looked for numbers of eyeballs. This is another way to do it.
Jerry, I know you can't get out to the state fair, but do you have anybody fly you in a Fletcher's corny dog and a funnel cake?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have had a lot of Fletcher's corn dogs, and that is me out there. I'm made up. I've got, you look real close there, that old dog you see going down the freeway, that's old Jerry. I'm masquerading. No, seriously. Midway, I mean, going down to Midway. But we all love that fair thing. I grew up. My father had this grocery store, and we had the State Fair Parade, and it went from North Little Rock over to Little Rock, across the bridge. Well, I rode this little half mule, half horse. It wasn't even a Shetland pony. But I rode it when I was tall enough that my feet almost drug the ground, and I held up a sign advertising my dad's little grocery store. And, of course, all my buddies in school would be jeering on the side and everything, and I'd ride that completely through North Little Rock, go across the bridge into Little Rock and what have you. And so, but that was just a part of the state fair, and it was a lot of fun. But I don't mind telling you, I took a lot of kidding about being up on that half mule, half horse. It wasn't a Shetland pony. And my feet dragging along there and riding that deal. But Dad said, get up there, and I got up there.
Outstanding.
And that drove traffic to the store, Kevin.
Yeah,
so that's good.
Look, I get it. We might need to do that. Thank
awesome.
you very much, good sir, and obviously best of luck going up against the Patriots.
You bet, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry.
There you go. Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to throw this out there because we've been discussing this a lot off air. Besides, obviously, Cowboys-Patriots, what's the football game you're most looking forward to this weekend, and why is it Bills-Dolphins?
I will tell you, I have not looked at, like, honest to God, my life is so busy. I have no clue what time do the Cowboys play Sunday?
They play at 3:25.
I honestly had I knew they played Sunday. I didn't even know if they played at noon or 3:25.
Well, we got you set up all day because KG and Will Chambers will be going with the Specs Tailgate Show from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., and then we'll jump into the pregame. Then you got the Cowboys. Then you got the postgame. All day, lock it into the Fan. Assuming the Rangers will have already clinched by then.
KRLD 1080
That's
to listen
right.
to the last Rangers game.
That's right.
That, please God, make it worth nothing.
That would be very nice if it was worth nothing.
Because can you imagine if we get to Sunday and it's if the Rangers win, they're in, and if they lose and whatever else happens around baseball, they're out of the playoffs?
No, I can't. I actually cannot. I don't have any of that.
There was
in my
only a
mind.
few things that could go yesterday. Obviously, Rangers, Mariners, and then the Blue Jays, Yankees. But the Rangers losing and the Blue Jays winning are like, if all these 11 things happen, 2 of them are down.
Yeah.
So now, or really 3 of them are down because the Mariners win too.
The Dolphins-Bills game, like, you're just trying to figure out, like, the excitement level of the offense versus whatever the Buffalo defense is, and maybe even if Buffalo can keep up. Can Buffalo keep up offensively without, Josh Allen just chucking the ball up in the air and trying to keep up that way? Is there another way for them to do it? So that's exciting. But, Kevin, I am really seriously excited about the Toy Story game to see if Lucy's going to hop up in the morning with me and watch this game and see how that goes. But more importantly, to see how Trevor Lawrence responds to being down, 1-2 right now, and to see if the Falcons, who I picked to win that division, are still like at that level. So that's that's the excitement level game I'm really looking forward to. But there's nothing that compares to Dolphins Bills for me on Sunday.
I would love to know the audience they gain by doing that, because I just can't imagine as a kid watching a game and going, what the hell is Toy Story doing on a football game? Like, I think it's stupid. But obviously there's researchers.
But you were a kid also that watched real games, and like,
right.
When you were a kid, you didn't like cartoons.
But if you don't like football, is Toy Story football game going to make you then go, next week I want to watch it? But then when they don't do Toy Story, you're going to be like, this is stupid again. Like, I don't know. Like, I get it. There has to be research that 3% of kids are going to watch this game and then fall in love with the game of football because they Toy Storied it up.
I can't wait to see the ratings and see if they try to expand it out to other characters from here. I'm actually legit excited to see how that goes.
What about Ravens Bears? How are you feeling about that?
No.
Yes,
Ravens Bears? Is it Broncos Bears?
Ravens Browns. My bad.
No, I don't care about that. Broncos Bears.
That's the one that you're
do want to see. I do care about that game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Plus, might need to talk a little Stars. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite, where we're discussing a revolutionary show idea where we can just allow the patrons of Buffalo Wild Wings to hear the tease and then thumbs up or thumbs down at Gladiator style, and maybe we'll just go to an entirely new segment.
I like the idea of in the middle of the segment, like as you're
thumbs down.
If they can kind of gauge us throughout the segment, and then right at whatever point it gets down below,
okay,
or goes thumbs down, then
we have to do something
emergency
drastic.
Change. Yeah, emergency change.
Oh man, well, I might need to go grab some more content if we can. Rigo, we ready?
Yes, we are.
All right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I think I want to go to the state fair now.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. What is your go-to, whether it's a ride or a food or activity? What's your go-to fair thing?
I guess it would be the Fletcher's Corny Dogs, right?
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Mustard? Do you do mustard, or are you ketchup guy?
If I do anything, it's mustard.
Mustard.
Kind of just like the taste of it.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. You're a plain guy. I'm a plain guy.
I don't know that I'm going to ride a horse down the middle of the midway, though.
What about a half horse, half mule?
Yeah, then maybe I'll do that. Yeah.
And there I was on that half horse, half mule.
Seriously, I'm glad I heard it again, because I thought he said half Porsche, half mule, and I was like, wait, what? And then it made more sense when he repeated it again. Now, I know Jerry says they feel better about the offensive line, but how do you think that will tangibly translate on Sunday in terms of who will be able to play?
Well, I think if we just look at the way they practiced, Zach Martin and Tyler Biadasz were out there in the padded practice yesterday, and that's your heaviest day of practice. So I think that bodes well for going forward. You know, I'm sure they're not willing to give the Patriots a scouting report.
Sure.
And when they say they were limited in practice, it doesn't mean limited physically. It means limited probably in how many snaps they took. Because as he was saying early in the week, shame on us for not giving the backups, more snaps so they could be potentially ready to go if needed. And so I think that probably took place. I bet they did it, guard, center, and probably at the left tackle position too, since Udoga, was limited the first day with the elbow. And if Tyron can't go, and it sure doesn't look good since he hasn't done anything all week, you better have a backup tackle too. And if you're not moving Tyler Smith over there, and he said yesterday in the locker room that he hasn't taken any snaps at left tackle. And someone had said, yeah, but you wouldn't tell us. He goes, I don't lie to the media. And he said it with a straight face, too, by the way.
Wow.
Then I would think Awesome Richards, has to be ready to go, too. So, yeah, and they're going to have to make a roster move, which I would imagine that's why they released Harper. It wasn't because he had the holding on the punt return.
It probably didn't help, though, right?
Well, I mean, I think when you look at it, you're releasing a guy you think can get through waivers and then put him on the practice squad.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, and so they need to, and since Brock Hoffman's out of practice squad elevations, they probably need to sign him to that spot. So that's why they made the move. It wasn't, they were probably just looking at, okay, who is expendable enough to get through waivers? And I think they're taking the chance on that.
I know we've talked about Tony Pollard quite a bit the last couple of weeks. One thing I did see that I thought was pretty encouraging is the yards after contact is third in the league, and Christian McCaffrey far ahead of everybody. But I was curious, have you gone back and watched these games? What do you think about Tony Pollard's ability after that initial contact?
Yeah, he's done a really nice job of pushing the pile, especially, between the 20s or maybe between the 10s. It's been a little more difficult, although one of his rushing, the one rushing touchdown he had, in the first game was, kind of up the middle, over guard tackle. So he's done a good job with that. I think what you worry about is just wearing them down with a whole bunch of those. Can he keep, the speed that I think catches defenses by surprise? Can you keep that speed while you're being a punishing type runner between the tackles? And that's what we have to see. Now, I understand the touches just because they've had so many offensive plays in these last two games. 75 and 83. You usually don't average, what does that come to, like 70, 76, 79 a game? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite a bit. So, but so far so good. Now we'll just see how it goes. And again, I think you get your offensive line together. And I think we saw a pretty good example last night with the team playing without their starting offensive line, huh?
Yeah.
And they didn't make any concessions for it, and they paid. Love was getting sacked, it seemed like every play, or getting hit or getting chased, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why are you still having them taking 5- and 7-step drops when you can't protect them? And they paid for it in the end. So the offensive line matters. And so it would be good to get those two guys back and get back to a more normal, I think, scenario of offense than they've had in the last two games. And even the first game, right? It's raining cats and dogs. So you probably didn't use everything you had. You were in the lead in the second game, and you knew darn well if you didn't turn the ball over, the Jets weren't catching you. And then you're shorthanded 3 starters on the offensive line in the third game. So this may be maybe a truer test of where that offense really is. And Brandon Cooks is playing, right? He didn't play in the second game.
Yeah, feeling a little more healthy, too, as we get further into this thing. I was kind of curious, Mickey, for what the Patriots do versus what the Cowboys want to accomplish. Where do you think the edge is for the Cowboys against them?
Well, defensively, they've been pretty good so far, right? Mm-hmm. I think they haven't given up more than 25 points. Only gave up 24 to Miami. How much of an improvement is that over Miami's next game? Like 40, 46 points maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So defensively, they've been pretty good. And they're noted for kind of trying to take away your best weapon. So I would imagine that's CeeDee Lamb. So if that's the case, that opens it up for the other wide receivers because they're not chump change, right? They can make you pay too. So I think if they can block it up front, I think you're going to see a more wide open offense than you did in the first two games because of the first 3 games because of the extenuating circumstances.
So you're thinking Miami Dolphins style 70 points?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm down with that.
I don't know if that's Miami Dolphins style or college football or maybe high school football style, right?
Mickey, with that in mind, what do you think is going to be a more exciting game? Miami-Buffalo with 2 really good teams, or the Bears and the Broncos with maybe the 2 worst teams in the league?
Because someone's got to win that game, right? Someone's got to win.
You would think, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think my interest would be Buffalo-Miami, right? Unless you guys like watching kind of sloppy football.
I'm not going to lie, Mickey. I kind of do want to see that game, and I want to see if there's Caleb Williams signs up in the crowd. Like, I'm curious how that game is going to play out.
So you're a fan of mud wrestling, huh?
Well, there was a time. Oh, never mind.
Right now,
gotcha.
Kevin.
Never mind. My bad.
Don't go there.
I got confused. My bad. All right, Mickey, with all of that in mind, what is your prediction for the Patriots game?
After giving it just several days of thought, right?
Thank you for that part.
I got the Cowboys 24-20.
Very close to where we all are here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you guys have?
I got 23-17.
I got 27-17. I'm not scared.
Yeah.
And Mike picked the Pats?
23-20. I'm thinking, Mickey, I think I should pick the Patriots because every time we all are consensus, the Cowboys are going to win, that's when crap goes wrong.
Except for the Jets, because you said the Jets don't count.
Yeah, if Zach Wilson's quarterback on the other team, you're in good shape to pick the other team.
So you jinxed the Rangers last night in the ninth inning, right? Because you thought they were going to get through it with a 2-1 win.
Yeah. I do. Now, Mickey, I will tell you this. If I wear a tie right now and the Rangers lose, that tie is out of the rotation.
Really?
Yeah.
But if it wins,
if it wins, I feel great. I'm like, I did it. Somehow my tie that I chose is the reason the Rangers held on to victory.
Does it get cycled through more often then?
I just remember the losers right now.
Okay.
So I have two really, because right now it means a lot to me. So there's two losing ties that will not be worn the rest of this Rangers season.
You sound like college football fans with their T-shirts, right? Nah, this one's not got any luck. Get rid of that one. Were you like that with baseballs when you threw them?
I had certain things where I had to go like white. I had to go first right sock on, then left sock, just like part of my routine. And then I always stepped over the line with my right foot. And if I had a bad inning, sometimes I'd kick the line like it was somehow the line's fault.
If you gave up a hit, did you throw the ball out of play?
No, but there was one time where I gave a couple runs in Ottawa. And a couple of guys got like a bunch of dink fart hits to start the game off. And I wasn't having a good year, and I threw my glove in the dugout after the inning was over, and I said, "It's official. God hates me."
Oh my God!
So use somebody else's glove.
Yeah,
a right-handed glove.
No, gloves are. Des Bryant screwed up my glove at the Dirk game because he doesn't know how to wear a glove, and his hands are bigger than mine. So he ruined the thumb part of it.
Oh no!
But I have that glove still, and I'm like, Des Bryant was the one who ruined this glove. Like, that's a good story.
Yeah, that is
a pretty good collector's item.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you sell wine, Kevin, because of the story.
Man, what a roller coaster!
What a tangent that was. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Probably late, right?
You're good.
We're good.
Your prediction is noted. Thank you very much, Mick. We'll catch you next week.
See you Monday.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You didn't tell him you won't see him Monday. You're not going to
I want it to be a surprise for him.
Oh, he's going to be so shocked.
And it is also a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to you guys. I'm headed to Texas Tech for Parents Weekend. Glad I get to listen to y'all for a while. From the 214, shout out to the Garland Owls. It's homecoming. Said their dad is the principal there at their alma mater. Woo! They also said something mean about Hail Marys in Duncanville that I did not want to read.
Well, I was at that game.
I know.
It happens.
I know.
Not really, but it did happen. It doesn't happen a lot, but it did happen.
From the 817, can we get a shout-out for the A&M Arkansas game at AT&T, Kevin? Yes, I wish I was going to that game, but unfortunately I am not.
Oh!
And shout-out.
Celebrating your wife, right?
That I will be celebrating my wife. She is delightful. We need to shout out.
What's your favorite way to celebrate?
Yeah, when you describe Jess, delightful is the first word that comes to mind.
She didn't like the first thing I said as I was like, "You're the nicest person I've ever met," and she's like, "Everybody's nice," and I was like, "No, they're not." And you are the literally.
He said, "I work with Mike."
Yeah, I was like, "You're literally the nicest person I've ever met,"
Okay.
and that is true.
And she's not a fan of that.
She came around once I explained it to her, but it's the same thing. Like if you call a girl cute, sometimes they're like, "Great,
I'm not sexy.
I'm cute."
Yeah,
thanks."
I'm supposed to be sexy.
Yeah, which sometimes I think that word is
That's
underrated.
what I told your son to tell your wife to make her feel better.
I don't want Carter telling my wife that though. or his mom that. I don't want Carter to be, "Hey mom, you're looking sexy today." That is not
What a weird! I can't wait for that roundtable Majors family group meeting. After that, it's like we need to address what happened. I did want to shout out the Stars. They have outscored their first two preseason opponents 13-1.
My team.
That's right.
Hockey Mike.
And Mike already knows this, but for everybody else who doesn't, they play St. Louis tomorrow.
The Blues.
That is correct.
Oh,
look at you go.
Brett Hull.
In another.
Kevin Joseph. Corey Joseph. What was there?
You were just stay right there. Just stay where you are. You're doing great.
Curtis. I was so close. Kevin Curtis. It's like the same name.
I'm amazed you haven't called me Curtis yet. And then EA Sports put out their top 50 NHL player ratings, and there's some ties in there, but it essentially shakes out like this. Jason Robertson, 18th in the league, Miro, 34th, and Ottinger, 43rd. So 3 of the top 50 players in the league based on video game math. That's not bad.
Yeah, Kevin from the 214, shout out to Kevin for signing the sweet spot and making Mike mad. Is that, like, do we have time to dive into what just happened here?
Well, just real quick.
I didn't know that was
an awesome Tolo with, I think, a Cleveland Browns jersey.
Yeah, he had a Browns jersey and a Rangers hat.
And he asked if I could sign a ball, and this one was just for me. He didn't want you two guys on it, so that meant I could sign the sweet spot because it's just an individual ball. And then he said, but I have another ball that I want all 3 of you to sign it. Corey signs it first and signs it diagonally. And I'm like,
I like my sandwiches
but I did
cut.
tell him, do not sign it on the sweet spot. And then I signed it right under the MLB logo because I'm very important and want to be right underneath that logo. And then we handed it to Kevin, and I didn't tell Kevin about the sweet spot. I feel like it's a personality test.
Okay.
Kevin takes the heart of the baseball. I mean, where the manager signs, where it is a no-no to ever sign unless you are El Jefe. And
I didn't
Kevin
know I shouldn't have signed there.
effing Jefe that ball. So we know, Kevin, you should feel good about yourself. You know what? It means that you think a lot of yourself.
Yeah.
You think that you are the most important.
You also made it the largest signature on the ball.
Yes.
Too.
Like, literally, if they asked anybody else to sign, you're now fighting for space.
Yeah, everybody now has little
I guess
tiny
I'm signing it
areas.
on the seams.
Yeah, there's nowhere you can't see that. You know, nobody's going to even know who you are at that point. Everybody's going to know who Kevin is.
That is the worst when you get an autograph, though, and you forget who signed it. Like, I have balls that when I played.
Mark that. Coming up next.
I lack balls now. We found that out this morning.
Oh my
We
God.
are live from Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's a real life alert at 11:16.
Oh my gosh! In Mesquite. Coming up next, Brees Hall, a baseball season destroying card game. Kurt Schilling and I guess me. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We will do that next live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite on 105.3 The Fan.
Canty Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 2.4 or 817-333-3333.
Wilson, lots of time. Throwing now and almost picked off on the far side of the field.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite, and I have a couple of theories. One of them that DJ has vetoed is that if everyone in our section just brought their chairs to the table and just like sat with us, I think that would be super, probably intimidating, but maybe fun. DJ said no.
Okay.
And then the other option is if I just start doing segments at other people's tables, do you think they would be like, why the hell are you in my space, bro?
I don't know. I think people would want to sit at a table with you.
That guy will.
Yeah, he's
right?
totally
He's
in on that.
Yeah.
And but they might want to offer you drinks, and you know what you have to do then.
Bring them back to y'all.
Accept them and give them to Corey.
Yeah, if you don't know that story, I legitimately don't drink. And years ago, alcohol. I don't drink alcohol.
He's never had a drop of water in his life.
And I'm still alive. We were at an appearance, and somebody bought me a beer, and I was like, I'm sorry, I don't drink. And they go, oh, I thought that was a bit that you did for the radio, which I was like, I don't know what the point of that bit would be. But also, so I said, thank you, but no thank you. Colby came right up to me and goes, what the hell was that?
Yeah, man.
And I was like, you know I don't drink. And he goes, yeah, well, guess who does drink? Me. Now, there was a lot more colorful language in it than that, but that is a radio sanitized version. So now I accept the drinks, pass them off to others. Right now, you want to do some Forgiveness Friday?
Absolutely.
877-881-1053. Do you fall in the category of Mike's wife and need to ask for forgiveness this morning? 877-881-1053.
We need to emotionally connect. We need to hang out with each other.
Okay.
I have no clue when that's going to happen. I need the Rangers.
After we clinch tonight.
I need the Rangers. I still have to work.
Send her some
The
flowers.
Rangers still play baseball games.
Send her some flowers. Now, did you have flowers in the house when she got home from her
No,
vacation?
what time do I ever have time?
You just
to
have
do
them in the
anything?
house, dude. You just have them in the house. Stop by Kroger and pick some up.
I
and just
do
throw 'em
buy
up on the
flowers
tree.
every once in a while, so I'm not going to, poop on flowers.
Okay.
But they die in like a week. It's, hey, here's $20 to buy something that dies in a week. That doesn't feel like a good. Hey, don't look at me that way, Kevin. That's a bad investment.
It's not an investment. What about the emotional investment you get from your wife by investing in her?
It's a love investment. It's a little love drop.
I'd rather buy another Evan Carter rookie card.
God, Mike.
That has a chance to go to $50 later.
You are not going to hook up if you check out this new Evan Carter
He
card
just
I
slides
got.
it across the table.
Yeah,
Guess
yeah,
what?
Look at that. That's autographed.
I just got one of his Bowman Chromes, numbered to $4.99, autographed. It says Refractor PSA 9. Pretty excited about that.
How much did you spend on that?
How much did I?
Yes.
$222.
$222. And you won't spend $75 on flowers for your wife?
I will, but I don't want to.
So I'm trying to help you out, Mike.
It doesn't even have to be the $75 ones. Just get the $15 ones from Kroger or something.
Whoa. Rigo, how's your love life going?
My love life is going excellently. Thank you for asking. It's long distance, but...
Oh, long distance.
Hey, for 4 years, I've been doing this. Almost 4 years I've been doing this. So
Napoleon Dynamite's brother.
Mike.
Napoleon
I
Bonaparte?
really thought he was going to say Tom Hanks in Castaway. I don't know why.
Rigo, thanks for the advice.
From the 903, I need forgiveness. I took a coworker on several dates last year while me and my current girlfriend were also in the talking stages. I want her to know I'm sorry and I love you, babe.
I think that's okay if it's the first couple of dates and you haven't established anything. Now, if you were like, hey, let's not see anybody else, and then you're like, but I'm still going to see this one gal, that's a problem.
How much do you guys buy flowers for your lover?
Every time Adrian and Lucy go out of town to Cleveland, when they get back, I want to make sure the house is clean and there's some flowers on the table when they walk in.
So you hire cleaners?
I put my sons to work. Yeah, I'm like, hey, y'all need to help clean up a little bit. But yeah, I always have flowers on the table for that, just because I want to. Nobody wants to walk into the house and be dirty. Like you just don't.
Oh my God,
you just don't want that.
Agreed.
And then B, when they see that, Lucy's going to be happy. Because she loves flowers, and then Adrian's going to say thanks for thinking of me while I was gone. So that's so every time they go out of town. Now, does she do that for me? So in about a week or so, Kevin, I got to go take Lucy up to Cleveland. When I get back, will there be flowers for me? No.
I don't think that's right. Just like I don't think that the man should only be responsible for anniversary plans.
Exactly.
It's both of your anniversaries.
Exactly.
Same for Valentine's.
Exactly.
Both of your Valentines.
Yeah, exactly. And Adrian and I still haven't even gotten ourselves a present for our anniversary.
From a couple of weeks ago?
From last
or a week and a half ago?
Yeah, from last week. Yeah, we haven't done it yet, so that's on her. I'm blaming her.
Okay, well, we're doing great here today. Now, the clip I played, does Breece Hall need to ask for forgiveness? Because on social media, and I'm sure he'll say it was an accident, he went ahead and liked a tweet that had a highlight of Zach Wilson from BYU, and it said, "What happened to this Zach Wilson?" And Breece Hall liked it.
Oh, really?
And so
That's not good.
There's this growing narrative that Robert Saleh is a Zach Wilson guy, and everyone else is like, he kind of sucks, though.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you just watch. He's going to do
You
stuff.
think Saleh? I don't know that Saleh is a Zach Wilson guy.
Supposedly, that's what the word is that they think he's an apologist for him.
Okay, I can understand. Like he wants the guy that they drafted before he got there to be the guy, right?
I haven't been nice to Zach Wilson today. Nobody wanted him to be the quarterback anymore. Like, I know we're going through this, like, I see it on all the thousands TVs we have here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. Oh, Zach Wilson, this and that. Like, they did everything possible for him to never play quarterback in 2023 and 24 for the Jets. Now, I don't know if they would have felt like after those 2 years under Aaron Rodgers, he would have improved enough to hand it over to him. But, like, I do think in this Zach Wilson thing, like, can you believe Zach Wilson? You know who can believe it? The Jets. They did everything to replace him and to never have him be the quarterback again.
No, you're right about that. You're definitely right about that. I wanted to throw this out there does this specific Filipino card game need to ask for forgiveness? Now, I was reading an article, and you'll have to forgive me if I get it wrong. It's Pasoy? It's a Filipino card game that some people are blaming for the downfall of the Giants season because Jock Peterson and several other Giants players frequently seem more interested in playing than in listening to anybody else or preparing for the game. And so now the thought floating out there is this card game is what's taken down the season.
Dude, I can tell you games like this, especially when your buddies like can't wait to get back in there and gamble a little bit on it, like they can be addictive, and it's all you're thinking about all the time.
Well, I know that Chris Young's championship Kansas City Royals in 2015 had a meeting about Clash of Clans because I forget the manager's name, sorry, but in 2015 they had to have a meeting at some point going, you guys are worried too much about your Clash of Clans thing on your phone than actually concentrating on the scouting reports, knowing certain things. And so they had to have a limitation on how much they were checking their phones for Clash of Clans. So I do think this can be a deal. I was actually watching a JJ Redick podcast, and I didn't know this. So think about this. This is a weird thing, but it's done. Every time there's halftime, there's actually no team meeting for the most part now in basketball. They all just go in at halftime and kind of, not shower, but kind of wipe down. And then they're just on their phone for 7 minutes till they have to go back out there.
That's
so there's like
so
3 minutes until like the second half starts. So in today's game at halftime, if you're wondering what the Mavericks are doing or the Lakers or whatever, they all just get on their phone and they're checking social media and they're checking their text messages, responding to texts. And then they go back out there with about 4 minutes left until the third quarter starts.
That's the way to do it.
From the 817, I think this might be Sean and RJ's fault more than ours. KNC needs to ask for forgiveness for turning my girlfriend on,
What did you just say?
I realized as soon
Is
as
it
I
a-
got into that
is it
sentence
the deep bass in our voice that does it?
that I had made a mistake in the structure of what I was saying.
Is it just the way we talk to you? Is that
for
what?
turning their Tolo girlfriend onto Naked Attraction.
Oh.
And now I can't get her to quit watching, and I caught her applying for a new job.
What is Naked Attraction?
That's the show that Sean said he didn't feel good about watching, but he was watching, and they were. I think that's the morning show's fault more than it's our fault.
Well, we have turned people on to many different shows. Like
Yes.
Mike
Should watch
wanted to watch
Heels.
MILF Manor or whatever it was.
That was a horrible show.
That was a
Mike was
horrible
100% in on that.
I watched 2 episodes.
2 episodes of that. Yeah, no, that happened. Silo, we've turned people on to
Silo's
that show.
good.
I started
Silo's very
watching
good.
Wilderness.
Oh, yeah, you like that, right?
I've gotten a couple people have been like, dude, thank you for this suggestion. That is a gem right there. So
If you ever think about watching Physical on Apple because you're like, hey, that sounds like a fun show, and it'll probably get better as it goes along, it doesn't.
Oh, no.
So
And
just
I like Rose Byrne.
I know. Just a heads up right there.
From the 817, Dave Raymond needs forgiveness for jinxing the Rangers last night. He was literally talking about how bad Hernandez has been during the last at bat, and then boom, he gives up a double and the Rangers lose. That's Ferg from Fort Worth right there.
I don't remember him saying that he had been bad.
I don't know if I recall that either.
That's what Ferg says.
And then I jinxed the Rangers the week before when there was a no-hitter.
Wouldn't you jinx by saying, like, you're 1 out away? He's almost – I do remember him saying something to the effect of, this is, like, what he's done to have bases loaded, nobody out, and to get to 2 outs and nobody to have scored. Like, he is kind of 1 out away from saving this thing. I guess you can call that jinxing because then you're talking about how he's almost gotten out of this situation and the Rangers could possibly be in the playoffs if they win this game. But I don't remember him saying, boy, Hernandez has really stunk. Wait till he throws this next pitch.
Mm-hmm. I always do. Kevin, you know this. I always get mad at Eric Nadel and whoever the broadcaster is, Mike, when they say, and they're down to their final strike.
You don't know.
It's
You
not.
don't know.
They can get a hit, and then they have 3 more strikes to deal with.
Yeah,
There's
you
all
don't know.
sorts of opportunities. I understand at that moment it would be the final strike, but there's so
This
much
is kind
stuff
of
that
Mike's
can happen.
flower philosophy.
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
seems like it nice now, but you don't know how
Yeah.
it will turn out. Now, Corey, do you need to ask for forgiveness for no doubt being happy when you hear that the XFL lost an approximate $60 million this past year?
Oh, my God, no.
$60 million.
Who lost what?
The XFL lost $60 million this year.
I tried to warn them.
Now they're going to merge with the other league that lost money.
I tried to warn them. They had 1 fan, and that's our Carter. Other than that,
Those
That's
all
true.
lose money. Like
Uh-huh.
the WNBA's bleeding money.
Yeah.
But they're supported by the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Like the other day when I was like, oh, the Wings, I had no clue that they were playing in the playoffs or anything. And then I look at their attendance in Arlington for that game they won to go to the semifinals. 4,700 people. How are you paying these women money that then when you look at their salaries, you're like, NBA players should have a salary cap of $500 million if those women are going to make that much money for during the regular season. 2,500 people to show up to watch them play. You know how much money I get in AA for 2,500 people to show up? I get $1,500 a month.
Oh.
They're making more than $1,500 a month, and they're drawing the same attendance that the Frisco Rough Riders are.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a huge win for Corey's team and the saddest player in the NFL. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait in less than 10 days. They could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Hands it off and into the end zone. Goes Montgomery.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington. Seen some people getting their passports signed already that have been to all of our Friday football feasts thus far. That's really awesome. We've got tons of swag out here, including concert tickets, fair tickets, and Miller Lite's giving away a pair of Cowboys tickets.
Yeah, I think there's a jersey over there as well as a Cowboys hat.
Oh.
I think I have, Kevin, 9 items to give away. So I don't know if I have that many breaks left in the day.
Ooh.
So I got to give a couple things away at a time in the next couple breaks because I want these Tolos that are out here with us going home with some cool swag.
And right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip. That was cut 11.
You can dip into that crack there with no underwear on,
Yeah,
Corey.
sorry, man. Sorry, Mike. That's your
And we start with Mike giving fashion tips about Corey Majors. We start with Thursday Night Football. Is Corey, big night for your team. How are you feeling with the Lions' 34-20 win over the Packers?
I thought you were talking about Brian Adams.
And your
I don't know.
left-handed catcher.
It's nice to see that Jared Goff is doing well. Offensively, they have a very fun offense to watch, and they run the football. David Montgomery with his 3 touchdowns last night. It's a pretty big, significant night. In the post-game meeting after the game, Dan Campbell was giving a lot of love to that defense and knowing that they want to stay on the trajectory of going up rather than just being like, look, we did it. We're here. But he was like, huge big deal is a quarter of the way through. We're 3-1. And then the other part of it was we just got a big division win. And he said, those division wins, those are the most important things.
Especially against that team.
Yeah.
The other ones in your division stink.
Yeah, but you got to add them up. And you can't have any of those losses if you expect to be the division champion and do something in the playoffs. So
Jacksonville.
They I think they're really.
Is that a shot at Jacksonville?
Yes, it was.
Listen, I'm looking at Cabos right now and seeing what I can do there.
I think, Kevin, the other thing about them
So
is
don't take shots at Jacksonville when I'm not listening.
The other thing about them is that I think they're only going to continue getting better. I really think that this team is just scratching the surface of what they can do right now.
Yeah, and Jared Goff, look, I get that this is the line that you want from your team, but he said, we feel like we can beat anyone right now, and clearly they're building up a lot of confidence. Let's go from that to, well, it's been a tough couple of days for the Packers. Not only did they lose that game, but David Bakhtiari, their left tackle, is going on injured reserve. The timeline for his return is unclear. There are some that believe he could be back this season. Other people, including Ian Rappaport, said that another surgery might already be planned to get him ready for 2024. So there is thought out there that he might miss the entirety of this year. Now, I've been talking about this game, and if I haven't convinced you about how awesome the Bears-Broncos game was going to be, check this out.
There's no way that's one of the you get what you get and you don't throw a fit games.
It should be. This is the first game in NFL history between two teams coming off games in which they combined to give up 110-plus points and 1,100-plus yards. That's a level of futility that you need to see. And the Chicago Bears have currently lost 13 straight games. That is the most in franchise history. That franchise started in 1920. So it's their longest losing streak in more than 100 years.
They've been around for 103 years?
That's right.
That's wild.
7 winning seasons in that time.
That is wild.
No, I'm just kidding. That's just in a short term. That's just in a short term.
One Super Bowl with a great defense.
Yes, yes.
This is. I know you're excited about this game, Kevin. Like you want to see how
He's
low
hanging
it can,
on to every thread that Justin Fields will read a report this week on how to play football.
It could happen.
Do you want to see a 0-0 game? Is that what you're looking forward to?
A little bit.
If they tied 0-0, all right, let's say it's a 0-0 tie, and then they finish the season with that tie as their only win, does that mean that they would both have the number 1 overall pick?
They flip a coin. On one side is Drake May, and on the other side is Caleb Williams, and then you figure it out.
You get one of
there.
them.
Man, what a terrible game that's going to be. For as good as Buffalo and Miami is probably going to be, this game is going to be just as terrible. By the way, not to be too out-terribled, the Minnesota Vikings have already lost 7 fumbles this year. That is tied for the second most through 3 games since 2000.
Who's fumbling the ball so much for them?
Well,
Is it Kirk Cousins?
and that's the thing. It actually goes across the board. I thought this was a weird article earlier in the week. As Vikings head coach insinuates that people will lose time if they keep turning the ball over, and I'm like,
yeah.
That's probably how it should work, right?
Yeah,
if you keep turning the ball over,
take some air out of the ball. It
yeah,
works.
we won't. They
can hold on to those.
That is true.
Yeah, you stop fumbling if you just have the PSI at a certain level.
That's what I heard. Yeah, that's what we've been told.
That is true. And then never forget, Robert Kraft put out his own survey that he funded, and some people still to this day are like, "See, they were vindicated." And I was like, "No, they weren't." On the Robert Kraft study, that he was like, "Hey, go investigate this." Vindicated.
Yeah, go look at all the footballs we have in there. Check all the PSI.
Am I jealous that they won a bunch of Super Bowls? Absolutely, but they're still a pack of cheaters.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I forgot to mention this. Going back to the Thursday night football game, a Packers fan poured beer on Amon-Ra St. Brown after he did the Lambeau Leap. All right, now. You should not
Lambeau Leap.
Well, what I was going to say is you should never throw things on the field or throw stuff on players or anything like that. Is there any gray area here because the opponent jumped into the stands, into your space, or are you like still be a normal human and don't dump things?
Don't they pour beer on the dudes that jump into the stands anyway?
That's celebratory.
How
you can tell the difference, I don't know.
Who was the offensive lineman? Was it Fisher that ran over to the Chiefs and they just started pouring? Mike Fisher.
Yeah, he works
Eric
for Sports
Eric Fisher. They started pouring beer all over him and everything.
That's because that was his choice. Celebratory.
So hold on. So sad beers. Like angry beers are not acceptable.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
He jumped into your space,
That's
and
right.
that's what that area is for. So I think that you can just expect that if you're going to try to antagonize fans like that, it's going to happen.
But think about that.
Have you seen the picture of him, the dude giving him the middle finger, and he's blowing a kiss back at him?
But think about that in terms of where we're at right now. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wouldn't you think it was
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Wouldn't you think it was crazy people behavior if like somebody just sat at somebody else's table and they picked up a drink and threw it in their face?
Yes.
And they're like, "This is my space."
Yes.
How is that any different?
Yeah, you're not in my top 8. No, but it is very different, Kevin, because we're at a restaurant. This is a restaurant. This is not a rowdy game.
Okay.
You know, like this is like
it's pretty rowdy.
And you know what? None of us are competing with each other in this restaurant. We're not competing against.
Hell, they're not.
What are they competing? Everybody's
I don't
here
know.
to enjoy beer and celebrate wings together.
You're telling me nobody in this place is competing with one another?
I highly doubt it. They're all once they walk through the doors of Buffalo Wild Wings, they're all Buffaloes.
I guarantee there's some people in here who are competing to see if they can take the most shots of Simply Spiked lemonade. That's a thing that I'm willing to wager.
Are they doing the free drinks again today? The free spiked lemonade samples?
If you take a drink and don't pay for it, it's free.
That's stealing.
Okay,
Kevin.
I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure because you're like, it's Thunderdome. Just dump drinks on people.
In a stadium, if a player jumps up into my stands and
Your stands?
Yeah, if I'm sitting there in the front row, that's my seat I paid for.
Okay.
To root for my team, not you. I didn't want you up here.
Now, let's talk about New Orleans. They haven't allowed more than 20 points in a game since Week 9 of last season. Now, I realize they lost to the Packers last week, but they lost 18-17. That was their 11th straight game allowing 20 points or fewer. If the Saints do that again this week against the Bucs, they'll be the first team to hold 12 straight opponents to 20 points or fewer since the 1994-1995 Cleveland Browns, coached by Bill Belichick. Mike, what?
He is holding a legitimate banana hammock right there. That is.
Are these for men?
It feels bigger than I would have. Oh, because it has bananas on it.
Did you just really say that?
Yeah, it looks bigger than I would have imagined.
You said feels, though.
Yeah.
And so that's where it kind of crossed the line, Kevin.
Yeah. Are you not keeping that, Mike?
I don't think they're for me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wooly bully.
Yeah, Wooly
Yeah.
bully. Is he wearing that today?
I think.
Awesome.
Are they at a water
At Southern
today?
Leisure.
Oh, Southern Leisure.
Southern Leisure. That's
Yeah.
right. He's going to be off in one of those hot tubs with the banana hammock on.
Man.
That's awesome.
Look, you should listen to G-Bag anyway. You
Of
should
course.
watch on the fan cam. Be involved in the Twitch anyway, but there's even more reason to go check that out.
Hey, I saw you shopping for bathing suits earlier for the trip.
I just realized I don't remember if I have a bathing suit at home.
Mike.
There's a pool on the cruise ship.
I know, but do you do they make bathing suits that are pants? They have to, right?
No, they're like short bathing suits.
Speedo. You went with
no,
a Speedo.
not that.
What?
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna know you on there.
Yeah, just act European.
I don't want to wear a Speedo. That would make me uncomfortable.
Just talk with an accent, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's from Europe. That's why he's wearing a Speedo."
Someone get KG on his
I think
cruise.
it wouldn't make you uncomfortable. It would make other people uncomfortable.
Yeah, not you.
Yeah,
You'll be
okay.
fine.
Well, fair enough. Yet another reason not to do that.
I love the idea of like you getting in with a gold bracelet and a gold
Oh,
chain.
no.
And he sits down
Showing
in the
a
hot
little
tub,
chest hair.
and he's like, "Hey guys, why so much space between us? Why don't we get a little closer here?"
No to all of that. Ugh. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on
Will you
105.
not get in the pool if there's another guy in there with a Speedo on?
He's not even going to touch you.
A regular pool or a hot tub?
The pool.
I don't
The
know.
pool, yes. I'm not getting in a hot tub with just one other guy who's like, "Hey, good to see ya," and he's got like a Speedo. Maybe there's some giblets rising up to the surface. I'm not doing that. I'm just not.
They don't float.
You don't know this guy?
Especially if they're secured down by his Speedo, you know?
All of our stuff's the same. If mine don't float, yours don't float.
What about the people who have like 3?
Oh, yeah, dude.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
3 testicles?
Yes.
On one person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Without surgery?
Yeah.
Yeah. Science, bro. It happens.
Are you thinking of the movie Total Recall?
I'm not thinking of the movie Total
We gotta go.
Recall.
We gotta go.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Holy cow, do we ever. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because.
Oh, God.
Next, right here on The Fan.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because in just 1 second. But first, Corey, you were giving stuff away and you missed a heartwarming moment.
Okay.
Joseph came up and had a donation for Peace-a-thon. It is a variety of Texas Rangers autograph cards. Several of them are numbered. A Micah Parsons variant rookie and all of that stuff. He said, I was listening last year and I wanted to make a contribution.
Dude, this is awesome. These Rangers cards are amazing,
Yeah.
dude. And then this Micah Parsons card is dope. These are nice, really nice autographs. So he was listening and wanted to make a donation.
Yeah,
dude.
no. So, and he's been wanting to do this for a year. He talked about how he was listening last year, and when we were doing Peace-a-thon, and he knew he wanted to help out, and so he came up here, had the bag, donated all that stuff for Peace-a-thon.
Wow, Mike. Here's something weird to me. This is a chrome black, and on the back there are no. And on the back of most of these, there are no stats. What happened to stats on the cards?
On the regular cards, there usually is, but on autograph cards, they kind of put on the back saying, hey, this is authenticated by us, Topps, to kind of give you that.
Okay.
So on the back, usually of an autograph card, they're not going to put all the stats. They're just going to put on the back that if you look on those, most likely it will say, this is a official autograph of this player. We authenticate it by putting it in our product.
All right, and Kevin, if you're on the fan text looking right now, I'm kind of trying to show all of those in one shot. But this Adolis Inception card is awesome.
And
that is awesome.
He's
dude.
one home run away from 40.
I know.
Like
I thought about that last night when he hit the home run.
Has he had a good season?
It's his best season ever.
Yes, you still are. Now we've just accepted because we've seen it harder in 2 of the 3 seasons, right?
Right.
You get an ebb and flow with Adolis that maybe you get more than your regular everyday starter. Is that fair to say?
I think he's a good player. And to your point, you're going to get more consistency from a Marcus Semien, from a Corey Seager.
Yes.
You're hoping as they grow and mature that Josh Young is, a more consistent player, but you will take it. You will take if a dude's going to hit you approximately 40 home runs, 100 RBI, score about 100 runs, you'll take the inconsistencies. Like, if that makes sense,
yeah, for
right?
sure.
You're going to be like, hey, I'll take the inconsistencies if those numbers are always going to be there in the end.
I think you're definitely onto something because when you were talking at the beginning of the show about offense is what makes this team go, when they said home run 39 for Adolis, I was thinking about, Seager is having a maybe, MVP type season.
Right. He'll probably finish second.
Yeah, and then Semien, and if Adolis is on fire, and Heim is playing better, and Carter is here now, as I was thinking, like, when this offense is clicking on all cylinders, it is terrifying.
Yes. It's almost as terrifying as the Braves.
Yes.
But not as terrifying.
That's what I was telling Kevin yesterday. Patrick Walker's got to sit back and chuckle every time we talk Rangers because he's like, my Braves.
Look, I get it. And your guy and their guy is going to win MVP.
Yeah, they have the dude.
I understand
They
that.
got the dude, and Ron Washington talks about his swag all the time, and they're a good team, man.
Now, it's time for some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because as we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite, people are getting their passports signed, getting them stamped, giving donations for Peace-a-thon. It's a happening.
Winning prizes.
Yes, winning prizes courtesy of Corey. I like the idea that it's not just Miller Lite setting that up at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's just you every week having a brand new cavalcade of things to give away.
I like that idea
Okay,
too, because
all right.
if I could, I would have a Santa bag full of stuff,
Yeah.
and just pass it out to people. That's how I'd roll things.
Now, Mike.
Sneak right into their house, right into through their chimneys.
Oh my
Go
God.
say hi to them in the middle of the night, eat their cookies.
Mike, would you like to go first? Would you like Corey to go first? Is it okay if I go first?
I would say you guys are probably going to have better answers.
Okay.
So you guys go first.
Go ahead, Kevin. You asked to.
Cowboys win because they are awesome after a loss.
Okay.
Now, obviously, I'm factoring in last year because this is the first game they've lost this year. But 5 losses last year. The Cowboys not only won the next game, but all of them were against teams with winning records, and several of them were on the road. Last year, after their 5 losses, they won their next 5 games by an average of 16 points per game. So, and there's a lot of the same people. I realize teams change every year, and those little intricacies can be the difference. But there's a lot of the same people back on this Cowboys team. And last year, the Cowboys beat the brakes off of folks following a loss.
Okay, all right, I like that.
Cowboys lose because Christian Gonzalez gets at least one interception. I saw this quote from Shoddy. Lil Shoddy. Is it Lil Shoddy?
Young Shoddy.
Young Shoddy.
Because we had old Shoddy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Young Shoddy.
And we didn't want to confuse it with Lil Yachty.
That's right. Okay, Young Shoddy said if there's a better young corner in the league than Christian Gonzalez, you'd be hard-pressed to find him. He has gone up against A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. He was able to keep Tyreek Hill in check, which thus far this season, that feels like a revelation if you're able to pull that off. So Christian Gonzalez gets at least one interception. That is how the Cowboys lose this game.
It's interesting, too, because look at the history now of Bill Belichick putting cornerbacks on the map. I mean, Stephon Gilmore was a stud for him. C.J. Jackson, or J.C. Jackson, who's hurt now in San Diego, got that big contract in San Diego simply because he was so good in the Bill Belichick defense.
Which is confusing, too, because, wasn't he not hurt at first?
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't know why I was scratched. And now he's like, I'm hurt.
I'm hurt. So it just continues to happen. Bill Belichick is the cornerback whisperer. That's just what he does. For me, Kevin, Cowboys win because they have more time to plan with the guys that they have. Last week, they had a quick turnaround with Trayvon Diggs. Not an excuse, but it changes things. They had a quick turnaround. We talked about it with Jerry this morning. They had a quick turnaround with the offensive line and had to fix that really quickly and say, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're missing some guys. Yeah, we should have won this game against a bad opponent, but we did have some things that just didn't quite work out. So those are the two reasons for me that the Cowboys would win. The Cowboys lose in this one because they still can't get into the red zone. And that's going to be, I don't think it's going to be that much easier to try and get the ball into the end zone, in the red zone, whenever you're going up against the New England Patriots who know you're not good at that.
My turn?
Yep.
Cowboys lose because Matthew Judon has a better game than Micah Parsons. Now, it doesn't mean he's better. I get Micah Parsons is a better player, but if Judon is affecting Dak Prescott and affecting the game in a way where just like, dude, send another guy over there, help out, do whatever. Please stop him from doing that. And I do feel like when you start doing that, Bill Belichick has a lot of tricks up his sleeves as somewhat a defensive coordinator to like, all right, my main guy is beating their guy one-on-one. They are now sending help or changing their offense. Now I know what to do to take advantage of them having to use two guys on one. So that's one of the ways that I think the Cowboys could lose is if Matthew Judon has – you talked about Gonzalez. I think they go hand in hand, right?
For sure.
So,
same with our defense. I think that's a good answer.
And then the Cowboys win because this is going to be too simple, I guess. The Cowboys are more talented than the New England Patriots. If the Cowboys play good football, I don't think New England can beat them. But we saw – the Cowboys played horrible football against one of the worst teams in the NFL, and it wasn't competitive.
No.
They beat the brakes off the Cowboys. If the Cowboys play average, the Cowboys have a chance of losing this game. But if the Cowboys play just good, if they play up to their talent level, the Patriots can't beat them. The Patriots can play great. They need the Cowboys to play average. They can beat the Cowboys. If the Cowboys at the end of the day are, hey, we had some good moments, we had some bad moments, pretty good game. The Cowboys can be beat by the New England Patriots. If the Cowboys play well, you're like, gosh, offensive line played up to their standards. Dak Prescott played like a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. The Cowboys can't lose because they're just better.
Do you think last week against Arizona that they showed up unprepared or showed up with lack of effort?
Okay.
Both.
I'm going to say unprepared, but I don't think –
Is this unprepared with giving credit to the Arizona
exactly.
game plan? Okay.
I don't think unprepared has the same meaning for everybody else.
Okay.
When I say unprepared, I mean in terms of the counter move and then the counter move after that. I'm not saying they weren't prepared as in they were like, let's go. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it felt as though they were not prepared for some of the second, third, fourth moves on the board.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Something they hadn't seen before.
Yeah.
And they didn't know exactly what to anticipate out of that team.
Now, one of these I get a little bit more than the other. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because from the 4-6-9, I have to admit I don't totally get this one. Cowboys lose because Chuma Doga's a bum. I mean, look, I haven't thought that when he's out there. The biggest thing is I was like, man, everything's falling your way to get playing time. So try to stay healthy and be out there. Like, you missed training camp, and you still, because of injuries, have been able to get your way on the field. And now, because of injuries again, he's bounced on and off the field. The other one, I get it, because we've already heard this a lot from the 4-6-9. Cowboys lose because Mozzie Smith was the worst first-round draft pick in 2023. Well, yeah, it feels too early to say that after 3 games. And remember, Miami forfeited their pick. And then also, I feel like Jerry was already preparing some people for that when he was like, hey, the great Tom Landry said, you wait 3 years until you're making your decision about the defensive line. I'm not prepared to say, are you like, he's been underwhelming his first 3 games. Totally fair. If your point is he's already a bust, out. I disagree. I think you cannot say that.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to say it through this few games. I didn't like that. Was it 18 plays that he got?
I thought it was 12.
So like that's a few amount of plays.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you're getting burned like that in the running game. So I am kind of concerned.
And that's what you drafted him for.
I am concerned about that part of it because like that's a huge factor. But I do believe Micah when he says later in the season he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, because Micah was basically begging the Cowboys to get somebody that was like a Dexter Lawrence type guy. And while it's not the same dude, it's a guy with a lot of unique abilities when he gets onto the football field. I'm not ready to say he's a bust or the worst yet, but he didn't walk onto the field and start making things happen, and that's going to make people mad whenever you spend a first-round pick on or a top pick on him.
Yeah, no, I get your point there. From the 2-4, Cowboys win because our defense will dominate. Cowboys lose because we continue and Dak continues to not convert in the red zone. You can't win in the NFL by solely kicking field goals. I definitely agree with that. From the 9-4-0, Cowboys win if Dak gets that hunger back, lose if the run game is not effective. Go ahead.
I understand ultimately you can't win the championship by just kicking field goals. I always remember Steve Young explaining the 1992 NFC Championship game, saying we kissed our sister too much, and that is kicking field goals. I thought that was a weird phrase that he used on it, but that's the way he explained kicking field goals against the Cowboys in that championship game. This team, the Dallas Cowboys, a lot of it is based off of defense. And when you have a better defense than your offense, and that's the way the Cowboys are constructed, and I think that's confusing to younger Cowboy fans because they've been used to Jerry spending, and there's still a lot of money on the offensive side, but they've been used to Jerry spending the money on the flash and maybe not spending the money on the defense. Well, they've invested a lot in the defense. This defense, I know, did not have a good game last week. This is the strength of the team. It is what it is. And when you have a strong defense, field goals are not as bad as when you just have an average defense, or at times you have a subpar defense. So I think people are a little bit confused. Yes, I want touchdowns. I don't want field goals. But field goals are not the worst thing when you believe your defense is at times 3-and-out defense.
Can I ask you this question, Mike?
Question already asked, Kevin.
Mike, can I ask this part and then another question?
Go.
Do you think it's crazy if I use that same logic with the defense and said, if you're inside the 5, I want you to go for it? Now, this is game dependent. I'm saying like early in the game because I believe in the defense like you is that if you give up the ball inside the 5, then you have an excellent opportunity to still make something happen.
I hear what you're saying. I feel the opposite, but I understand the new age thinking of, hey, you're at the 7-yard line, it's 4th and 4. I think they're at the 5 and it was 4th and 4, but I get your point.
Yeah.
Just go for it, because if not, it'll be 3-and-out. They'll kick to you. But the way punters punt now, and the way that I don't care about Turpentine. We'll just hold. Every time he has a big play, all we do is hold or block in the back or whatever. So we'll get the ball at the 35-yard line. So now you are asking your offense to now drive the ball approximately 50 yards, maybe less than that, for a pretty easy field goal. So dude, take your field goal, kick it out of the end zone, have them start on the 25 and play defense. Not all the time. I think obviously game dictates the situation and stuff, but I do think that this team doesn't have to be as aggressive on offense. When I think of Russell Wilson, and this was all the Russell Wilson fans saying, let him cook. Now we know that he sucks, okay? And they should have never let him cook. They did the right thing. The only reason they won a Super Bowl is because they never let him cook.
Yeah.
When they let him cook, he threw it to the New England Patriots and they lost the Super Bowl. He sucks. So in those situations, I think that taking threes are somewhat valuable because you let your defense, whether it's the Legion of Boom, what we're hoping to have here, and maybe, let's be honest, maybe losing Trayvon Diggs takes this from a great defense to just an above-average defense. We'll see over time. And if you just have an above-average defense, I totally get, man, you better score a lot of touchdowns because your defense will fall apart over time.
Now, Corey, I'm very concerned about this. I might have to change my Cowboys lose because from the 7-0-3, hold on, where's the swag guy?
Oh, man, I haven't seen it yet.
There's a lot of text.
It's because Swag lost 42-6 last Saturday.
Maybe, Kevin,
Yeah.
maybe he's the one that got arrested.
Oh, no.
Yeah, have you seen?
What do you mean?
They have
Over Tupac?
arrested a man on suspicion of murdering Tupac in 1996.
Okay, is this breaking news then? Because it feels breaking, but also the murder happened 27 years ago.
Yeah, this is one of those cold case files, right? That they just kind of like, we haven't done it yet, but they finally say this is the guy that we're going to pin this on.
How disappointed are you going to be if it's just some guy? Like, don't you
I know,
want it to
it
be
sounds-
somebody like connected to Suge Knight?
It
or
sounds
whatever?
like it sounds like there's a lot more connection to
Okay.
it, and so there's like even the Compton Street
Almost
legend.
30 years
Yeah,
later.
27 years. I just don't want it to be some guy who's like, I didn't like Above the Rim.
Yeah,
And
so
I'll be like, what? Like
the movie Above the
Yeah.
Rim?
I'm not a fan of the movie. No, I don't think that's what it was. So there it is. I don't know like how much that's an interesting story to kind of people are going to be wanting to see and find more out about.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings.
Wild Wings.
In Mesquite. And coming up next, it is the segment that I know Corey is excited about, the Combo Platter, National Ghost Hunting Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then, do you believe in ghosts, and would you ever go ghost hunting? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. here on 105.3 The Fan. As we move into the expressway and the lunch rush brought to you by QC Kinetics. Corey, I know this is something that is very near and dear to your heart as we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. Tomorrow is National Ghost Hunting Day.
Okay, all right. National Ghost Hunting Day.
Last year, the number one state with supposed ghost sightings was Texas.
Of course it was.
With 7,517. So our combo platter question is, give us a sports opinion, and then do you believe in ghosts, and would you ever want to go ghost hunting?
All right, this is a great combo platter out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Kevin, I did want to say this too. We got some koozies thanks to Miller Lite that they're giving away today.
Hold on. If we're really going to be honest about this, though, we have some koozies thanks to the Miller Lite people thinking that Corey was checking them out when he was actually looking at a TV.
But even still, Kevin, we got these Cowboys Miller Lite koozies. My buddy has stolen all the koozies from my house. Every time he comes over and has a beer, he takes the koozie with him. So I'm going to need a stack of koozies to take home. But if you want one of those, plus I got a right now a CeeDee Lamb Funko Pop to give away, and I got some tickets to the Eli Young Band show at Billy Bob's. We got so much more stuff to give away as well. And can I throw a shout out there real
Of course,
quick?
it's Shout Out Friday.
All right, so we got a Tolo that's come up and hung out with us a couple of times. He's brought us pizza. He's brought us some awesome food before, and he just wanted to shout out his daughter, who has just been hired at Disneyland Tokyo to be a princess.
What?
She is going to be
Disneyland
like her,
Tokyo?
Yes, dude. This has been her life dream. Her life dream is to perform, and she loves Disney, and she is going to Disneyland Tokyo to perform, man. So congratulations and shout out to her.
Two things. First of all,
like she's going to live there?
No, I think she's going to commute, Mike.
I didn't know if she's like hired. I didn't know if she's hired by Disneyland, like California. And they're like, we're sending you over to Tokyo to do a show for a week. Or they're like, you have to live in Tokyo.
You get to live in Tokyo and perform, and that's work right there. That's awesome, dude.
Two things. I think it's awesome. Secondly, I did not know that there was a Disneyland Tokyo.
Well, now you do, man. So there you go. Congratulations to her and shout out to her as well.
Now you're woke. You know what I'm saying, Kevin?
Oh, my God. From the 903.
Disney.
Cowboy. I get it, Mike. I got it the first time. From the 214. The Rangers will push this series to Game 4. Oh, God help us, on Sunday.
Oh, no.
Before clinching the AL West. And I totally believe in ghosts. I've had too many experiences, but haven't been able to do a formal investigation, which I get. Because it would be tough, right, if you told your friends, I can't hang out tonight. I'm going formally ghost hunting. That's when you put a tuxedo on to go do the things and everything like that.
And then your Ghostbusters backpack
exactly.
and everything.
From the 903, Cowboys, I don't know why I keep trying to read. That's the wrong one. A different 903. Sports opinion. Women's college volleyball is the most underrated sport out there. And yes, I definitely believe in ghosts. My girlfriend has a ghost that roams around her department store and pushes things off of shelves. I would quit that job.
I wouldn't, because I just don't understand, why is that ghost. Reggie and I have discussed this many times. Why is that ghost bound to that store? Like, why can't they go? They can't go through walls. They can't, when the door opens, they can't sneak out and go see the rest of the world. That doesn't make any sense.
Could be a
to
punishment.
Me. What do you? By who?
God.
All right. I'm just glad that you admitted this. All
well,
right.
That's why, like when somebody says, Mike, do you believe in ghosts? I answer it this way. I do believe in angels. I do believe in demons.
Okay.
So I believe, but I also don't know, I don't think that we can really see that realm. We can't really see that happening around us.
But occasionally they can poke their hand through the realm and physically make things happen.
I would say that, biblically, we are all given an angel if, we accept God, if we accept Jesus. There is an angel that is there to help us and protect us, just like the devil has a demon that is there to destroy us.
All right.
So I do believe in that, but I don't know if that qualifies under, do I believe in maybe the ghosts that people are maybe referring to and we're ghost hunting type of deal.
That's an interesting question. I bet a lot of people get confused with that too. From the 903, The Cowboys are going to win on Sunday because Jerry Jones is going to get on a half mule, half horse with a sign that reads "Go Cowboys." And I absolutely believe in ghosts and would absolutely go ghost hunting. All right.
What is that thing called? He's half mule, half horse? Is that a real thing?
But he said it's not
not a burro.
I think it's called a Morse.
All right.
They have their own code?
Or a Shetland pony.
But he said it's not that.
Half mule, half horse. The Henny is the offspring of the stallion, a Jenny, or a female donkey. So that's what a Henny is,
All right.
Kevin.
Let me ask you a question then. If you run a farm or a ranch or whatever, and all of a sudden there's an outbreak of all these hennies born, does somebody go, hey, will you stop letting the horses have sex with the mules?
Absolutely.
Like, why are we doing that?
Yeah, well, because it doesn't feel like you're wasting the stallion's seed.
Yes,
at
it
that
does.
point. Yeah, you could make a lot of money with that.
Yes.
You've often said that you would like to be the horse collector. You said you feel like that makes a lot of money to be the collector for a horse.
I will transfer the metal container, but I do not want to be the collector.
All right, my sports opinion. All right, my sports thought for today. We wrap this whole sucker up tonight, all right? The Astros lose against the Diamondbacks. The Rangers win against the Mariners. That takes care of both sides of this thing.
Woo!
We move on. We get to celebrate Saturday and Sunday, rest whoever the hell we want to, and move on about our business. And John Gray magically is feeling better.
For the playoffs?
Yeah, for the playoffs. He's like, you know what? I didn't want to pitch any more regular seasons and lose this for everybody, so I'm going to just show up for the playoffs and maybe lose it for them. So that's what's going to happen. Don't worry about that. Look, man, I'm sure he's going to show up and be really good during the playoffs. For 4 innings, you're going to get 3 runs given up and maybe only a couple hits.
What happened? It was so positive at the beginning.
There is still a lot of positivity, Kevin. You don't have to. Yeah, no, everything's going to be fine with that. So it happens all tonight, and I don't believe in ghosts. I do not believe. Here's the reason why. Every time a ghost situation has popped up in my vicinity that I've been around, I've been able to chalk it up as to, oh no, that's just the wind, or it was the dog, or it was this. I've been able to figure it out, and I have cameras that show me that there aren't any ghosts around my house, even though my son thinks one is there. The other night, he was like, Dad, I heard a big noise in my room, and I got up and looked around, and I didn't see anything laying on the floor or anything like that, and then I heard breathing right on top of me. And I said, what happened after that? And he said, turn the light on, it was Landry. He was in my face, and he had kicked the wall. So yeah, dude, that's why I remember walking in the church one night, one morning, and I walked into the
chapel?
Big church, yeah. I walked into big church, and I remember having a feeling that was a little overwhelming, right? You know, that one feeling where you're like, whoa,
Sure.
am I alone?
Sure.
Or was it just me going, wow, this is a big room, and that feeling overwhelmed me? I don't know, but I've never really believed in ghosts.
Can I say this about your sports opinion? I am worried about the Rangers. I'm probably too worried and too pessimistic. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but the doomsday scenario is really in play here. Okay,
They need to win tonight.
The Rangers are really hurt starting pitching wise. This might be the last night, Evaldi, that you actually have what you'd consider one of your 5 guys starting pitching. I do think Martin Perez is going to have to start Saturday, and then I don't know who's going to start Sunday. If it matters, I think it'll be Dane Dunning on short rest. If the Astros win 2 out of 3, well, what happened? The Diamondbacks lost, so now they're pitching their Cy Young candidate, Zach Gallion, tonight. If the Diamondbacks win, they have no reason to play Saturday and Sunday. They will be getting ready for Tuesday, the wild card round. So at that point, they give away those games to the Astros. The Astros just need to win them, but they're not pitching anybody that matters anymore on Saturday and Sunday. So the Astros win 2 out of 3. If the Rangers win tonight with Evaldi on the mound, now you're going against the Mariners, who have 2 of their better starting pitchers on the mound Saturday and Sunday, and you don't have a starting pitching person available that's healthy on regular rest. And then we saw last night the Yankees. They already pitched Garrett Cole. His season's over. Their season's over. They're not really playing for anything. So all of a sudden, the Blue Jays look like they have a very favorable matchup to win Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and they just need to win 2 out of those 3. If that happens, in a weird way, we might want the Houston Astros to win the night.
Right.
In a weird way.
Yeah.
Because if the Astros sweep, if the Astros win all 3, the Rangers are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If the Astros win 2 out of 3 and you get swept, you're out of the playoffs. You won't be playing on Tuesday in a wild card game. You won't be playing on Saturday in a DS. So it's really weird. It's that doomsday scenario is setting up better than expected after losing that game in the 9th inning last night.
From the 214 for the Combo Platter, tomorrow is National Ghost Hunters Day. The Rangers will make the playoffs but miss out on the divisional title. And yes, I believe in ghosts. The Cowboys ghost us every time they make the playoffs.
Dude.
Hey, I'm sorry. I get it. I do. From the 254, Rangers dominate tonight and win the division. I do believe in ghosts, and no way in hell I would want to go hunt for them.
Okay. Why?
Now, that's a good question because
they said ignorance is bliss.
How many ghosts do you think are like Casper versus how many are like the Exorcist?
Well, okay, so
that's not really a ghost.
This is where it's tough for me, Kevin.
That's a demon entering a person's body.
Because for me, for a person that doesn't believe in them and ghosts, this is very tough for me to kind of quantify that, Kevin. But if somebody was like able to prove to me that there was a ghost somewhere, I would want to go hunting. I would, because like, what kind of awesome photon pack do I get to carry around? You know?
Why do you get it?
Because everybody's going to need one. Like, what if I get attacked?
So we have access for everyone to have a photon?
Yeah, if you're going hunting, then everybody needs to have a weapon of some sort.
Okay.
I'm not just going to go in there with a spike hammer or something. That's not going to work against a ghost, dude.
Why? What would happen?
I'm going to hit right through it. Obviously, it's going to swing through and it's not going to hit them. So I would want one of these cool items, whatever it is. Is it like a water gun? You know, a water gun with some special gel.
You believe in ghosts, Kevin?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I'm not like anybody who believes in ghosts is crazy.
No, like
I don't.
If you believe in
I
ghosts,
do.
is it a human that they didn't go to? I guess you don't have to believe in this, but yeah, they didn't go to heaven. They didn't go to hell. They're just stuck on earth, kind of like the Patrick Swayze movie Ghost. Like he's just here.
Sometimes you can make love to somebody while doing pottery. Yeah.
Whoopi.
Yeah. I guess.
He was saying making whoopee, Kevin.
Gotcha. That's very clever.
Goldberg, no.
Yeah.
He went inside Whoopi and then used
As
her
a ghost.
body
Yeah.
to like.
You've seen the movie, right? Then why are you making that face?
Talk to
Mike's saying facts
G.I.
right
Jane. And then she dropped. Then it got really hot during one of the tests when they were taking like a
don't pottery me.
DJ reached over and put his arms around him, and he didn't want him to do pottery with him. That's what happened, though. Patrick Swayze became Whoopi Goldberg. I don't understand why you got all bent out of shape just now.
I've seen that movie.
Yeah.
Have you seen that movie, or do you think eventually in that movie that Woody Harrelson tricks her out for $1 million?
And then they say nobody puts baby in a corner, and then they go dirty dancing.
And then she becomes a.
That's what you're going to do on the cruise. Yes. You're going to crawl on your hands and knees to Jess and say, "Hey, lover boy."
Why would I say that?
Oh, that's how the song goes.
Wouldn't she say that to me?
Yeah, she would.
Wow.
But then you respond.
Yeah. Now it's your turn.
Then you crawl to her.
What does he say? Yes, lover.
I think so. Something
like that.
Let's ask a girl who's watched Dirty Dancing 7 million times.
Yeah, that's a good.
I dated a couple of those girls.
I thought it was just Adrian.
Yeah.
No, dated. I dated other. Don't do that, dude.
A
Come
bit
on,
of
what are you
the
trying to do
old
right
in and
now?
out?
You're on camera right now, Kevin.
That happened.
That's fine.
I think my girlfriend's seen Dirty Dancing at least once.
Oh, well, is she there though, Rigo?
She is not. She's over 1,000
Well,
miles
then
away
that
in Las
doesn't really
Vegas.
help us
I know.
right now, does it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
We need to call her.
Does she
I
ride
can
a
call her.
bus and then she comes to see you?
What does that mean, Mike?
The Napoleon Dynamite movie.
Oh, okay.
Plane, Mikey. Plane. Just go hop on a plane, yeah.
Big time.
Leave it on a jet plane.
Mike, is a plane big time to you? Why do you keep watching the Britney Spears knife video?
Have you seen this, Mike? It is weird. Britney Spears is just dancing with a pair of knives.
Britney Spears' body is great for her age, like unbelievable.
But what about her mind?
I don't know. It's just weird kind of looking. Everybody gets old, but it's just weird looking at Britney. You just think of her as, like a 17 to 25-year-old. And then you look at her and you're like, oh, she's 40-something.
What? Was that what you wanted to say that whole time?
Yeah, well, I didn't know I was going to say it.
I'm concerned for those dogs.
When she does that, I just think she's 40 years old.
That's his thought on that. So,
and then finally,
everybody gets old.
This isn't relevant whatsoever.
Except
but
Juan Gonzalez.
I want to thank the person from the 254 who texted in. Shout out to you. Did you know if a zebra and a horse have a baby, it's called a zebroid? And I looked it up, and that is 1,000,000% a thing. No.
A zebroid. That doesn't make sense.
They're in the same
zebroid.
They're in the same family.
But they're not. There's no oid.
They're in the horse family.
That doesn't make sense to like Zorse is what it should be.
Well, that's fine, Corey. It still exists. We're the I think I know some of those.
A Horbra.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Good night. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right. In my free time, which I have none of, but in my mind when I have free time, all I can think about is never working again. I'm going to ask you guys this question, and maybe the Tolos can respond on the text thing. When have you been the most tired in your life? I think I'm there. I think I am, honest to God, the least amount of sleep I've gotten in my life has been through this month of September. Thank God for the Rangers. Like, the Rangers are doing great, and I'm getting to do a lot of these post-game shows and working radio and all these things. I do have two very awesome jobs. But I've never been more tired in my life, and I don't think I'll ever be more tired in my life. So when was the most tired you've ever been in your life where you're like, I just want to get out of this life right now?
It was the lead up to Thanksgiving in the year 2000. I worked at Blockbuster Video and
kicking out windows.
That had not happened yet.
Okay.
Monday night, I was scheduled to close the store. Tuesday night, I was scheduled to open the store. I was trying to get some time off to see my girlfriend, who is coming in from out of state, just like Rigo, so I traded shifts with somebody who had inventory overnight. So I worked essentially 24 consecutive hours at the video store. Now, the middle 8 hours, I didn't have to deal with anybody. I just had to scan things. But that last, 4 hours when I was working the register, I had nothing. I didn't have any conversations with anybody, and all I could think about was leaving the store and going to sleep.
You know what's crazy is think about how tired you were, a 24-hour shift. When you're in residency as a doctor, people performing surgeries on you, trying to keep you alive, diagnose you correctly. Like, my wife would go on 36-hour shifts.
That's insane to me.
It doesn't make sense to me. I get how much they have to practice to try to learn, but how well are you learning and then making right diagnosis when you are working for the 24th hour, the 32nd hour? It's just weird how they do that.
Yeah, man. I guess there was a Peace-a-thon year where I didn't sleep very well. I did something the day before, and then we got Peace-a-thon that evening, and so then we were up all night into the morning. And then I was expected to be at Thanksgiving for all the families. We had 3 Thanksgiving dinners that day. And so that was one of those days where I was just completely – I'd been up for almost 28, 30 hours, something like that. And I was like, Adrian, she found me in a chair somewhere just passed out.
Have you ever had a stretch? You're talking – I like you're very being very – was there a time in your life?
College, whenever I was finishing up college and I had multiple jobs – Ann was finishing up school, and one night I was like, okay, I have to get this paper done. This is the last thing I have to get done. And I said, I'm going to stay up all night writing this paper because I'd had so much stuff to do. I just didn't have time to do it. So I went and got a big old thing of coffee, and I made a huge pot, drank almost a whole pot of coffee. And Adrian is like, this was 2 weeks of just straight work and school. And Adrian comes in, I'm asleep on the desk. And she's like, why? And I said, and we looked, and it was decaf coffee. I had bought stupid decaf coffee, and so it was keeping me. So yeah, man, I was exhausted. I'd had Avery. Carter was born also.
Okay, now because of that, I talked about Turks and Caicos. I forget how that got brought up, but
I brought it up.
Okay,
I don't know why though.
So then I started looking at Turks and Caicos. I think we had a lot of Tolos respond about their possible vacations that they have taken to Turks and Caicos. I've looked where Turks and Caicos is. Obviously, it's near the Bahamas in the islands, and that's a long flight. So I've decided to go to Cabo San Lucas. So I'm going to go there, like November 11th is my birthday, so I'm going to take some time off. And like that's all I can think about is like I just got to get out of this life. I can't, this life is crushing me right now. And so I am kind of being selfish here and wondering from the Tolos that I've been to Cabo before. I went with like Rick Barry and Wade Boggs and Brandon Webb. That was
Did
really
you guys drink a lot
Kurt
of beer?
Warner.
Did y'all drink a lot of beer on the way there?
We did. We went, deep sea fishing. Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
We caught like marlin-like things. That was the toughest thing I've ever done, like physically, is fight one of those dang fishes for like 45 minutes to get them close enough to the boat that they could like pull the fish like close, take a picture, and then let the fish go.
With a hook still in its mouth?
I was not getting my hand anywhere close to that spear of a nose that they have and the teeth. So I don't.
Want a sword fight with it?
The professionals would like pull it up and then they would release it. So I'm assuming somehow they would get the hook out or maybe, I don't know, cut it in a certain way that
all right.
it wasn't harmful for the rest of their life. But I'm like, where are the best places to go in Cabo? I was looking at inclusive, all-inclusive versus obviously.
That's where you just don't have to pay for anything. It's all.
It's obviously very expensive.
All-inclusive,
yes,
yes.
it's all-inclusive. You
I
have.
was going to say included, but then I realized that was still.
You
dumb.
have defined all-inclusive, and you did a hell of a job. But I was wondering, through the Tolos, I'm assuming a lot of them have gone to Cabo because, it's a short flight. It's not a pretty easy flight whether you're going from Love Field or from DFW and down to Mexico. So I was just kind of wondering if there's like some recommendations. You're like, no, this is a great all-inclusive. I have been to Cabo before. I'll tell you the food was not very good at the all-inclusive I went to, and I totally get that. It's kind of like, hey, let's just trough it up. Let's just give the people, as much food as they want.
The cruise might be like.
But no, I've been on a cruise before, and I will say I thought the food was pretty darn good.
Okay.
Now, I don't think it's not the greatest food in the world, but I think it's solid.
Okay.
I don't know, they had pizza, they had all kinds. They had an Italian station. They had all kinds of, like, really fun stations to go to. And then you have to sit with random strangers at your dinner table.
Yeah.
And act like you care about their lives for a second.
Oh.
Mike, there is a place called that Adrian and I went to on our honeymoon.
Okay.
It is now Sandos Finisterre. And it's right there on the Baja tip.
Yeah.
And it's closer to in town than what you were looking at a few minutes ago.
Nobu.
And
that was non-inclusive, and it's like every drink was $22, and you have to tip the person who brings the drink. They're like, hey, chips and guacamole. I was just looking at their menu. It's like $25 for a thing of chips and guacamole, and I'm like, I don't think I want to do the non-inclusive because you are going to rack up a huge bill.
Yeah, I don't know if this is all-inclusive, but that is a place that I know the destination and how easy it is to access the city. Adrian and I just literally walked out of the place down a hill and we were there.
My plan is after the Ranger season is over to almost vacation until the Ranger season starts again. What do you guys think of that?
I think that
does that mean the show too?
We need to hire Derek for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what's going to have to happen.
Okay. I think we should combo platter Derek and I.
Just
okay.
Combo platter. Hey, listen, man. As long as the show gets done, that's all that matters.
Here's an intriguing text because the key word they left out feels like it pivots. You're making a mistake from the 903. Turks and Caicos is the most place in the world.
Oh,
now,
like the greatest?
It doesn't say.
They probably
could be the worst.
I think if they're saying I'm making a mistake, they're saying it's like the greatest place they've ever been
Probably.
to.
That just feels like a key word to drop out right there.
And then should I, I won't look at it. You guys will just inform me. I think Cabo is awesome, but do people like Cancun better, Puerto Vallarta, like the places in Mexico? Because I feel like I want to take a shorter, 2.5-hour flight than rather flying to Florida and then taking a connector to the Bahamas or Turks and Caicos or whatever like that. So anyways, I think I'm going Mexico for my November vacation. We're going Utah for December vacation.
Ooh. Do you like the beach? Are you a beach person in general?
I do like activities, though. I struggle with I think a lot of people that are great vacationers can sit on their ass and do nothing all the time.
Yeah, I'm really good at that.
And
I don't like that either.
And I feel like sometimes at the beach, I'm like, all right, let's go get in the water, or
Yeah.
let's have some sort of sport that is attached to this thing. So, I don't know. Let's C-block it up. What are you C-blocking today?
Let's talk with our good friend Kyle Yeomans next here on the KC.
Well, he got last
Masterpiece.
week wrong.
Oh, my gosh. Next on the Fan.
Flag. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my mom, Joyce. She is officially retired as of yesterday, and me and my girlfriend are going to meet her at the opening day of the State Fair at Texas to celebrate. That is an outstanding one right there. And what's always outstanding, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
Your mic's not on.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for having me on the show. I got special guest Mike and special guest Kevin with me as well today, so thank you guys.
Hey, I helped get the mic on.
Yeah, good job, man. Got some Eli Young band tickets to give away. I have a CD Lamb jersey to give away, and there's so much more, man. This is awesome when we get to come out. What do you want? What's going on in your brain?
Are you
right
nervous
now?
about talking to Kyle?
Let's go ahead and talk to Kyle Humans now.
I think you're nervous.
Kyle, how's it going today? DallasCowboys.com. What's up, buddy?
Man, it's pretty good. You're so nervous to talk to me. I understand it. I mean, you got the last name wrong. You got the the whole stumble coming in. You okay, Corey? Are you good?
I'm a little stressed out.
I'm going to answer for him. He's fine, but he's mad. He's mad at you because last week you said you were going to tell us if this team wasn't prepared and they were going to S the bed, and that is exactly what happened, Kyle.
Yep, that is exactly what happened. Not going to lie. Yep, that one, that's on me, guys. I'll take that L all
Okay,
week.
good.
Yeah, that one's on me, guys. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll raise my hand. And you know what? I'll be better this week, okay? I'll be better this week.
All right, then help me out with this. Everybody seems to be saying the right things about the offensive line. What is confidence level in Biotish and Martin being back and being good to go for this weekend? I'm going to start with those two.
Man, and that's an interesting place to start because I think whenever we had this phone call last week, I thought all five guys were going to be healthy and ready to go. And instead, it was only two, and it was the two that weren't necessarily healthy at any point in the early parts of the season. I think the confidence level right now is higher than it was going into the week with Martin and Biotish, just because they've at least been in practice. They were limited yesterday. The final real padded tune-up before hitting, of course, the Saturday practice, which is kind of a lighter padded deal. But I think they feel much better about those two guys going now than they did initially because of their participation and the rehab. Mike McCarthy saying on the Fan this morning, talking about it, and He even said that he feels confident in the way that they're going. So I feel better about that overall, but also you're probably going to elevate Brock Hoffman or one of those centers to the active roster because of the cut yesterday with Devin Harper. So there's some roster moves that could be happen just in contingency plan that doesn't work out. And then outside of that, I haven't seen anything from Tyron Smith at all this week. So I think for the most part, he's looking that he's going to be unavailable on on Sunday. And I don't know if that's necessarily a surprise.
I know we got more to talk about with the offensive line, but on the Devin Harper front, if you were Mike McCarthy to motivate, would you go in front of everyone and go, and that's a message to any one of you that gets a costly penalty during the game that you're next?
I don't know if that's the sole reason that decision was made. I know it probably weighed into it a bit just based off of how big of a penalty that was. I mean, that was a 61-yard flip on the special team side. I think more so it was just the position that this team is in right now. The fact that linebacker is Leighton Vander Esch, Damone Clark, and a mixture of these safeties and just how deep this defensive back room is, I think played more into the factor than just the penalty specifically.
With Brandon Cooks, we asked Jerry about this morning. We've seen a lot of texts come in, Kyle, that have just been like, look, this guy's a bust, and they've been saying things like that. And from my perspective, Kevin and I have discussed this, like what we saw at camp are two different things than we've seen so far in the Cowboys season early. And I'm just kind of curious, is it that the Cowboys offensive line is not there, that Mike McCarthy hasn't opened up that bag yet to really push the ball downfield, or has it just not been there via the tape?
I think it's the first two more than anything. I think the fact that Dak Prescott is getting the ball out quicker than any other quarterback in the NFL, or at least in the NFC, plays a factor into it, because the strength from Brandon Cooks is the downfield, the vertical ability, the contested catch. And they haven't even opened that up on the playbook side of things, one, and protection-wise, there hasn't been enough protection to get it down the field. It's too early to say he's a bust. I mean, that's not the case. I think like you were saying, I mean, you guys were there as much as we were in terms of Oxnard and the way that he opened up over the top of a very talented, very pass rush heavy Dallas defense and a very talented Dallas secondary shows that he can do it against whatever competition. Yeah, it's wide receiver and DB in practice, but that's about as accurate of a look as you're going to get from Brandon Cooks until he does do it in an actual game. And so I think he's going to be plenty fine. He still has plenty left in the tank. And to expect maybe 1,000-yard receiving from him this season might be a little overzealous, but for the most part, he still has everything in the toolbox to utilize in this offense to try and take the top off of the defense. I expect to see more of that this week than we have previously. And maybe that's if Zach Martin and Tyler Biadasz are good to go on the interior of that offensive line. I think that would certainly play a big factor into it, but also just because having the deep threat, having the vertical game working in your favor can help you out in so many different ways in this West Coast offense. We just haven't seen it to this point.
Since you were talking a little bit more about the offensive line, I want to go back to one more question about that. You said we haven't seen anything from Tyron Smith. Tyler Smith hasn't been getting reps at left tackle, we're led to believe, this week. How is Udoka looking?
Yeah, I asked both guys yesterday. I started with Chuma Udoka. I said, hey, where have you been working? He said, I've been exclusively at left tackle, and that's where he's been working throughout. So Chuma Udoka has been at the left tackle spot, but he's not the only one getting those tackle reps. Austin Richards has also been taking some snaps at the left tackle spot, the rookie out of North Carolina. So I don't know who would start in that category if Tyron is indeed unavailable on Sunday, but I would be inclined to think it would be Chuma Udoka at left tackle, Tyler Smith at guard, because I asked Tyler too. I said, hey, have you taken any snaps at tackle? And he said, no, not this week. And this is a team that I don't think they loved the way that they bounced Tyler in and out last year as a rookie. I think they want to keep him on the interior unless there's something long-term wrong with Tyron Smith. If something is up with Tyron Smith, that's when you'll see Tyler Smith move back out to left tackle. And if that's the case, I think that would be the indicator. But right now, with Tyron at least still in the fold for this season, or at least the next couple of weeks, I think you're going to see Tyler at left guard while you have Chuma Edoga, possibly Awesome Richards at left tackle.
Okay, Kyle, let's talk a little bit more about that because if this question sounds aggressive, I don't mean for it to be aggressive against you. There is absolutely a long-term issue with Tyron Smith. You can say it's this year, and it was that last year, and it was something else the other year before. But if the person is consistently hurt, regardless of what it is, how is that not a long-term issue?
I actually agree with you. I've talked about this extensively, even on some of our shows, especially on the draft show. I am very adamant on the draft show of adding offensive line talent where you can. And I was shocked this year that they waited until the 5th round to address any sort of offensive line possibilities up front because of what you've seen from Tyron Smith. Tyron Smith coming into this year had 17 games over the last 3 seasons. So I'm right there with you. That cannot be a long-term plan for this team moving forward because it's not possible, and especially to stay healthy over an entire 17-game season from somebody who's only played in 17 games the last 3 seasons. I think that's an assumption that can get you in a whole lot of trouble. And right now, it's a musical chairs aspect to it. Tyler Smith is the future at left tackle, but they're trying to let the future wait until Tyron Smith is absolutely done. Whether that comes this year or not, I don't know. But if anything, it's delaying the inevitable, and it's really put this offensive line in a bind, and you're starting to see that whenever he goes down and then they have another injury up front, all of a sudden now you've got multiple guys missing, and it is a complete makeshift offensive line, and you've got that as a problem moving into the rest of the year.
Kyle, I saw a tweet earlier this week from our friend Haley, and it was a video of you and you and her at UNT, and it looked like y'all were fresh out of high school, and y'all were doing broadcasting games for the Mean Green. And I don't want to talk so much about that video specifically, but you are media guy for the Cowboys. Is your goal? I know you do some play-by-play. Is your goal to be a future play call or play-by-play guy for the DFW area?
Yeah, I think the goal would to be definitely on the play-by-play side. I love hosting shows, and I love doing the journalism aspect of it, and especially draft coverage. I really do love doing the draft and having all of that to kind of mix in between. But the passion is play-by-play. That's what I really love doing, and I call all sorts of sports. It's volleyball, soccer. I mean, I've called ultimate frisbee in the past. I've called lacrosse, water polo. Yeah, I've done a little bit of everything. My favorites are, of course, football, basketball, baseball, the 3 major sports for sure. But, yeah, I think a dream would either to be the voice of a professional team, such as the Cowboys or the Rangers or the Stars or the Mavericks or wherever that ended up being, or possibly on be the voice of a sport for a network. So like college football on CBS or Sunday Night Football for NBC. Those are more lofty goals, but certainly something that I've always strived toward. And I get a lot of reps on the play-by-play side of things outside of Cowboys country just because I love doing it, and it is a whole lot of fun for me. But, yeah, that's the ultimate goal. So yeah, when that video came out this week, it wasn't just the open. It was the hair that made storylines, I think, too. I had the long locks of Kyle Yeomans back in college, and man, they made a reappearance earlier in the week.
Also, it feels like a veiled threat made by you right there against Eric Nadel and Brad Sham. Kind of like you're gunning for their
and Coop out.
Yeah, you're gunning for their jobs.
Never in a million years. I'm close with a couple of those guys, especially Brad and Eric, and I have known each other since I was in college, and I really do. I love those guys, and I think they're legends in their own right, and I've learned so much from them over the years that they have this job until they don't want it. But then when they don't want it, I will raise my hand and we will try it then. But yeah, never going to ever try and force anybody out of a job. That is the last thing I want to do.
Well, you have at least one fan from this show, and I'm not going to tell you who it is whenever that happens. Maybe two.
Thanks, Mike Bassick. Appreciate you, man.
You're
welcome.
possibly.
You're a better man than I am. I was just always hoping people would get hurt in front of me.
Golly.
Or that they wouldn't get healthy once they did get hurt. I remember my buddy John Patterson, who I played on the Dallas Mustangs with. We're Connie Mack champions together in 1995. We were on the Nationals together, and when he was throwing a pen before me and he got hurt again, I was like, job is safe.
God, Mike.
I thought you were joking, and then you pulled out like the specific instance in which this happened. Oh, man, yeah, you are a savage. That's impressive.
Yeah, and he's my friend
I'm
from
not
17
like
years
that.
old. Yeah.
Wow.
It happens.
Yeah,
Wait till you get held down in AAA forever. You'll start feeling that way.
That's why you made it to the bigs. I'm still trying to make my way there.
Well, we appreciate you, Kyle, and we can't wait to catch up with you again next week, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me. And, hey, Kevin, those aggressive questions, keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Okay.
I like the aggressive questions.
Good. Okay, I will. Thank you.
There he goes, Kyle Yeomans right there. He is
When are
always
you
joining us.
non-aggressive? When are you passive?
I'm aggressive a lot.
You know, the
Not gonna lie.
moments whenever I feel like I know he's about to go too far with it, and I give him the, hey, pump the brakes. I think that's the only
That's
time.
true.
But usually Kevin's like, you know what, I think Corey's thought about this one. A lot of times I'm like, go do your thing. But
Oh,
there are other
man.
times where I'm like, let's be political about this.
You're right, because when we did
Not
that
politics,
when
but
we did the interview with the UTAD, and he just was saying some stuff, and I was like, "Come on, man,
what are we doing here?
I looked over at Corey, and he was like, "Calm down. That's not what we're here
it's not
for.
the goal today.
Calm down, 60 minutes. That's not what we're here for." And I was
Taking
like,
a
"All
shot
right."
at my school.
Yeah, all right.
Now, Kevin, I wanted to go into cruise talk with you, but it
Okay.
appears you have some breaking news from not Lucy, but from the world.
You remember yesterday and the day before when we talked a lot about Chandler Jones, and we said we hope he gets some help, and he's like, "I don't need any help. I have all the strippers to take care of me." That's an actual thing. See? That's an actual thing that he said. Is he was listed as an inmate at the Clark County Detention Center as of late this morning, as he, being Chandler Jones, allegedly violated a domestic violence temporary protective order and was held on $15,000 bail.
Jeez.
So, I mean,
That's not good at all.
yeah, it's not good. So somebody had a protection order against him. He violated it at the same time that he says his sort of current coach might have had something to do with or directly killed Aaron Hernandez, and that he doesn't need any help because he's got the ladies with him. And then this.
Then it kind of feel like he's been trying to set something up this entire time to like point out everybody's after him. And this is going to be kind of in his defense. He's going to be trying to fight, saying, look, they're all just after me, man.
I just don't know.
Stuff.
And then we've talked about how it was looking good for both of them. Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson will be back and ready to start for their respective teams this weekend. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings!
In
Mike.
Mesquite. I love it. Coming up next. By the way, I love all the people that I've seen that have been here, not just for the show, but for the entire show, which is awesome. Coming up next, Never Tell Me the Odds plus Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio, and good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Roofing.
This segment of the Can't See Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Can't See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There we go.
Never tell me the odds.
Sir, the odds of successfully navigating an asteroid field are 2 to 1.
Never tell me the. Oh, actually, that's not bad. Yeah, no, let's keep going.
All right, it's time for Never Tell Me the Odds, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in
Buffalo Wild
Mesquite,
Wings,
where if you're not here, you missed something truly amazing. Mike is doing giveaways, and if the person's not here, he goes, "Hey, you're a loser," and it would call out their name and go, "Of the helmet." But there was this giant gap in between, and it felt uncomfortable. We will get to Masterpiece of the Week in
Masterpiece
just
of the
a few
Week,
minutes.
Rigo, for next week, if you want to cut that sentence that Kevin just said, you have something that can work.
Oh, no. Did I say something bad?
Yeah,
something about a gap and it being uncomfortable.
Oh, my gosh. From the 682, it is also a Shout-Out Friday. Shout out to my son, Dylan, from your dad, Fred. See you at home later. And then...
Is that a threat?
I mean, I don't think
Swatting
so.
your ass when you get home.
From the 682.
That's what my mom would tell me. Wait till your dad gets home.
From the 682, shout out to me for wishing you happy birthday on Facebook, and the Rangers will lock up that playoff spot tonight. That's a prediction. That's not a prediction. That's a spoiler. Now, in Never Tell Me the Odds, we go across. It can be NFL football, it can be college. Are there games that you like the numbers with? And I think you guys are going to be against me on this one. But the first one that I immediately think of is Cowboys -6.5 against the Patriots. I realize that the game last week was garbage across the board, but I still think you're decidedly better than the Patriots. And the Cowboys play great at home. And I think they win this game and win this game emphatically.
Kevin, I saw that Penn State is -26.5 on the road against Northwestern. And do you remember what we saw earlier in the week? Penn State was practicing without any radio or anything on, with no noise, because they expect Northwestern to be absolutely empty in that stadium. So they're like, hey, we got to practice just like it's going to be at the stadium. Quiet.
Does that mean if there are fans, they're going to be like, hold on?
Yeah, they're shocked.
And then, so do you like
-26.
Penn State
I kind of do.
Okay.
I kind of do like I don't like big numbers like that, but that's something that it's kind of like playing the A's, where Bochy was like, yeah, you kind of had to watch what you said when you could hear everybody.
Now, one more college spread I wanted to throw out, Mike. I thought you'd get a kick out of this. Did you see, I believe it was the Colorado athletic director imploring fans not to storm the field after the USC game, where they're 21.5-point underdogs, and after they just got smoked by Oregon?
Yeah, I did not see that, but I have read and then seen the audio of kind of how much crap Colorado was talking before the Oregon game, and I get it. There's probably a lot of things being said before a game, but obviously Oregon caught a lot of it on video and played it out. And as you're rooting for Colorado kind of being the underdog and all this stuff, it kind of made you go like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be rooting so much. They don't think they're an underdog at all. In fact, they think they're the greatest thing that's ever happened to college football. And so it kind of like as the story progresses with Colorado and Dion, it made me think, am I still rooting for them that much after kind of what I've heard? Because the Oregon coach really was spitting facts on what Colorado was doing before the game. It was not like just a motivational thing that Colorado really wasn't trashing Oregon.
Yeah, no, he's right about that. Now, I had not seen that he said that, but Kevin, here's the deal. If you win against USC, That's an opportunity to storm the field.
Yeah.
And then you
He said don't storm the
this
field.
dude is USC, man. You're Colorado. You weren't even supposed to be talked about this year.
I would storm it.
Yeah, you go rip the goalposts out, carry it up to the top of Red Rocks.
No. Yeah, you do
a concert.
Do it like we did in Lubbock.
Throw a concert.
One of the last games they played A&M and beat them. You take the goalpost down,
drive them into the
and then you try to stab them with it.
That is what happened.
Yeah.
All right.
Why
Mike.
would the Aggies do that?
No. Texas Tech did
Yeah,
that.
the Aggies are way above that.
That's right. We'll just yell at you if you step on some grass. Hey! All right, Mike, you're going to hate this selection.
Well, I have two.
Okay, hit me.
I have early and late. I'm believing in Jacksonville in the Toy Story game overseas. They're -3.
Will you watch 1 second of that game in Toy Story mode?
No.
Okay.
No. So I'm going to – if Jacksonville loses that game, I quit.
Oh,
I would just like to say
you quit what?
I quit the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, okay. All right.
They can't go 1-3 with the schedule they've had to start the season. I totally get losing to the Chiefs, but I don't get losing to the Texans and the Falcons. That would be really bad to start the season. And then the last game of the night, Chiefs at Jets. It's -9 Chiefs. Zach Wilson. How many points can they put up? Let's just say they put up 13. Are you telling me the Chiefs won't score 23?
Yeah.
That covers.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I have one that I think you're going to think is really dumb.
All right.
The Bears are getting 3.5 points against a team.
It is in Chicago.
And the team they're playing just lost by 50 points. I think the Bears plus 3.5 can get the, and that has nothing to do with, a little bit to do with Justin Fields.
It's okay. Like, I do like you're still believing in him. I'm still believing in Trevor Lawrence.
And the team they're playing just lost by 50 points. So I continue to go back to that as the reason that I think they can, I don't know, win this game, but at least cover the spread.
What's the line set for the Stars Blues tomorrow? Because
there should not be lines on preseason.
But Mike, the Stars have scored 13 goals in the first 2 games, the first 2
given up
preseason
1.
games. Yeah, man. Only giving up 1. I think they're going to roll the Blues. What do you think, Hockey Mike?
I give you, if I say Stars -1.5 goals, are you taking that?
They'll score 2.
That's a hefty line. Well, okay, well, they have to give up none.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you say just them scoring.
No, for the final
they
score.
They can score 4.
From the
Are there prop bets on preseason hockey? Will the ice be frozen?
You got a problem if that's
Otherwise,
happening.
it's water.
From the 972, my wife and I just had our 1-year anniversary. We now have enough money to retire and never work again as soon as we die by Sunday. Oh, that is, I don't know if that's so romantic. From the 214, shout out to my oldest son, Dylan. Happy 20th birthday. And from the 903, shout out to my cousin for taking me to see The Blind for my birthday, which is today. Love it, love it, love it. And then finally from the 214, shout out to me because no one ever gives a shout out to me and I'm all by myself. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope we're
maybe he wants to be
company.
or she wants to be.
That's true. That is
I
very
love
true.
being by myself.
Me too. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Hey, Rigo.
How are you enjoying y'all Friday?
Pretty good, man.
Hello, Rigo.
Good.
What's the first clip?
I got the first clip for you. Actually, it's a collective unit here on this first clip here. Let's go ahead. Are we out of HR?
Just
do
one
you
big
want to
unit.
call HR, or do you want me to do it?
Do we have HR? We might be out of HR.
I think we might be out of HR.
That's concerning if you're out of HR.
Do we have HR?
We might. That might be their third job now. They're just like, you're also HR.
You've seen that happen at businesses before.
I'm not laughing because he's wrong.
Where the
I'm,
reliable
sad
person just keeps
laughing.
getting asked to do more and more stuff, and they're
We
just
were
like,
those people at the
yeah,
paper.
that was us. They
Hey,
were
you
like,
did this. Can you write a news story for Capel?
you're
I'm like, what?
I don't have a clue. Sure. You got to go to a city council meeting. What's happening here?
There's no way you guys – did you guys go to a city council meeting?
That was Corey's beat before
That was my beat before I finally got rolled. I applied for a sports job. The job got filled by your old editor.
Newey Scruggs.
No, not Newey Scruggs. And then, I said, well, I need a job, and I knew how to write everything, so I was like, I'll just do this for a while. until something opens up. And then something opened up, and I took advantage of it, and here we are today.
Out of the 100% of the city council meeting, you listen to what percent?
Ooh, 10%.
10?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
5% for me.
Just what from my story that I need.
It was only
classic liberal.
It was
media.
only when
Oh,
it was
God.
only when the crazy came up and had a complaint that you're like, this has now gotten interesting.
Yes. No, yeah, it was always the one where they were just like, hey, we're going to build $1 million fountain in West Plano. And
God,
I was like,
that story was in our paper for like 6 weeks.
it was great, dude.
All right.
It was great.
Rigo, I'm not voting for that one. That's not good enough.
Okay.
All right, well,
What's next?
what about this one here? Maybe this one's more to your liking.
By Del the Funky Homo Sapien?
Oh, I guess so. I guess so.
Oh my God, Corey Majors.
I just had to make sure I was reading
in the majors.
That means human. He's a funky human.
I know what you said, but I also know what you almost said.
I tell you, my finger was so close to that dump button.
Yep.
Oh my goodness!
I can only breathe in one side of my face.
We're the cane. What?
You are correct about that. It's your front side.
Yes.
You can't breathe on
No,
the back
my
side.
left side. I
What
can't
was his
breathe on
name
the
again?
left side.
Bobadopoulos?
Mr. Dabalina.
Here, I'll help you out. I'll help you out, Bassick. I got you.
Anything can happen. We saw Mr. Bob Dabalina beat us, so
That's Joshua Dobbs.
yeah.
I believe.
Who is Bob Double? Am I supposed to know that name? Was that supposed to be on the KNC bingo card today?
I didn't know there was a KNC
Who is
bingo
Bob Dabalina?
Okay.
That is the best.
I didn't know.
I laughed 3 times at that playing that on my phone last night.
Because at first, I thought, because you're like, oh yeah, Mr. You're like, oh, have you ever heard that?
Blickstein.
Yeah, or you'll be like, have you
Fart
ever
Schmo
heard?
McGee.
Have you ever heard that song, Mr. Sunshine? And Mike will be like, Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I thought Bob Dabalina was Joshua Dobbs. And then when Corey said that, I was also thinking, who the F is that? He goes, am I supposed to know who that is? The comedic timing on that is going to be tough to beat.
That was a fun one.
All right, Mike. What do you call it? You had a little fail here this week with NC Clinic. I'll go ahead and leave it. Let the play explain itself.
Don't forget about the Frisco location. It's at the McKinney corridor for our Craig Ranch guys, or the guys just passing through from McKinney and Allen. It's super easy to get in, get off. Well, I said that wrong. It's super easy to get on and off of 121 on the northeast corner of Independence and 121.
Men's T calls spiked by 3,500%. Robert Kraft was like, what was that commercial for?
I was in the middle of putting whenever I heard that in our little putt room right there, and I just could not help myself. It was hilarious.
I just like the way.
Oh, I said that
Can
wrong.
you play that beginning part again where he goes, oh, well, I said that wrong.
Don't forget about the Frisco location. It's at the McKinney corridor for our Craig Ranch guys, or the guys just passing through from McKinney and Allen. It's super easy to get in, get off. Well, I said that wrong.
Oh, man, this one's going to be tough. I thought Bob Dabalina was going to walk to this one.
I do have a few more here. What do you call it?
Keep going.
All right, so I dug this little gem here from Kevin.
It's a pretty good size.
Because we were talking about reptiles and
Yeah, about the alligator.
the alligator from the Philadelphia.
It is a pretty good
Yes.
size, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was a good size.
It was the size of a dog with a huge long tail. Yeah, it was a big old alligator.
Just for the record,
I'd be
like if
afraid
we
of
were
that, too.
talking about the other thing, I feel like I could take a look and be like, yeah,
Average.
yeah.
All right, and then Kevin and Corey, you wanted Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani to switch places, but Babe Ruth is dead.
Can this guy play in this era? We've had this conversation about Babe Ruth and Shohei. You know, could they swap and be the same dudes in their eras? There's so many factors.
Could, but Babe Ruth is dead.
It's true.
I feel like I just stared at you when you said that, too.
Yeah,
I just gave you the.
It's
are you
true.
kidding me?
How come no one brings that
You're-
part
so
up?
we're
Shohei wasn't
reality.
alive in 1920
yeah,
either.
but I got more advanced technology to send him back in time.
Uh-huh.
Babe Ruth's still
Whoa,
dead back
whoa. Explain to me that advanced technology, because I have never seen that except for in movies.
Uh-huh.
I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Oh, really? It's like Fight Club, huh?
In fact, I probably already said too much.
Yeah, Kevin's going to go missing next week.
If you see something pop in my forehead, someone's murdering
Kevin's
me.
going to go missing next.
All right. We got time for a couple more here?
One more.
One more.
Hurry
All
up.
right,
Broadus
cool.
is getting mad.
He doesn't
Mikey B,
care.
I'll go ahead and send you off with this one here.
There were slick balls yesterday out there.
The
Had to
slickest
grip
of
them
balls.
tighter.
You got to grip them tighter?
And now John Gray's hurt because of the slick balls that he had to grip so tight.
God, this is a tough choice. I've got it down to two candidates. I'm going to vote for Corey's impeccable comedic timing of who is Bob Davalina.
Do I get a vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, cool. I'll go ahead and vote for the funky Homo sapiens.
All right. I'm going to vote for Mike's read about the highway.
I thought for sure that Bob Dabalina by you, Corey, questioning what the hell I was talking about would win. But we need to hear just one more time so I can cry in happy tears. I need to hear how you can get off with Men's Tea Clinic.
Good Lord.
Like the highway.
Don't forget about the Frisco location. It's at the McKinney corridor for our Craig Ranch guys, or the guys just passing through from McKinney and Allen. It's super easy to get in, get off. Well, I said that wrong.
I said that wrong. That's the part that gets me is the I said that wrong.
That
Oh, there you go.
That's like a G-Bag of the Year candidate.
That is an excellent one. That is Masterpiece of the Week right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are at Southern Leisure off of Justin Road in Highland Village. We will talk with them next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announcing Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. Within the next 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite. We've had a huge crowd today, done a lot of giveaways. Miller Lite will be giving away those pair of Cowboys tickets. And right now, I do believe at Southern Leisure in Highland Village, brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today, and do I have your location correct?
You do. Yeah, we can confirm we're at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Flower Mound, and a lot going on, Hagee. I'm doing great.
I was going to ask if you were doing great because I saw the social media news earlier. Can you fill us in on what the story is with the flags?
Yes, sir. It is the launch today of Flagtober 2023. Flags are stuck in customs in Cincinnati. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is we've cobbled together all the old flags we possibly could. So it's a retro flag kickoff Flagtober. There's blue ones. There's some from last year. There's red, black, and white ones. There's some blue ones. Okay, we also have vouchers that you can take home and get onto our website, and we will mail you a 2023 flag. So it's actually even better than if we had the new flags. And then we got Whataburger coupons as well, and all kinds of great stuff for you.
And there's also a couple of bet payoffs coming up, I do believe. What's the what's the story there?
Currently, Wolchuk is in a pink Speedo. With little bananas. You can see that right now at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube.
It's on the hips, boys.
He's modeling it for you.
Hey, Wolchuk.
Let's go.
That
you tucked your shirt in?
That person.
Well, if I didn't, it'd be like hanging over the goods.
Even you kind of want to get that Winnie the Pooh look from time to time.
I do not like this camera angle right now.
It looks like it's you. It looks like that's your body.
Hey.
Look at all that hair down there.
We did it, boys.
The person brought that by earlier to show it to us before he brought it over to you.
Yeah, shout out to Chef Eric, man.
Chef Eric's
I was
the best.
worried about
Pastry
this.
Chef Eric.
Yeah, pastry chef Eric. Maya, my fiance, ordered one in the mail, and it's not supposed to get here till tonight. So I was like, oh no, we might have to do this next week.
Yeah.
But Chef Eric came in clutch, man. He really did.
Go buy some pastries from that man.
Do you think you're going to wear the other one tonight then? You know what I'm saying?
It is date night, boys.
Is it comfortable?
Actually, it feels great. Very, very aromatic, if I must say. You know?
What's that mean?
Definitely not
It makes
snug
your
at all,
package
right?
look good. Like it
Thank
looks
you.
like you got something there, man.
I got a good
Did
package.
Don't do that,
Yeah,
Zach.
did you shove
That's-
a hammer in your pants?
Yeah.
Did you stuff it? Because I heard about the sock thing. Or is that your real
For
package?
your imagination, Mike.
He's standing sideways.
Oh, no.
Get that
Looks like-
profile, baby.
It looks like he's wearing a cup, but it's not. That's his real deal.
That is,
The
man.
real deal.
So this isn't Sockgate 2023.
Or is it? We are playing Belichick and the Patriots this week.
What?
He's up to his Bellatrix again, boys.
What other bet payoff are we doing?
Chiefs got one coming up at 220.
Yeah, I'm going to do the Russian roulette, the mayo roulette of Oreos.
Oh,
So
Do you need my mayo? I brought mayo.
no, I do not want your mayo.
It's healthy. It's avocado oil.
I got my own mayo for my Oreo. There's going to be 3 Oreos that have mayo as the cream, and then there's going to be 3
gross.
Oreos that just have regular cream. I'm hoping to get regular cream 3 out of 3.
You should
But
be able to tell, right? Because it'll be smushier.
Blind draw.
it's going to be
Blind
a
draw.
blindfold. It's going to be a blindfold.
Okay.
I'm sorry you have to eat Oreos. That's gross.
All right.
He just thinks Oreos are gross.
What's
they're
coming
Yeah,
up
it's his
on your
worst
show?
take.
Yeah.
He's never dunked him in milk.
Ooh, have you not, Corey?
Well, I don't need to drink milk because I'm an adult.
What?
Exactly.
My bones are fully structured. They're already done. But even still, I'm not a fan.
That's why you never reached 6'3", dude, because you
I'm
stopped drinking
6'2"
milk.
and a half because I didn't drink my milk.
What a weird dunk on adults who drink milk.
Yeah.
I don't have to drink milk.
You
I'm
don't
an
need- I don't need
adult.
to anymore. I'm
Bro,
done.
you're breaking all those bones as a kid.
Man.
I don't think I've ever broken a bone.
What's your Cowboys prediction for this weekend? Besides pain.
I got it 27-13 Cowboys.
Yeah, I
Nailed
like your optimism. I'm going to go 19-13 Cowboys.
Okay. Went 23-13 Cowboys.
This is crazy.
Okay.
I'm going 24-14 Cowboys.
Okay. And Mike is predicting that the Patriots will win.
Shocker. Negative.
We have to
Good
do
for you,
it.
Mike.
Somebody
Good for you,
has to do it. I said 23-20 Cowboys. I switched it to New England just so the Cowboys could win. Thank you. I just need to thank you on Monday.
Thank you.
When I was the one person who picked New England so the Cowboys could win. Because every time it's consensus on this station, the Cowboys S their pants.
Thank you very much.
And you know what? We get tired of wiping their ass. So I'm trying to help out so we don't have to wipe their butt anymore.
Is that what
Man.
you told your kids?
So helpful, Mike.
Did you say that to your kids?
Seriously, thank you, Mike.
Yeah. Tired of wiping your ass. Figure it out.
Oh, my gosh. What do you guys have coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Big sack of nothing.
This
No.
Southern Leisure Spas and Patio has 0% financing, by the way, if you want a new hot tub. Wow. 0% financing. Battle of the Brands is going on right now with all the great spa and hot tub and accessories. And, Stephen Jones is going to join us at 3 o'clock, so we're excited about that.
All right. Look forward to that.
Not at the end of the day.
Go.
We're going to let Steve know to thank Mike for the win on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tired of wiping your ass.
Yeah. Ask them over or under 8 games for Tyron Smith this year. Thanks a lot on that decision.
I blame you for that, Mike. You said he'd be done now.
You predicted it, Mike.
I got it right. That's the only thing I've gotten right on the Cowboys this year.
Go see the G-Bag Nation or go see the glorious Mr. Wolchuk in all of his splendor.
You're
We
killing
have
it,
been
Mike.
the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us.
Sorry to encourage that kind of behavior, but he is.
Yeah, you're not helping. He's already on one. Make sure you come back with us on Monday.
kiss it and make it feel
KNC,
better?
10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, goodbye, Kevin.
Goodbye.
Hey, you get to kiss your lover.
Welcoming new listeners to our From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan on a proper football Friday, a double bet payoff Friday, a Flagtober Football Friday here in the G-Bag Nation, as we're already handing out flags and signing flags here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, as we had a little bit of a snafu, but we have rallied. We have retro flags and vouchers for the new ones. The new flags got stuck in customs in Cincinnati. Okay, so they're trying to rush them here. Maybe we'll have them by the end of the show. Okay, but no promises, no guarantees on that, but we have done the best we can. Now, because of the delay, tomorrow's Tour Day DFW has been postponed to a future weekend date. Okay, so if you're making plans to join us at a Whataburger tomorrow, we will not be there. It's been postponed to a future date. But we do have Zach Wolchuk in a Speedo, everybody.
Yes, we do. Yes. And there's nothing more priceless than seeing the faces on the Tolos every time they walk right in, because we're right here at the front of the doors. By way of hello, you will get met with the hairiest thing you've ever seen.
The banana hammock. Yep, they don't call me the woolly bully for nothing, boys. And these legs,
look at that
showing it off. And you can see the white, the paleness.
Yeah, I do like that.
Little tan line there.
There's a little tan line there. It's super farmer, and it just gets whiter and whiter and whiter as far as you go, except for, of course, with the fact that it's the darkest, blackest, thickest hair I've ever seen as well, covering that white thigh.
Can you say, man?
It's freaking hilarious. Every time he puts his hands on his hips like he's the captain of the Captain Morgan rum commercial.
He's very proud. He's very proud of everything that's happening right now. I really love the confidence, and I
feel like you've got to lean into it, man. If you don't, I mean, in reality, I'm petrified internally, but you just the outside perception needs to be, I'm rocking
pure confidence.
Dang right, and I'm proud of it. I'm extremely proud of it, and he's got.
I know
the gel
that feeling
in his hair.
well, actually, Wolchuk. I'm not gonna lie.
Thank God I took my anxiety medication today.
Tweeted a picture at GBag Nation. There he is in all of his glory. Zach Wolchuk with a bet payoff here. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound is the spot. And we got 5 hours of sports broadcasting here for you. Hope you're having a great day. Now through October 28th, 0% APR financing, over 80 models to choose from with free installation. Visit any of their 3 DFW showrooms, southernleisurespas.com. It's the perfect time to put in a spa in the backyard, the back patio there with the fall coming up. Oh, it's glorious.
I'll tell you what, I've kind of noticed the big green eggs they got here.
Yeah.
They got this thing that's a double extra large big green egg.
You could dang near cater with that thing.
That thing is impressive.
Yeah.
And it's got like big truck tires on it basically to kind of push it around.
You can go off-road with that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But, man, every time I come in here, because they have all the spices.
Yes.
They have all the brining equipment. They have everything you need to just make your outdoor, backdoor barbecue life heaven.
Yes.
And they do a great job here. Love coming here. Fans always show up for it, and with the flags, signing them, it's off to a great start.
Wolchuk
today.
looks like he's prepared to help your backdoor life right now.
I just need him to sit down. I really do. I can't. I just can't even.
Told you I was bringing the cakes, baby. You think this is Woodhauler's ass?
It is Woodhauler's ass. There is Woodhauler's ass going on right
All
there.
it's done is confirm it.
Hey, if you need any further incentive, the rub that I use to make the Orange Magic Wings is here.
They do have that.
You come visit us.
Yeah.
I'll point it, and I think they have probably 15, 20 of them over there, shakers.
Tell you what, man, and they have all the brining equipment too. You want to do a turkey, you want to do a pastrami, corned beef. They've got it all here, man. This place is a one-shop stop.
You heard our predictions there in crosstalk. Yeah, we all expect the Patriots to score either 13 or 14 points. So we're expecting a good bounce-back performance from this defense, it looks like.
Yes, and that has everything to do with, one, the defense, no question, getting back on that fast turf and playing with a little bit more of an edge and a little bit more peed-offness, as Dak was talking about, but just the lack of explosiveness coming from this Patriots offense, I think the Cowboys will be able to suffocate it over the course of the game. So I'm confident in the Cowboys defense bouncing back, but I'm also expecting that Belichick defense to give this offense plenty of fits.
There's going to be something that Belichick does not show you early in this football game, and it might be the one drive, a key drive, or he needs to get off the field on a third down. He'll throw something at you defensively that you haven't worked on. Yeah, so, like against the Dolphins, it was that cover 6 that we talked about where you take the field and cut it in half, play half zone, play half man. If you got a quarterback that's a little bit unsure about, okay, what's the read coming off there, maybe that's something we'll see from the Patriots. But they will throw you something that you probably didn't prep for.
I'm decently confident, though, this offense can get back to being the at least efficient group that it was in weeks 1 and 2. It can't be much worse in the red zone, but I think they're going to have enough healthy offensive linemen to give us a good feeling going on that side of the ball. Maybe it's not going to be a 40-burger explosion, but shoot, give me the 24 to 27 points should be no problem to get this dub.
Yeah, and I think we might see, and maybe it's just me being optimistic and I want to put it out there, you might see some more read option in the red zone. I don't think Tyron Smith's playing.
Yeah,
I think you probably got a 50-50 chance with Biotish. I do think Zach Martin's going to play.
I think that you're going to get Martin, and I think you're going to get Biotish. The one that, I asked you guys yesterday if you could have 2 of the 3, would you take Tyron Smith as your left tackle, or do you have enough confidence now in Adoga that he could play the left tackle spot, and with everybody else in the line, you would be okay?
I like this too. I'm going to take this too because I think it's going to be your best running 4. You add Tyron Smith, you get some pass pro, but I want to be sure that they can get some really good runs going. You set that up. You bring the defense into the box, and now Dak I think has the kind of coverages that he can make more than enough scoring plays.
And we talked about the flip flopping Adoga and Smith. The Smith go outside. I think they're very committed to just playing Adoga at tackle.
I think they are too.
He's looked really good at guard. The one thing to monitor with how serious maybe Tyron is, I don't think they've been giving Tyler Smith any reps at tackle. So all of a sudden, if that starts to happen, I think that is a sign that this Tyron thing is going to be a long-term injury.
Do you want him to go for it in the red zone, on 4th down? Or under what circumstances do you want them going for it? I was thinking and 1 to go. With last week's group, maybe never. Last week's group, I don't know if I want them going for it on 4th down. But with this week's group, 4th and 1 inside the 10, at the same time, taking the 3 points and playing defense might be the wisest thing you can do, and just accept that if you get to 4th down, let's not make it worse.
I felt like last week when he passed up the field goal and went for it there, and to me, I wasn't sure that Dallas even had a 2-point play with the game being 8 points different.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, I've seen him run some really good 2-point plays, but is that is that something they can't get to? I'm thinking
confidence.
Yeah, I'm like, kick that field goal, and if you score a touchdown, make it where you don't have to deal with a 2-point play, especially with the way they were going in the red zone.
And in the moment, I was thinking, McCarthy's been aggressive. You really need to get a touchdown here. And then in hindsight, I conceded. I was like, Brian, you're right. And I think some of this might just need to be a week-to-week deal, depending on who you're playing. None of us, I think, feel as though New England's going to be a threat to score a lot of points, which means take the 3 to me. Just get the points on the board for yourself. Overall, it could be a low-scoring game. If you're playing a Kansas City, if you're playing a Jacksonville, a Buffalo, a Miami, one of these teams that you think you might be, in a high-scoring affair, that's when I think you need to be more aggressive. You can't settle for 3. You got to get the touchdowns. But playing an offense that you don't think is really going to be an explosive threat, to me, just take the 3 and kick off.
Is it bad broadcasting to ask for a Trey Lance red zone package?
I don't think so, but that would have to mean that they elevate Trey Lance to quarterback 2.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
He's a 500 quarterback as a starter. It's about what Cooper Rush is.
No, for sure. It wouldn't scare me at all. Just the prospects of them actually doing it. It would surprise me with the way they seem like they want to go about things with Trey Lance and slow playing him. But you and me just sitting here, what would we do kind of deal. I think that you're getting close with that. I don't know what that does to the relationship with Dak though. I don't know how Dak feels about my offense is about to score and now you're pulling me out of the game. And maybe you don't care about that, but I think that's something that has to be thrown into the equation here. We're 3 weeks into this thing, and now all of a sudden you're just going to start taking me out of the red zone like I'm the red zone issue. I think if I'm Dak, I am mother bleeping McCarthy on the field in front of everyone with my helmet off until I get flagged or thrown out or whatever.
I think that's a super fair point, and that's why I'd kind of like to see starting this week the RPO, the read options inside the red zone. Let's let them try and use Dak's legs before you incorporate a Trey Lance package.
What week could you do it where you're like, I'm sorry, but we're still not scoring enough, Dak. I know you're really mad at me right now, but it's week this, and we feel like this is going to improve our percentages.
I mean, the closer and closer you get to that week 8, week 9, once you're halfway to the season, and you feel like depending on how these wins losses go, how many games have we lost, what have you. But I think right now you would get the angriest Dak has ever been.
The most financially beneficial time to move on from Dak is going to be next February and March. That's the reality here. So if you're bringing in Trey Lance, if we got escalators and roster bonuses that are kicking in next March, that's going to make it tough. If we want to go, we're going in early 2024. I do think you want to see some of Trey Lance. And if you could also mitigate your red zone issues. And I'm telling Dak, bro, we just want to get the number 1 seed. Okay? Once we're in the playoffs, which is really what this is all about, you're going to be healthy. Because when we get in the red zone, we're going to read option. Trey Lance is going to keep on running them in. Trey Lance is like you, but 8 years younger. So, we're gonna try to use him, and I think Dak eventually could see the wisdom of that, especially around week 8. Not after week 3. You want to keep working on it, but I don't have faith the red zone thing is going to sort itself out a lot unless you bring in different personnel. And Trey Lance is the only different personnel you could bring in on your roster that could make a difference.
Well, the one point I would make is you wouldn't be the only team that's doing something like that. I mean, the Saints have been doing it for years with Taysom Hill, right? So they would take, even when Drew Brees was there, they would take Brees out, you put Hill in. They're doing it now with Derek Carr. They've been doing it. So, I think Dak is selfless enough to where, honestly, it wouldn't rub him the wrong way. But I do think he'd probably want to get the first crack at it. Hey, if we're trying to have a running quarterback in the red zone, let me be that guy.
Yeah. I just don't want to get you hurt, Dak.
Which
I
is
have
also
respect for you. We're going to do that with you in January and hopefully February.
Sure.
Lions over the Packers Thursday Night Football, 34-20. Lions defense was really good, and they ran the ball for 200 yards. Detroit did lose to Seattle week 2. Otherwise, we'd be talking about them like they were the cat's meow. How much of a factor do you see them as, Brian? I know you picked them in the offseason.
I just have a feeling that, as a matter of fact, I was talking to some folks yesterday about this, that I still feel like Detroit could very well be the 4th seed in this the tournament, and I could see Dallas very well being the wild card team and having to go to Detroit in the first round of the wild card playoffs. I have a lot of confidence in Detroit will win that division. But now where could they be one of the 2, 3, or 4 seeds? We'll see with that. But my prediction would be probably the 4th seed, Dallas having to go play them in the playoffs.
And they're real because of the line of scrimmage, man. We talked about their offensive line, but Aiden Hutchinson's emerging as an absolute star.
You play them late in the year, too.
Yeah.
They're here. They come to Dallas.
And how about
Aiden
Sam
Hutchinson
Laporta?
had 8 pressures yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam Laporta, I know you liked him in the draft, the tight end
He
out
sure
of
did.
Iowa.
Yeah.
Well, and it was crazy because we heard, day of the draft, the Cowboys.
They
that
were
might
talking
be their
about him at
first-round pick.
27. Yeah, I'm sure were.
Well, for the Rangers, it is only fitting that they're giving us a little bit more drama. And, tough one last night. To have it go like that with another blown save, just unbelievable. And then Hernandez comes in there and Danger gets you out of it.
Almost got us out of there. And he's had. We remember Jonathan Hernandez against Minnesota. Walks everybody. Game-winning run. Walked in. The last 2 opportunities he had, he got you out of one last week of a bases-loaded situation. But then this week, unfortunately, though, they were playing the outfield in, and Evan Carter couldn't quite get to the ball. But it really all started with Chapman and the walks and the wild pitch. When the wild pitch happened, it moved the runners up. The winning run was now standing at second base there, and you're just kind of like,
might as well walk the next guy.
Well, you're just doomed. Just doomed, and it's unfortunate the bats. But both pitchers. It's just another tough game for Montgomery too.
Yeah.
He continues to pitch very well in these games and not rewarded at the end of it for to getting a victory.
Well, they're used to it. They are very well versed in the idea that this can happen. You can bounce back and play great the next night, but the magic number to make the playoffs remains at 1. The magic number to win the division is at 2. So that's where we are going into tonight's 8 o'clock pregame here, Chief.
You can't run. I think it has to be established. I thought Bochy would have known this by now, but we have to all know now, right? You can't go back-to-back nights with Chapman.
No,
he is a
Oh, no.
he's a Once he's done, it doesn't matter how many pitches it was the first game. It doesn't matter. You cannot run him out there again, and you were better off just letting Leclerc run back out there, in all honesty.
Yeah, well, Leclerc also was going on back-to-back nights, and I know Nadell said the same thing. Like, because you had Leclerc go the night before, you had to put him out there in the 8th to make sure you could get to the 9th inning, but it also would be a detriment for Leclerc to put him back out there for the 9th. Maybe you should have just started with Jonathan Hernandez in hindsight, but my faith and confidence in Aroldis Chapman is getting pretty shot here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at his history recently in the postseason, it's not very good either.
Yeah, I know I've been negative about the Rangers' playoff chances on the air the last couple of weeks, and people have been like, how could you say that? It's because I remember all the nights like this, and what it feels like the next day. Like, you're just kind of being a homer if you feel like that's not going to happen in a bunch of high-leverage situations in the postseason. You could get through maybe a series against the Twins, but against a good team, you ain't getting through the CS like that.
The thing that I was encouraged by yesterday, too, was it was a close game throughout the game, but Evan Carter with another just great defensive play, throwing out the runner at third. And you're just thinking like, okay, maybe this is our night to win one of these 2-1 games.
Well, that's something to monitor because you're probably not going to have Evan Carter in your lineup because you got lefties going for Seattle. So unless you're able to knock the starting pitcher out and then you can go ahead and put Evan Carter in maybe in the 5th, 6th inning, he's not going to be starting for you most likely.
Okay, we are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, Flower Mound location, where Flagtober 2023 has started. We're handing out retro flags and vouchers for the new ones. If you're just joining us, the new ones got stuck in customs. But we have Whataburger certificates, all kinds of awesome prizes for you. And here at Southern Leisure, now through October 28th, 0% APR financing. The time to get a spa is right now. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. G-Bag Survivor. Woolchuck doing the bet payoff in his pink Speedo. And Chiafalo is going to go eye to eye with some contaminated Oreos. Next, buddy. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
We have your latest.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for a little bit of G-Bag Survivor and bet payoffs. As Wolchuk broadcasting today in a pink Speedo. Okay, and boy, he's not shy at all in that thing. I actually saw a little plumber's crack there at the break as he was signing.
Oh no!
G-Bag.
Did you?
You know, you saw it too, Stephanie. Yeah. A lot of people have.
You like what you saw?
Everybody's like, dude, I know he's the woolly bully, but he's way hairier than I even thought.
I know, bro. It's hairy as hell.
Once again, the folks at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio tolerating us here on a football bet payoff Friday, and we salute them for that. As Eric Chiafalo is preparing his bet payoff as well over there by a beautiful stainless steel grill. Chief, what do you have in store for us?
Got some Hellman's real mayonnaise.
Okay. Yeah.
None of that fake stuff. And I'm about to go ahead and lather up a couple of these uncreamed Oreos. I'm going to re-cream them with mayonnaise.
Okay.
So right now we're applying the re-cream, and just so you guys can see that it's a pretty healthy squirt there.
Yeah, it's the real deal.
Yeah, it is on all of these.
Yeah, we need a good amount of mayonnaise there. That is disgusting.
It really is.
I wouldn't even agree to that bet payoff.
You know, I have like a genuine nervousness in my stomach right now.
It's a lot of mayonnaise to gut right there. Okay, and while he gets those prepared, we do need to pick our games for this coming weekend. Every week during the football season, we pick a game, and if we're wrong, we do a bet payoff the following Friday. Does anybody want to take the Cowboys minus 6.5 in this game, or does the Belichick defense make you too nervous? It makes me too nervous. I'm not even considering the Cowboys right now with all the unknowns and the injuries. I mean, I could see the Cowboys scoring only 9 points on Sunday if all their offensive linemen are out again, and I can't take their positivity at face value. Brian, they'll be positive to you on an injury, and the guy ain't going to play for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think the thing that I would definitely feel right now, if you're a Cowboy fan, that you're going to get Biotish back, you're going to get Martin back. The Tyron Smith one is, and just however you feel about Adoga playing left tackle, because that's likely going to be your situation going up. And with Judon playing for and
what a player.
Those guys, they got a couple of edge rushers that can present some problems. So, how well do you feel that Adoga is going to play at left tackle? And if like you said, this it could be everybody doing their job in this game, and then all of a sudden they have a breakdown at that left tackle spot, and it could cause a lot of problems.
There are some big games, Eagles, Commanders. If you're willing to pick Commanders, not only would you win, but you'd be able to put a bet payoff on somebody else. Okay, let's just call that what that is right there. You also have a big spread, San Francisco, Carolina. You want to take Carolina? Maybe they came to life.
That's San Francisco, Arizona.
Yeah, San Francisco, Arizona, my bad.
Carolina's in Minnesota.
And then Jets, Chiefs. There with Kansas City, the 9-point road favorite. Those are the three big ones. For me, it just comes down to which one of those will I take, and I'm going to take the Niners there with the 14 against Arizona. I'm not convinced quite yet.
I'm a little tempted to go with the Commanders.
Commanders always play the Eagles tough.
Well, they ruined their perfect season a year ago.
And you were all about that chicken tender Sam Howell story earlier in the week.
That's my quarterback.
And it's Broadus' guy.
Yeah.
It's Broadus' guy. It's your guy's guy. I mean, the dots are connecting. I feel like this is a must pick scenario for you.
You know what? Maybe it's just because I'm in the Speedo and I'm feeling super confident.
I'm
gonna do it.
All right.
Give me Washington.
You're taking Washington?
I'm gonna do it.
Wow.
Give me the Commandos.
Dude, fist bump on that.
Nice
work, dude.
That is letting them hang a little bit.
Yeah, I'm letting them hang, and it's also my Philly hate. I mean, I hate both these teams, but I hate the Eagles a little bit more, and I really want them to lose.
It'll just allow you to hate watch the Eagles even more on Sunday.
Philly had won 6 in a row before that game, by the way. But yeah, they ruined a perfect season.
Thank you for
Should I
hitting
rethink
that
this?
stat.
I've got it on the official. I've got it on the official board.
Yeah. You got it.
It's on the official board right now.
No.
So I would say, maybe I'll give you the opportunity. If you want to change it, you can change it.
No, he's not. He's not going to freaking walk that back.
I got to do it.
He's not a coward. He's wearing a Speedo right now. He's got crotch versus confidence.
I'm going to end up doing a bet payoff next week because of this crap, but I'm going to do it.
Or you can make Eric do another one.
That'd be fantastic.
Or you can make Broadus.
No,
despite his immunities.
Eric might like these mayonnaise Oreos so much that you make him do it again.
I did bring the coffee just in case the Speedo didn't show up. But pastry chef Eric and our friends in Rockwall, Teresa and Kelly, they definitely came strong.
We got to get these in, Broadus. What do you say?
I took took the Minnesota Vikings against Carolina.
Okay, Vikings. And Broadus is playing with a lead, 2 immunities, so we can get a little bit wonky on you. I am going back to the well of just picking the best team, and that's going to be the Chiefs on Sunday night.
Okay.
It'll also, if the Chiefs lose and I lose, it'll be that much funnier because it's like Zach Wilson won. What the hell? What the hell? So, so I'm going to go with the Chiefs, and there's no way I will be doing a payoff because of that next week.
Okay, just to recall real quick, Zach with Washington, Gavin with San Francisco, Eric with Kansas City, me with Minnesota.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. That bet payoff is locked and loaded, right, Chief? You can go down at any time.
It's a lock and load. I want you guys to move the Oreos around and stuff and make sure.
Oh, can I just give it a little shaky shake?
Here's Lucius in the pimp cup. Hey,
Don't give anything a shaky shake there, Woolchuck. You need to that is an HR violation if you get to shaking. I'm pretty sure of it, bro.
Hey, rate the fit, Lucius. Rate the fit. How am I doing?
Why'd you stand up, bro?
I know, that's what I was saying.
Rate the banana.
Hey, man, you are hairy as hell, fam.
Yeah, bro.
Like, your legs, my God, look like you have on wool long johns or something like that.
Yeah, well, I didn't get the legs waxed. That was just the back.
Just sit down, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought he put a wig in his crotch.
No, this is just pasties.
Yeah, it's 70. It's really 70s down there. It's crazy. Hey, I like how you're shaped like a 2-liter bottle of Coke, though. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that's true.
That is fantastic. You got way more heart than I do to step into that right now. And I work out every damn day.
Hey, I don't.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You got way more heart. You're way more man than I am right now.
You've made that abundantly clear, Wooly Bully.
Yeah. Let's see here. Our G back of the day winner is Mikey B, struggling through a live spot. I don't care about the team struggling.
Don't forget about the Frisco location. It's at the McKinney corridor for our Craig Ranch guys, or the guys just passing through from McKinney and Allen. It's super easy to get in, get off. Well, I said that wrong. It's super easy to get on and off of 121 on the northeast corner of Independence and 121.
Not too easy, though. I mean, just
not really easy. No, not as easy as you made it sound.
Nah, it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous. Yeah,
Can't be saying that kind of stuff with the Patriots and Robert Kraft going into town. He's gonna go door to door every men's tee on. They're not open on Sundays.
Yeah. Rewind that commercial back again. Driver, rewind that back again. Hold on.
He said what he said.
How much time I have on my hand?
421 on Independence, you idiot. Let's go.
That's false advertisement if I don't get what he said.
He's going to send a letter in the mail to Mesquite.
Yeah. To the Better Business Bureau, whatever that is called. The Better Business Bureau. The business. Anyway, here we go. How about this one? This is something special. How about a dad hyping up his son? Son caught a big old bass.
Okay.
Maybe about a 7-8 pounder. I'm talking about a huge bass. Dad hyping him up the whole time. Sounds like Randy Moss.
Set the hook. Stay on him, son. Oh, gosh, that's a good one. Come on. Stay on him. Get him up. Really. Come on, crank back. Don't let him pull you in. Come on. Real, son, that's a big one.
Like
Come on,
Randy Moss,
stay
bro.
on him. Don't let him jump. Come on, son. Yeah! Let's freaking go, boy! Let's go! Come on, boy! Yeah!
Oh, man.
Let's go, kid! Look at that. Let's get him in the middle of the floor. Oh, my gosh, son. What a freaking giant.
What a freaking giant.
A little feel-good story right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dad is stoked.
That's awesome.
Yeah, don't stand up, Woolchuck. Please don't stand up, bro.
Fine.
Good Lord. Man, look like he has a pocket full of amoxicillin somewhere. Love. How about a local man weather report? You know the local weatherman here?
Local Pete Delkus?
There's another one. He's on Instagram.
Oh.
He wears this ridiculous wig, some 70s suits.
Oh.
Look like he hang out with Woolchuck somewhere with them Speedo on type of situation. He gives us a weather report. I played him a few times, but let's give a refresher to the audience.
Texas is going to get pounded with lower temperatures next week, so we got to keep an eye on it. Just bam, 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 bam. It's coming your way. Brownsville, 91 with a high of 94. Corpus Christi is 90 with a high of...
Corpus Christi, bro.
Crispy.
Listen to these cities. I was like, oh, these cities are in Texas? Oh, okay.
92. Austin is 89 with a high of 96. Round is 89 with a high of 94. Now look at this. For the rest of this week, it's going to be warm, but then it's going to drop around Thursday and Friday, supposedly. The temperatures are just going to come down. Lowmont is 88 with a high of 93. Phallus is 90 with...
Phallus? These Phallus, Blowmont? My God.
High of 95, and you look again towards the end of the week, it's just going to plummet, and you're going to get pounded with lower temperatures. Midland and Odessa are the same thing, 85 with a high of 94. Pecos is 90 with a high of 100. Little heat thing going around Pecos right now. Amarillo, 86 with a high of 95 again. Towards the end of the week, the temperatures are going to plummet.
Thought it was a little bit too much there at the end there, Chief. I don't know. You are the master of the entendres. How would you score that?
I would say
too much or the perfect amount?
He was in his bag. He was in his bag throughout that ride. I'm going to score it a good 7.9.
I need to get that follow, by the way. Sounds like he knows what's going on.
Oh, y'all wait on me? All right. How about this one?
Do you want to vote?
Should we? No, we're okay.
Okay.
Did you hear the audio of Sneaky Tiki Barber walking off his own show?
Uh-oh.
No.
After being called a Jets hater?
Uh-oh.
Old boy was giving a hard time. He was on Tiki's behind, bro. This is WFAN, New York City.
Zach Wilson could process? What are we talking about?
I'm not.
That's
the
offense. You hit it on the head. That's the difference. The Niners dumped the number one draft choice after a year and a half or 2 years because they knew he couldn't play.
Bingo.
And my team continues
it's not
to
that they
trot
knew
out this
it's
stiff
not that they knew he couldn't
tiki.
play.
They knew that you hate the Jets. You would love to see the Jets go 2-15. Stop it.
I love
You're
Nate
a
Hackett.
Giant.
I do not.
If this was the situation with the Giants, you'd be screaming to get Wilson the hell out of there.
First of all,
so
I never
don't
scream.
give me this nonsense.
First of all,
all right,
I never
Pete?
scream because I watch and I analyze. And
Okay,
I watch and I analyze.
Look, all I know is this. Yesterday, you were in Washington with the Commanders and the Bills. Okay, were you not?
I was.
Okay, so don't give me this nonsense how you're analyzing Zach Wilson. Okay, I don't want to hear it.
All right.
It's BS.
All right,
Pete.
Joe.
He
Sounds good.
stinks.
I'm turning my mic off, buddy.
He stinks.
No, but here's what I know that frustrates me related to a point you just made. Mike White.
Bull bleep. Yeah, you won't let me say anything. Yeah. I think that's how the Tolos want us to interview Stephen Jones, by the way, coming up at 3.
Yeah.
You scream at him. All righty. What do you say here? Is it time to vote, Lucius?
Yeah, it is time to vote. I have this Eagles fan audio.
Yeah.
He remixed a classic song.
It is a good one.
It's really, really good,
Play it,
bro.
Lucius. Play it.
Because it feels like it's dunking on our audience. But this is a real sicko that sent it to me, though, man. He's like an Eagles fan. He lives in Philly, and he's sending me this right here. And he listens to the Fed every day. He listens to us, the home of the Cowboys, and he's in Philly every day. What a real sicko. And then he sent me this. Oh, should I play it, B?
Go for it. Go for it. Heck,
man.
yes, go for it. Yes.
All right.
It's 9 p.m. on a Sunday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's a Cowboy fan sitting next to me, and he's crying because they didn't win.
All right, turn it off.
I know. You got the harmonica jam and everything.
Oh, it's Billy Joel all the way.
It's a vibe, bro.
Oh, great vibe.
He said, son, can you play this documentary? 'Cause I kind of forgot how it goes. But I'm sad and I'm sick 'cause Dak threw another pick.
Oh, come on.
In the end zone against the Cardinals. Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Too much.
Throw us a pick, you're the interception man.
Okay, that's enough. All right. Wow.
Yeah, that guy can bleep.
Interception, man.
I'll tell you what, it's a good video.
Interception, man. That's disrespectful, bro.
I was wondering how he's going to tie that in. Piano man, interception man. You know, that's good trolling. And thanks for listening, sir.
Yeah,
Bleep you at the same
Dak Prescott, the most disrespected quarterback in the league.
100%. Is it Mike Bassick struggling? Is it the dad hyping up his son who caught a big old bass? Some people get stoked about fishing.
Yes.
Whoa! I thought that was a shot right there.
Yeah,
fishing's great.
I love fishing. You don't like fishing? You said it like some type of slight.
He's not a
the
fisher.
energy. I didn't like how you delivered that tone right there, bro.
Well, you know.
Well, fishing's my guy, but
yeah, fishing's my guy. But when he turns around, I give him a fist.
I played a lot of sports in my life. I never got the feeling when I was fishing like I had caught a touchdown pass or hit a 3. Like, yes, let's freaking go, dude. You see that?
You just never caught a big enough fish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He ain't never caught no fish, bro.
Caught some big old fish.
Have you caught a
Big
whole
old fish.
mess of fish?
Yeah, caught a 300-pound sturgeon once. Columbia
Really?
River.
All right,
Yeah.
well, let me sit down and reply.
Is the local weather reports sneaky tiki
He
barber?
made that up.
Yeah.
Or
We can't check it out.
He tried to win the argument right there.
He is.
Yeah, I tried to move on real quick.
It was
I totally made that up.
big, and he stretches his arms out further than they ever been in their entire life.
You guys have never been in the Pacific Northwest.
You guys have never seen a sturgeon.
Neither of you.
Can we vote for the Eagles fans? What do you think?
No, we're
Man,
not voting for
that's
the
good
Eagles
art.
fan.
That
Hell
is
no.
good art. And I am enjoying the trolling of the Dak stan right now, or the holding accountable of the Dak stan. Brian's doing some great work on social media with that today.
Whoa, you're dragging me in this one.
No, I think you put yourself in there pretty good today, and I loved it.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna vote for the local weather reports, though. How about you, Chief?
Give me the champ.
Lucius?
Piano Man.
Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the weatherman.
It's 2-1 to 1, Brian.
Kid catching a big old fish.
By a score of 2-1 to 1-2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's our local weatherman in his bag with a look around the great state of Texas and the extreme conditions we've been in. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio now through October 28th. 0% APR financing. Flagtober 23 has kicked off. We have retro flags and vouchers for new ones because the 2023 flags got stuck in customs in Cincinnati. We're trying to get him here before the end of the show, but no guarantees on that. Over 80 models of spas and different hot tub options to choose from. They have those little mini saunas. They got cold tubs. They got everything you need right here. Big green eggs and all the accessories. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, Dawson and I talk about the virtues of fishing after we talk about the way that the Cowboys are going to beat the Patriots. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday.
just announced Classic Chevrolets and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Thanks to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio for having us out here today to kick off Flagtober. Now, if you didn't hear, the flags got stuck in customs. We're handing out old year flags, so it's a retro Flagtober kickoff. Plus, we have vouchers for the new ones. We have Whataburger coupons as well. And we'll mail a new flag to you if you come by here and we don't have a flag for you. We're going to mail one out to everybody that comes by today. So please join us. Well, I mean, Woolchuck's doing a bet payoff right now with a Speedo on. And Chiafal, I believe, coming up at 3 o'clock is going to do his Oreo roulette. He has taken the cream filling out of Oreos and replaced it with mayonnaise, and he'll be eating those coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for Broadus and Krusty's Corner. Here's the king himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Let's get right to this. Wooly Bully.
Yep.
Will Mike McCarthy hold the offense back this week?
I don't think so. I feel like he learned a valuable lesson last week, even if you are playing with moving parts along the offensive line. I don't think he will do that again. I think it'd be more so Belichick and the Patriots defense and maybe poor play on the field than it is Mike McCarthy holding them back.
Eric.
Yes, because I'm going to want more big plays than what they're going to give me on Sunday. So I will say yes.
McCarthy holds the offense back.
Yes.
Gavin.
No, the person holding the offense back will be named Dak Prescott. He'll have a number 4 jersey on, Brian.
Okay. Cowboys run defense on point this week, or Patriots wear you out? Chief.
I think they'll be more on point. They won't be able to beat you. They won't run so good that they beat you because of it.
How about you, Zach?
Yeah, I'm expecting a bounce back from the defense. I think they're motivated. I think they go ahead and they're not over pursuing. They stay in their gaps, and I think they do a much better job this week.
Dawson, run defense on point this week, or Patriots wear you out?
Oh, on point. On point and then some. This is going to be a great defensive performance. And I'm thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 yards rushing for the Patriots on the day.
You know what? I think the defense will be on point after watching, the fits and the problems. I just don't trust the Patriots' offensive line to block that well in this game. I think they're limited in a couple of spots. Cowboys will. I think they'll be ready. Like I say, it's about the fits. It's about the finish. I think that they learned their lesson last week on that.
It's a great defensive line.
Yeah, the thing about we need to be alert for, by the way, is Patriots run the ball well to their left. That would be the defense's right. So who's ever on that edge? If it's Sam Williams, if it's Armstrong over there.
If you're Dan Quinn and you know that, why don't you just put Tank over there?
That they started the Jets game that way. Remember?
I remember, and he blows up Brees Hall.
For -4.
I would almost expect that.
Right up. Yeah, I mean, you just have to. I would definitely think about doing that. Okay, how about you on this one, Gavin? The defense with the most sacks will be.
Cowboys. Yeah, Patriots. Just not good enough, man. I mean, this defensive front is going to get back to absolutely feasting. This is going to be a continuation of what we saw in New York and New York. And I know last week sucked, but this is going to be a game where you're playing ahead. The Patriots have to pass the ball, and we're going to be feeling like Mac Jones' life might be in danger again, just like Daniel Jones was in Week 1. It's a continuation. That's the storyline until you have an athletic quarterback willing to run with a good game plan. That's going to be the storyline in every game almost.
Wooly Bully.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys' offensive line's done a really good job at, and that's credit to Dak as well, in getting the ball out quickly, but they're not giving up a lot of sacks. The Patriots' offensive line I don't think is very good in pass protection. I think it's definitely the Cowboys' defense gets Mac Jones for a couple of sacks, if not more.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't hear the question. I'm looking at Zeke text right now from the 469 and 214. We think Zeke's going to score 2 and 3 TDs on the day, back-to-back texts.
I do think Zeke scores this week.
I think they're replying to the run defense on point or not is what that comment's all about. But I'm going to ask you the question, the defense with the most sacks.
Oh, it's no question it's the Cowboys. Yeah, it's no question. They're going to be getting the ball. Dak's going to be getting the ball out extremely quickly. That's what he does. I mean, with that terrible offensive line last week, you gave up 2 sacks. Dak's really good at avoiding the sack, and McCarthy's entire game plan is don't get sacked and don't throw an interception. So,
Final question here is, most reliable receivers for the Patriots are their tight ends. Are you worried about them being a factor? Wooly Bully.
I'm worried a little bit about Hunter Henry being a factor. Certainly I am. I do think Jaron Curse is really good when it comes to playing against tight ends. I hope he has a big game, but they've got 2 of them. So their ability to screen one open and Mac Jones, much like Dak, he loves throwing to those tight ends. I think Hunter Henry's the guy you got to watch for.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I don't think there's a single aspect of the Patriots offense that legitimately scares me.
How about you, Dawson?
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm picking them to score 1 touchdown, so maybe a couple of plays, but I don't think they have the kind of diverse weapons to really put a fear into you. I guess that would say, here's the one place where you're going to have a little bit of success throughout the day, your tight ends.
Yeah, quarterback does like throwing to these guys, and they are that's his quarterback rating is actually really good with these tight ends. But Dallas has got to find a way to limit these guys and don't let them convert third downs with these. That's where I would keep an eye on. With the Patriots tight ends. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. We are headed for a bet payoff with Eric Chiafalo here, probably at the top of the hour. We are standing by for Stephen Jones now, live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. When the weather cools down and you're hanging out inside and you're like, hey, let's go out there into that cool air and jump in that hot tub a
Nothing
little bit.
better. Dude.
Oh, it's so good with the sports on the TV and the outdoor TV. That's the good life right there on a patio.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, dude, it's amazing how you're really one hot tub away from changing the vibes in your backyard for the better.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes, in perpetuity, indeed. And we're here at the place to do it, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. We're back with hour number 2. Probably going to have Stephen Jones join you right here in the G-Bag Nation. Want to chat Frankels before we do anything else, because if you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-33.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for Stephen Jones. We have a Eric Chiafalo bet payoff for you as well, the Oreo Roulette, as we're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now through October 28th, 0% APR financing, up to $1,500 in rebates, factory direct pricing, and affordable payments, starting at just $105 a month. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here on 105.3 The Fan. Lucius, have we heard from Stephen's office yet about, his plans for the afternoon? We have not. Salute to Bobby Belt of the Sean, RJ, and Bobby show. He stopped by here, Southern Leisure. Time now for Eric Chiafalo to get you the details there on his bet payoff and to get this executed here as we stand by for Stephen Jones, buddy.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Mayo Roulette. What I have here is courtesy of Whataburger, a delightful little, just a treasure box here filled with 6 Oreos, 6 of which are regular cream-filled Oreos, 3 of which, then the other 3 are filled with mayonnaise. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise.
Yes.
Now, my guys here have passed it around. They put their nasty fingers all over them. They're rummaging. They're moving them around. I am about to blindfold myself. I will reach in on 3 separate occasions, and I will consume. Oh, he's shaking the box.
I'm nervous about that one. I just don't want him coming off.
Yeah, I don't want these.
Like,
these
a whole lot of
shake.
We got Stephen.
I think we got Stephen here now. Thank you, Stephen, for delaying my pain.
Okay.
And discomfort.
All righty. Joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan is the Cowboys Executive Vice President of Player Personnel and COO, Stephen Jones, here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing good. You know, it's a football Friday. We're getting excited about this opportunity against the Patriots on Sunday. We do have a little bit of news, though, and I saw Tyron Smith already ruled out, huh? Can you confirm that?
Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to be another week with Tyron, but looking good for several of the other guys.
There's no longer concern with Tyron as far as IR or anything like that?
No, I don't think we're looking at an IR situation. You know, he'll continue to progress. I do think he's getting better, but feel like, the way he's progressing now, it wouldn't be an IR-type situation.
Right on. And you're optimistic about the other guys?
Yes, absolutely. Feeling good about them, and I think they got a real shot to make it. It's not for sure, but feel good about it.
It's Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. How you feeling about this team bouncing back on Sunday?
I feel really good about it. I think, obviously, we did a lot of looking at where we can be better and how we have to be better, and just feel like that this group of men are going to respond in a good way. We got great leadership, and be great to, get that offensive line some more continuity, getting Zach and Tyler back. So, and getting another game for Tyler Smith under his belt. So I just think we'll go out and we'll play really well. And, the defense, I thought, made the proper adjustments and played much better in the second half. And I think they'll build on that. And I think we'll play well. Now we're going against, one of the greatest coaches to ever coach this game in Belichick. And, certainly he's going to have his team ready to play and at a high level. And I know we always get, whenever we have a great player who goes to another team like Zeke, they seem to always come and play their best, and wouldn't expect any different from Zeke, the competitor he is. So, we're certainly going to have our hands full, and we're going to have to play at a very high level if we expect to win a football game.
At the conclusion of your investigation, what were the spots that you feel are like most important to improve upon right now, or the areas?
I think it's been hit on all week. I mean, obviously, from a defensive standpoint, we've got to get away from giving up the big plays. And if you do give one up, then you got to stop them once you get them in your red zone, which we can do a better job of that. And certainly we didn't take the ball away like we're accustomed to, from the defensive side. And then offensively, I thought we did a good job of sustaining drives, but we've just got to get the ball in the end zone and have success in the red zone. Certainly, avoid the negative plays in the red zone, which, we had plenty of those last week. Don't get yourself in second and third and longs down there. That leads to a lot more difficult, situations when you put yourself in second and third and long in the red zone. So, I think those are the biggest takeaways from the game. And then, most of all, we got to, we did a great job the first two games, but, you're not going to win a lot of football games when you get, 10-plus penalties, which I think we had 13 or even 14 that were thrown on us and 12 of them that were accepted. So, that's not winning football.
Steven, obviously we'd love to get Tyron, Zach, and Tyler back into the starting lineup, but when you reviewed the tape and we've talked to you about offensive line depth, do you feel like the guys like Bass and Hoffman and Adoga, you might be better equipped than you have been previously to handle some of those losses with the strength now that you might actually have with your offensive line depth?
No question. There's no excuses. We're not using that. Those guys played really well. TJ Bass, Hoffman, Chuma, they all really played well. And, we've got to be able to win a football game when you have injuries. Everybody in this league has injuries and has to deal with it. So, you can't ever use that as an excuse as to why you don't win a football game. It's just about executing. And as we said, we got to get those penalties out of the game. And I think good things are going to happen for this football team. And I agree with you. It's great to have guys like Chuma and TJ Bass and Hoffman and even Awesome Richards, who didn't get a chance to play. I know he's been practicing well as well. And it's great to know that guys can go in a big game like that and play well.
Is Tyler Smith still viewed as the future starting left tackle?
Yeah, I think long term that's where he'll end up playing. The greatness about him is just his versatility, that he can go back in there to guard and play at a high level if we feel like that's the best spot for him. When you got guys like Chuma and guys like Awesome Richards and guys like that. But I think ultimately, if Tyron Smith at some point in time retires, then that's going to be Tyler's home.
Steven, when you looked at your run defense in the first half, was it more things that Arizona was doing to you running the football, or was it things that you weren't able to do scheme-wise or fits-wise that caused you guys the problems?
Yeah. I think obviously we adjusted and we were able to do things to combat their success in the second half. But, you got to give them credit. Their coach came in with a good game plan to attack our defense. And, it took us a minute to adjust, if you will, in terms of, not getting the adjustments that we needed to get done probably till the second half. And certainly, you look at a game like that and you learn from it. And certainly, thinks that as well. And hats off. You got to give the Arizona Cardinals and their coaches credit. They had a good game plan. And, the good news is we really felt like, other than letting the receiver loose in the second half, that we did a much better job playing, the play style and the Dallas Cowboy defense we expect to play.
Is it as easy as just reminding them, hey, here's how we fixed it last year, guys. We got to get back to these couple of keys for us?
Yeah, I think I don't think it's anything that's, difficult to accomplish and difficult to execute. It's just a matter of getting it done. And, you're going to always see things that, the way people are going to attack you that you certainly learn from and you fix it and you move forward and you know how to adjust going forward. But I feel really good that, about our staff, Dan and his defensive staff, Mike and Coach Shoddy and the staff, and certainly Bones on special teams. I feel really comfortable that our coaches are going to get our players in the position to win these football games.
Stephen Jones here with you on The Fan. Looking back at last week's game, was it a struggle for the Cowboys wide receivers to get open as much as they usually do?
No, I think obviously, there's probably a little bit, even if you ask Mike, when it's a little daunting at first when it hits you that you're not going to have three starting offensive linemen, that really hits you late in the week. But probably on hindsight, we should, you got to just have confidence in the guys you put in there. But, no, I feel like our guys we're getting open, can get open, and will get open.
What's the easiest fix for red zone issues, you think, from your perspective?
I think execution is you start with execution, and certainly, I know our guys are going back and doing a good review of, where we've had our hiccups, and I know they feel good about it, but I think at the top of the list is go execute.
I know that the running quarterback can shift the dynamics, but with a veteran one, you don't want to risk injury. I was wondering, is it too early, or is it in the cards possibly as the season goes on for like a red zone package for Trey Lance, who's younger and can run a little bit himself?
Well, we feel great about Dak, and Dak he's all raring and ready if we want to turn him loose. But this is a long season, and he would be up for it, but he also knows the best way we can win football games is Dak playing quarterback for the Cowboys.
Certainly the big storyline is Zeke's return to AT&T Stadium. What will those emotions be like for you, and can you let us in on maybe something you've got planned for Zeke?
Well, I think there may be a little something here and there for Zeke in terms of recognizing his greatness, while he was in a uniform for the Cowboys, and certainly there'll be emotion. No one has more respect for Zeke than Jerry, myself, this current coaching staff, past coaching staffs, and certainly probably most of all his teammates that he played with. But, Zeke was a supreme, excellent football player. He was a tremendous competitor, and, nothing but much respect for Zeke as he comes back, and I know he'll be playing at a high level, and we better buckle up.
Steven, I might be on an island on this one, but I kind of feel like that Mozzie Smith is getting better for you every week. I was kind of hopeful he was going to play some more snaps, but I understand how the games work. And can you talk about what the coaches are saying and what your own observations are about Mozzie and the progress that I feel like he's made the last 3 weeks?
Well, believe it or not, it rarely happens, but we had the ball almost 35 minutes, so we didn't get as many defensive plays. Unfortunately, when they did move the ball, they were big plays and short drives, or we were stopping them. So I agree with you, Brian. I think Mozzie keeps getting better every week, and he'll get more and more plays as we go there. And we feel really good about what he's going to do for us as we move forward. Obviously, a big part of our defense is stopping the run, getting them in second and long, getting them in third and long, and then doing what we do best. And so certainly he's going to be a big part of that with Hankins and Neville, Gallimore, and that crew. But I'm with you. I think he's doing a great job. And, like any rookie, all they do is they get better as they get more play time, and certainly that's going to happen for Mozzie.
Steven, after a game, when you go look at some of the numbers and you check it out and see what the box score is telling you, are you more interested in what the turnover situation looked like, or how many big plays you either had offensively, 20-plus yards, or gave up defensively? Like the explosive plays versus turnovers. Is there, which one do you feel like is more important?
I think it's all the above. I don't think you can look at just one. I will say this, usually the turnover one's the biggest one. I mean, most of the time you show me a team that wins a turnover battle, and you're probably looking at the team that won the game. It's not all the time, but it's probably the most predictable stat that you look at. But I agree with you. The big plays, we had our share of big plays, but we gave up too many big plays. And, all those things are important. Time of possession, winning time of possession is a big, big deal. We certainly won the time of possession, but we didn't win the game. And a big part of that is we just didn't get the ball in the end zone when we were in the red zone, and we either kicked field goals or we're going for it on fourth down unsuccessfully in that particular game. But, all those things, you hit on some of the big key things that we go over, that Mike goes over before the game, and certainly, they go over with Jerry and I and Will after the game in terms of how we fared in those big areas.
Now, Steven, I'm going to be a little vulnerable with you here. I'm actually doing this entire show in a Speedo. I know you're quite the traveler. Have you ever rocked a Speedo before?
That's too much information.
He's not lying, Steven. He's sitting here in a Speedo right now doing the show.
Very hairy, sir.
I must admit that I've sported a Speedo to get some laughs out of some people before when I've been on a vacation. And believe me, they laughed. It's not a pleasant sight, Stephen Jones in a Speedo, I can assure you.
But it is a crowd pleaser. Yeah, Stephen.
It may be humorous, but I don't know about pleasing.
Yeah, I'm leaning into the humor too.
Thank you, sir. Give him hell this weekend. We'll be pulling for you.
Take care, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys and Patriots Sunday afternoon right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, we did reset the news there in it, but if you didn't catch that, Tyron Smith is already ruled out. And to me, when that's happening so early in the week, they're not even going to do that. We're going to wait till Saturday thing. I wanted to ask him, are we possibly looking at an IR? But he's pretty confident. Maybe one more week without Tyron Smith, but he's confident as well that Zach Martin and Tyler Biadasz are going to be playing on Sunday, and that's huge right there.
Yeah. Saving Tyron for Niners week. Was that?
I think that makes sense.
Like, let's make sure we got him for that game.
I really only need him for like 3 more games. Let's just go Niners, Eagles, maybe Bills, Dolphins, depending on how he's feeling. Maybe as many as 5, but 3 to 5. Keep him healthy, but don't let the rust build up. I think that's the approach. I can't wait to see how this line plays with Udoka. Because I'll give Tyron Smith every other week if that's what it takes to keep this man ready to rock for playoff time.
Wasn't it surprising to me, Udoka's actually never played against Judon. I thought maybe when he was with the Jets, they would have played against each other, but he was either not healthy or just wasn't playing. So this will be his first task, getting to play against Matt Judon.
Yeah, you just hope that's not the one area that breaks down for you in this football game. Having the other guys back, and that makes me feel good. But Tyron Smith, the first couple of games, was playing at a pretty high level as a pass protector.
Yeah.
That's where I worry about Matthew Judon doing stuff, like quickly beating, quickly, winning on the outside there, and then all of a sudden pressure on Dak in the pocket.
Okay, we're live, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Flagtober has kicked off, even though the flags got stuck in customs. Our man Oscar put together a collection of retro flags from previous years that we're giving out, plus vouchers for us to mail you a new 2023 flag. Okay, so it's a retro flag kickoff for Flagtober, and we're at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Flower Mound. As Wolchuk mentioned to Steve, he's in a Speedo. And Chief has a Mayo Oreo payoff to get to as well as we're heading for the NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, what's on deck?
We got Clapback Goff. Is this a BS question? And Justin Jefferson isn't giving up just yet. That's next.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads.
ages, and cuisines from across the country, Q is the country's premier barbecue festival experience. Visit QBBQDallas.com for more details and to snag your tickets today.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, G-Mac Nation. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio is our broadcast location. It is day one of Flagtober 2023. And you can come by, get a retro flag plus a voucher for the new flag. New flag got stuck in customs. It's also a Bet Payoff Football Friday as Zach Wolchuk continues to broadcast in a pink Speedo. And Eric Chiafalo gets ready to play a game of Oreo Mayo Roulette here. For your viewing entertainment, you can watch it at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. It's time for the NFL News of the Day. And here's Zach Wolchuk to deliver.
Thank you very much. If you missed it, yes, Tyron Smith has been ruled out. That is official. We've got Bills safety Damar Hamlin, who is planning to play in Sunday's game against the Dolphins. This will be the first game back since he had that life-threatening incident on Monday Night Football.
Why did I think he played opening day?
He didn't. There was thoughts that he would. They held him out. And so he's going to make his debut this week against the Dolphins unless something else happens.
He was a healthy scratch those first few games.
Yeah, he was.
The Dolphins make me cry.
Poyer is going to miss this one.
Yes, he is. Jordan Poyer is out. So here comes Damar Hamlin. Makes a lot of sense.
That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for Damar. Why couldn't
it's
it
a
have
tough
been last
game to be
week? Why
back.
couldn't it have been next week?
It's a home game for him, right?
Yeah, it's a home game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be...
Well, the team that he's playing against, I think that's the one where we're thinking, man, against the Dolphins offense that just put up 70 points, that's a tough one to just be thrown back into the fire.
I wouldn't be surprised if Buffalo gave them everything that they can handle.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's going to be. It's not like the Dolphins are going to blow them out or anything like that. But that's just a heck.
The Dolphins go up there.
Safety to
Dolphins go up there and win handedly. That might be the team that might be the best team in the league.
Dolphins to the Super Bowl, man. As long as Tua stays healthy, he'll be the MVP. We also have Cooper Kupp. He's returning to practice. Team says they will activate his 21-day window to return from IR, so that's good news. Shout out still to Puka Nacua, who's been absolutely fantastic.
Okay, wait,
in
does
his
that put him
absence.
in line and playing against the Cowboys?
It would.
Yeah.
Yep, it absolutely would, which, of course, that's the Cowboys' luck. And then we had an interesting development with some of the gambling suspensions. So the NFL's reinstating wide receiver Jamison Williams and Titans offensive lineman Nicholas Petit-Frere effective Monday. So 2 weeks before their gambling suspensions were set to end. This is part of the newly agreed to policies related to gambling. According to Tom Pelissero, the new policies reduce the punishment for gambling inside team facilities on non-NFL sports from 6 games to 2, which is why they're getting early reinstatement. Meanwhile, the minimum suspension for betting on NFL games increases to 1 year to 2, from 1 year to 2 years for betting on your own team. So non-NFL sports, 6 games down to 2. For betting on your own team, it's 1 year to 2 years. So those are the new rules.
I think they're heading in the right direction. I think betting on your own team should be a lifetime ban. You're done here. And betting on non-NFL inside the facility should be a 0. Should be a, hey, who are you betting on? I'm betting on the Reds. How about you?
Yeah, like especially if it's not an NFL game.
Yeah.
You know, if it's NHL, NBA, whatever it might be, WNBA, UFC, and no harm, no foul. Like you're a human being. You're having some fun. And the NFL is cashing in left and right on casinos and DraftKings and gambling. So, again, you know, the hypocrisy that goes into this, but certainly they're adjusting this. Now,
do they have a reason for why they're sensitive about non-NFL gambling in the building?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Friendships? Friendships with other NFL players, friendships with basketball players, friendships with baseball players, maybe?
Maybe.
That you can get to a buddy of yours that plays on the Dodgers and maybe affect, hey, listen, I got a deal for you here.
But how does it change the fact that it's in your building? Why in your building does it matter?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to call you. You're my buddy at the Dodgers. Maybe I'm sitting in my locker or in the meeting room, and I'm texting you, and I'm saying, hey, you and I need to talk about something here in a little bit. I got something for you, you know, kind of a thing. Maybe they're worried about, you know, the influences of having friendships with these other athletes. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
We also have good news on Anthony Richardson. He's going to play. So is Bryce Young. So both rookie quarterbacks should be back, ready to go this weekend. Last night, huge win for the Lions. They completely obliterate the Packers 34-20. Big game from David Montgomery. Jared Goff, 19 of 28, 210 yards, 1 touchdown. Following the game, he goes on the prime set, and Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's one of the hosts alongside, of course, Andrew Whitworth and company, Ryan Fitzpatrick had called Jared Goff a poor man's Matt Ryan during the broadcast on Amazon Prime. And after the win, Goff clapped back a little bit. Here's Jared.
Thought I played better throughout the rest of the game. Hope it's up to your standards.
You played a lot.
Okay.
You played very well, dog.
Okay.
You were very happy.
I didn't know it was a poor man's anything, but you know,
he hears
okay.
that. He's
I
listening.
heard about it. That's all.
Ooh.
Call him out there, Dick.
Andrew.
Receipts.
I didn't do it. Matt Ryan's a pretty good player, too.
Matt Ryan's a hell of a player.
I told him.
I'm giving you a hard time. I appreciate it, man.
I love that.
I love good confrontation like that.
Made it a little salty, but shout out to Jared Goff, man. I mean, I think Jared Goff's just grown. The consistency, he's playing really well. He's working with Ben Johnson, but the confidence, you can also tell. You didn't know what you were getting week to week from Jared Goff earlier in his career. Now, this is a dude who's playing with a ton of confidence. He's owning that system. He's taking off. He's running for 15 yards when he sees green that he can go ahead and take. And I love this, clapping back at Ryan Fitzmagic over there on the set.
That's good entertainment, and it is a little salty. Speaking of salty goodness, Whataburger has just delivered some of their new menu items for us to try right here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. I cannot wait for this break.
I am salivating right now.
Perfect, dude. We're gonna make history during Biggest L, Biggest Dub. That's our huge dub of the week, and I will also take my L with the Oreos.
This is perfect.
It'll work out fantastically.
Shout out to Whataburger. You guys are the best. We absolutely love you. Now, after the loss, Matt LaFleur has asked a question. You guys let me know, is this a BS question or not from said reporter? Now, keep in mind, a week ago, Packers got down 17-0 to the Saints before they came back and won. We saw what happened yesterday. The Lions, I believe, had more points at halftime than the Packers had offensive yards. So here's the question and the response from Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
What do you think happens when you have to cause a first half like that, where you got nothing?
I mean, you saw it, Pete. I mean, we got our ass kicked. If I knew, it wouldn't have happened.
Matt, they didn't blitz until...
That's a BS question, man.
They didn't blitz until the last play of the first half. They sent 4 or less most of the time. Why couldn't you guys protect, do you think?
It wasn't good enough. They whipped us. They manhandled us. Again, if I knew the answer to that, it wouldn't have happened.
So Matt LaFleur, who looks like he's about to burst into tears at any moment. I think that's just his face. And he looked like he was about to start crying there. But honestly, I don't think Pete's question was BS there. You started like crap in the first half last week. You started like doo-doo in the first half again last night. There's a trend here. He's doing his job. And clearly I think it hit close to home because Matt LaFleur is well aware of that. And that's why he kind of lashed out on the reporter there.
He needs to take a chill pill. You know, I think it's embarrassing for a leader of a football team to get so bothered by a dorky media member. Like, how are you going to handle football players, executives? I don't know. I just think that's a pathetic look. But more than that, he just needs to have the balls to say, listen, Aaron Rodgers left, right? We're dealing with a backup quarterback and trying to win games. On top of that, the previous 3 years, they were spending money like crazy trying to make Aaron Rodgers happy. Didn't work, okay? And what we're stuck with right now is a big dead cap bill. We got $50 million that's not getting us any players because of the defensive players and the offensive linemen that we wanted to keep around for Aaron Rodgers. So I got a backup quarterback and a $50 million bill for nothing. So what do you want, you know? But, yeah, no, that's not a tough question at all. That is a very reasonable post-game question and a guy that's triggered because he doesn't know how to handle a very easy situation.
Mm-hmm.
You tell those reporters, listen, I'm going to take you out to lunch on Tuesday afternoon, okay? Take it easy, bro. Of course we're getting our ass kicked early in games because we're a bad football team. And we had to let guys go. We had cap casualties, and I got freaking Jordan Love. If you idiots wouldn't have pretended all summer like Jordan Love was an actual good quarterback, then there would be no expectations, and everybody would be like, oh, yeah, the Packers suck because they suck. You guys made up this story, not me. Okay, so get off my ass. That's how
get
you
off my
handle
lawn.
that.
Okay,
That's how you handle that.
And that's coming from a coach. Okay,
Yeah.
so we appreciate your expertise on
You
the
got
matter,
it.
Dawson. And I like the idea of like a what he should have said segment or what he was actually, what he wanted to say segment where Dawson can sort of transcribe and translate what's really going through LaFleur's head as he's almost coming to tears.
The coach speak.
I like that.
Now, Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson, there's been a lot of trade talk. Like, should the Vikings just trade Kirk Cousins? He's going to be a free agent. They're 0-3. They lead the NFL in turnovers with 9. They've only got 2 takeaways. It's been a frustrating start, but Justin Jefferson isn't having any of this, hey, the season's over.
At the end of the day, it's not going to be perfect every time. It's things that you got to go throughout the season to really tell if you're going to be a great team or not. Of course, we're handling the adversity earlier in the season, with the turnovers and being 0-3 to start. But there's a whole bunch of more games to go. I'm tired of people saying, we're looking into next season, all of the trades and stuff like that. We're focused still on this season. We have a lot more games to go, and we have a lot more things to accomplish this season. So, we're still focused in. We still have that same goal as we had before the season, and we just need to fix a few things, and I feel like we'll be back on track.
Hey, we saw a team last year in the Detroit Lions in that division start 1-7, and they were in a position to make the playoffs at the end of the season in the final game. Anything can happen. It's a terrible start. We all kind of envisioned this from the Vikings, that they would regress after winning one-score games 11 times last year, which was incredible. But I hear what Justin Jefferson is saying. I understand that.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable.
Well, you have to have that mindset, too. I mean, my gosh, that's what – these guys have to believe that they're actually going to go out there and win on Sundays.
Right. I mean, the media, we can talk about, hey, team tank. They're not doing that in the locker room. Those players, even if the players know, hey, we suck.
He knows they suck.
They're still going out there to try and put good film out there, right? I mean, your livelihood's still at stake.
They go lose to Carolina. Now it turns into, okay, that's the clip he's going to hear, coming back. How do you feel now? How do you feel now about it, and all that? And
not good at all.
Yeah. I mean, they need to play better this, and it needs to start this week.
The clip you will hear when we return at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio is our critiques of the new Whataburger menu items. First in Texas, the chili cheeseburger, the chili cheese fries. The chili cheese fries with jalapenos and bacon. It's coming to a Whataburger menu near you. Delicious. The white chocolate raspberry shake and some jalapeno cheddar biscuits is what we're looking at as we go to break. And salute to Whataburger for swinging that by here as our Friday broadcast continues. It's a double bet payoff Friday. Wolchuk continues in his pink Speedo. And Eric Chiafalo you're going to do the Oreo roulette next, right?
Yeah, I think it's apropos. Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? I'll take my L, and we'll get our Whataburger dub next right here in the nation.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Football season is here, so get inspired by our great team and work out and recover like a champion.
mental health journey, please visit imlistening.org.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet's in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they can be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Thanks to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio for having us out on this glorious Football Friday. This is the setting for one of the most memorable shows we'll ever have. Woolchuck in a pink Speedo. Okay. Whataburger just delivered their new menu items that are going to be live Tuesday at 8 a.m. The chili cheeseburger is one of the best burgers in fast food instantly right now. I'll tell you that much right now. The white chocolate raspberry shake is out of this world, and they're bringing back those jalapeno cheddar biscuits that I think is the best biscuit in fast food. So a lot of greatness is going on. And if you need a spa, you need a hot tub, now through October 28th, 0% APR financing right now with Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. They have their battle of brands. There's over 80 models to choose from with free installation if you buy a spa. So visit any of their 3 DFW showrooms, Arlington, Flower Mound, Richardson, southernleisurespas.com. And here's the chief with your biggest L, biggest dubs.
Man, I love doing the show with you guys, but I got to be honest, if it was completely up to me right now, I'd have one of these Whataburgers, and I'd be sitting in that beautiful jacuzzi over there to my left, and I would just be enjoying life. I would just be enjoying a Football Friday that way, man.
Best way to kick off the weekend.
I'm not excited to take the Oreo, the mayo roulette situation that I'm about to find myself in. Let's get to it, folks. Biggest L, biggest dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Okay, what's about to happen is I'm going to open up one of these lovely, gorgeous Whataburger boxes. It's got 6 Oreos in it. 3 of them are regular Oreos. The other 3 have real Hellmann's mayonnaise inside of them, acting as the cream. So now my guys have already shuffled it up. I have no idea. I'm going to put this blindfold on here, so give me just a second, and then I'm going to go rummaging for some May Oreos.
Some May Oreos. I like that. That is, it's a good name for the bid. I was wondering exactly what to call it earlier. May Oreos, as Chiafalo really idiotically last week, I believe, picked the Cowboys to get the dub. And at the time, it seemed like a lock. But by Sunday afternoon, with kickoff approaching, he knew he was in trouble. And indeed he was. And now he's got to stare down just like probably a tablespoon of mayonnaise.
Yeah, this is less than ideal. I cannot see anything. I have no idea what's going on. Walchuk even said, like, honestly, I can't even tell what Oreo's what. I can't tell what's real. I can't tell what's fake.
I couldn't.
First Oreo.
Oh, that looks fake to me.
1 of 3.
Crap.
Put it back. This might be a fake one.
What's going on?
It's fake.
It's a fake. Yep. Okay, so is it just disgusting when you bite in and you get the mayo, or is it actually delicious?
We got the barf bag ready.
It's not delicious. I'm
Barf
not going
bag
to
to
need a
your
barf
right.
bag.
We do have a barf bag.
The Oreo is saving this.
Okay.
Like the actual chocolate cookie.
Oreo is a savior. What's that?
My dear God.
That was disgusting.
Okay, well, the good news is
that was potent.
Yeah.
You got 2 more of those, right?
Mayonnaise. Wow.
There's
For
no
as much as the chocolate drowns it out, it really doesn't, you know?
Yeah.
The mayonnaise is pretty strong.
Hellmann's is good, but not with an Oreo then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Hellmann's, yeah, there's a place for it, and the place is not between 2 gorgeous Oreos.
Okay, this cookie too.
I think this is real.
That's a real one, boy.
That's a good one. It's probably nice to go from fake to real.
Fantastic.
You kind of get to cleanse.
We're actually kind of relieved for Chief right now.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a 50% chance now 4 Oreos remain. 2 mayonnaise Oreos, 2 sugar Oreos. Which one's the Chief going to get here as he draws the final cookie or not?
I think that's a fake.
Damn it. That's a fake.
Wow.
The frustration. He throws down the puke bag.
Oh, my dear God. Now, the box is to your left. It's about 11 o'clock if you do need a box receptacle for any kind of sickness that might happen.
He did get sick in this parking lot.
I can't see the cough. I'm sorry.
No, you don't need the cough
No,
button.
no, the cough button's a good thing.
Yeah,
I think we want to hear
yeah,
this. We want to hear the disgust.
Wow. I'm never doing that again. I would not do the little nitro before this.
Yeah, the little nitro.
I would not do the straw dog either, but this is somewhere in that neighborhood of just disgusting.
The straw dog was not that bad. You just have to prepare.
He got a really well done hot dog, and then the hot dog bit started getting in the beer. I mean, it did look gross.
It looked disgusting.
But it wasn't that bad when we did it.
Warm beer. We drank ours with scotch and bourbon, right?
Yeah, I got hammered.
Yeah.
That made him throw up 1 year ago right out here in the
Right
parking
out the parking lot.
I was shocked they had us back.
Well, the problem with that
There are
was
nice folks here, though.
I decided to use it was a coffee straw. That was my
Oh.
tool. Yeah,
Tool.
that
That's
was not
a tough
good
one.
tool.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Not a good boring
If you're
device,
ever-
it turns out.
Exactly.
But hey, you did it, baby.
Okay,
did
fist
it.
bump.
Let's
Nice
go.
work. Okay.
I can see the watering in your eyes, though, and it hurts my soul in a way because usually when Chief is
Pick-
eating,
do me a
he's
favor.
like making love to a burger patty.
Is there one left that has mayo on it?
There has
You
to
want
be.
to try it?
Yeah, give me a try.
All right.
Is that it?
This isn't
Oh,
even a
that's
bet
the-
payoff.
that's
the
I
bubble.
just
Are you
want to
serious,
try it.
Yeah, watch this. Okay, this thing has. I'm showing the camera here.
What are we thinking, B?
Oh, you can see the disgust.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
going to try to act like it's nothing.
He still has chili from the burger on his lip.
That chili is really good on that burger, by the way.
Yeah, I will say. And
You know what?
Yeah. What do you think?
That's not bad.
What?
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
You're an a-hole.
Oh,
Not bad.
I
Are
think,
you a mayonnaise guy?
I think that was a weak payoff on his part.
oh gosh.
Wow.
I don't know. When we saw like the.
I think it was a very weak payoff, and I'm kind of disappointed in us for allowing it to happen.
Oh,
no. I think my guy came in strong here. The second
I
one,
think-
he looked like he was about to throw up, Brian.
I don't know. That was a weak payoff
You
right
probably
there.
just like mayonnaise.
The mayonnaise with
I
the
got
chocolate.
my dude's back.
It's a
Mayonnaise
really
with
good
chocolate
combination.
is not a good combination.
It's an excellent combination. I think I'm going to go home and get me a tube of these, and then look. I think if
And
you
then
use,
dip in the mayo.
I think if you use blue plate
Dude.
mayonnaise, it would be even better than the helmets.
What an alpha move to say, I'm going to do your payoff and tell you how much of a B word you are for thinking that sucks.
Well, that's why you
was
want
impressive, Ron.
wanna
Go
do
F
straw
yourself.
dog.
Hey, I
That
want to
was
thank you. I want to thank you for allowing me to try it.
I wish
Either
you would
an
have
alpha
tried
move
all
or
of
a
them.
D move. I'm not sure which one, but I think the bet payoff really is using up valuable stomach space that could be used to consume these Whataburger chili cheeseburgers.
Bro, the chili
That's part
cheeseburger, it's
of
been a
it,
while
yeah.
since I've had a burger.
Let me tell you what.
This thing is absolutely divine.
Travis Hill, who brought all that stuff over, great guy. Worked with him at ESPN Dallas a long time ago. Love the man. He did us right today with these and Whataburger did us right today too. With all the foods that I'm looking forward to taking the shake and seeing what that's all about.
And
too.
I know the jalapeno cheddar biscuit, like they discontinued it,
Yeah.
and so there's been a bunch of requests to bring it back. It's the first time I've actually tried it.
Stupid good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Dawson. You're kind of a biscuit connoisseur over
I love it. Yeah, buttered biscuits with cheese, honey, stuff like that. But then you get the really fine jalapenos.
Yeah,
You
there
don't-
you go.
You don't want
Yes.
all the jalapeno.
There you
that
go.
You're actually eating
There
a
you go.
jalapeno. You just want the flavor, and they chopped it up real good.
Yeah, diced up jalapenos. That jalapeno cheddar biscuit it's a Mount Rushmore Whataburger item. There's no question about it. As Broadus is, I believe he just gave me that look of like, could you like, do you still have more mayonnaise? Because I want to just.
You know what? I would if you had some more of those Oreos. I might put
disgusting.
some mayonnaise in my shake. How about that?
Dude, stop.
Now you're just.
Oh, look at this!
bragging.
Look at this!
Oh my gosh,
Uh-huh.
you are sick, sir. Big L to the Pacers rookie Jarris Walker, who had to go ahead and pay for a team dinner, $9,000. I actually feel like he comes out pretty
That's
good.
not
there.
bad.
That's the better part of being probably a basketball guy instead of a football guy. You know, it's just a numbers game. You can't. The whole team is like 15 guys.
Oh yeah.
Football. I mean, if you get weird with it, plus the offensive linemen that are eating for 3 every time they eat. You know, it really stacks up on you. But a 9K bill, either way, he's taking an L. But I feel like football guys take a bigger L.
Well, it came from the bonus baby era too, where these rookies were getting $80 million contracts, and it was like, hey, let's all party on this guy's dime. You know, now the NFL, the rookie salary scale is a little bit less, and I think Jerry Jones moved to kind of trim those rookie dinners. But yes, you can get got in the NFL 60, 70 grand for some of these.
You know what? I'm surprised at that bill because usually basketball players, as you know, they're kind of into wines and things like that. They know how to order bottles of wine.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like that maybe he got off light on this one.
It sounds like it, yeah.
I think basketball players usually have a higher taste
Well,
for
some of
food and alcohol than what football players have.
Some of the teams get really into the wine, like
That's what I'm
LeBron's
saying.
teams,
Yeah.
Melo's teams,
Yeah.
Steph Curry's teams. If you got like older guys on your team that have ventured into the
Right,
wine,
right.
These dudes, if they got like a 2 days off on the road, will like tour Napa Valley,
Right.
To go on one of those wine tasting deals.
I read stories about like with Greg Popovich.
Yeah.
Like when there's like restaurants that know that the Spurs are coming in, like Popovich is coming in.
Yeah, Pop's a wino.
And you'll see the owners or the managers, the general managers of the restaurant go out and buy bottles just to have. They might pay
business right there.
$20,000 for a bottle,
Yeah.
but mark it up to $25,000.
There you go.
And Popovich sees it on the menu and he orders it. Like, oh yeah, so here you are. We spent $20, but we get a $5,000 markup on it.
Yeah.
But I've heard stories about guys going out knowing that the Spurs were coming through, and they that can make their whole year right there with a bill like that.
Him and Wemby are going to get along swimmingly.
That'd be a giant.
I mean, they have wine in France for breakfast.
We'll go ahead and hand the biggest L of the week, though, to, of course, Terry Francona, who on his way out,
the scooter.
farewell,
I
he
still
gets his
can't
scooter
believe that.
stolen not once
Yeah.
but twice. The second time somebody or somebody's defecated in it.
Gavin, you
It's
really didn't
heartbreaking.
like that.
No, that really bothered me.
Yeah.
No, I'm like, this did not happen.
Yeah.
I'm walking out of work on my last day in a situation like that,
Mm-hmm.
double barreling everybody, and I'm probably plotting like to hire a group of ninjas for the ultimate revenge. You know what I'm saying?
Like poop ninjas?
He's just going to go crap all over the clubhouse.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
poop ninjas.
Yeah.
We're gonna break into these people's houses.
not
and leave
funny.
stuff on their dining room tables. I'm gonna crap on my scooter.
Oh my gosh! You get 3 or 4 of those poop ninjas together, all of a sudden you're talking about tearing down a neighborhood. It's not just a house, dude. I don't care if
thought
that
it
thing's
was-
gated or not.
I did think it was hilarious though that they took his scooter out for batting practice.
That's good.
It was
and
right
put
up until the defecation that everything seemed like it was kind of cool.
crossed the
everything,
line there,
everything
boys.
was cool until that
Like, you want
bothers
to like
me.
pee on the tire or something like that's a whatever.
It's weird,
you know.
but it's
You
like
that's your bid.
I'll
You know,
hose it off.
Yeah.
No biggie. But yeah, I'd have a major problem if somebody did that to my scooter, unless there's some sort of a backstory.
Maybe this is retaliation. Maybe Francona was a serial pooper his entire career, and the cat's now getting out of the bag. That would make for an even better story, bro.
I'm standing by for it, too. I trust you will be giving us the updates. Thank you, Chief, for that. Live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a Football Friday. Now through October 28th, 0% financing. You've seen this rates in other industries is insane. At Southern Leisure, 0% APR, over 80 models to choose from, free installation, 3 showrooms here, Arlington, Flower Mound, and Richardson. SouthernLeisureSpas.com. It's time for you to get that spa of your dreams. KJ Carson, WEEI, is going to join us to talk Cowboys, Patriots, and maybe we'll get some Red Sox stuff in there with him as well next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have Tolos that have been coming in consistently here to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio because it's day 1 of Flagtober 2023. Now, I did just get word. The flags have arrived. They were cleared to customs in Cincinnati around lunchtime. Put them on a bird. They've arrived in Dallas. And our main man, Oscar, drove down there, and he anticipates they will arrive here, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, by 5 o'clock. That's your 2023 flag. Up till this point, we've been handing out retro flags and vouchers. But starting at 5 o'clock, we will officially have the flags. Now, they could only get like 2 boxes, I think, of the shipment here with that super rush delivery style that they were doing.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be able to do Tour Day DFW tomorrow, but your Pure Gold as always flag will be here by 5 o'clock unless Oscar hits some insane traffic, which is possible. But that's just updating on what we got.
That's awesome.
Wanted to do the full transparency as we broadcast live Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. You need some patio stuff. You need a spa, you need a hot tub, something like that. Now through October 8th, 0% financing. They have those little saunas you can put in your house. They have the cold tub you can put in your house. They've got everything you need, and you can check out everything at southernleisurespas.com as KJ Carson, WEEI, joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, KJ. How you doing over there?
Fellas, doing well. I've got my rosary beads out. I'm praying for everything that the Patriots don't get sacked like 10 times Sunday afternoon. I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah, so what do you think the Patriots' game plan is going to look like to try to deal with that?
So Belichick's best thing is to try and take away your best thing so everybody in the world knows your best thing is Micah Parsons. So you're going to see a lot of quick throws off of the line, maybe some tight end play around the middle, but to take a three or 5 step drop by Mac Jones with a suspect offensive line would be the dumbest thing in the world, right? So you're probably going to see a lot of quick plays, and you're going to see the run game really leaned on heavy. Not a whole lot of rushing yards in the first couple of weeks, maybe like 150 yards combined for the first 2 games. But your boy went for 80 yards last week, and that's been kind of the conversation is Zeke really up for this game? So if I said, 1, quick passes at the line of scrimmage, 2, heavy lean on the run game where you may see Zeke with about 15 carries again this week.
You know, for us, maybe outside of the rookie year, Zeke was, good in short yardage situations, good getting those dirty yards, but he was kind of like going to be a product of how good of a line that the offensive line, good of a hole the offensive line could create for him. So yeah. I think that would be my expectation for Zeke coming into this game is if, the Patriots can open holes like the Cardinals did last week, maybe you could get him free for another big game.
Yeah, the 80 yards was a surprise to a lot of us because you're thinking, hey, you're not, like you said, Zeke, short yardage, inside 5-10 yards. Yeah, you put him in there. That's what he's done. But to have 80 yards on 15 carries in a bad weather situation, you're talking about making key plays outside of the red zone because red zone and the Patriots don't necessarily go together, right? So, again, that's why I think you'll see Zeke more in the short yardage situation. So I don't think you're going to see vintage year 1 and 2 Zeke busting out for yards between the 50s and 20s. But if the Patriots are able to move the ball down the field with Ramondre Stevenson in the backfield and finish off kind of like a baseball closer with Zeke seven yards out, I think that's where the Patriots probably will be most effective using Zeke.
So, KJ, what's the confidence level in a Mac Jones right now? Like Colin Cowherd's being all coy. Hey, I know something about Mac Jones. What's going on here? He's kicking people in the balls. What's up with Mac?
He's grabbing them.
He's grabbing them.
He's handsy.
That's even worse.
Called a nut tap. They're called nut taps, right?
Okay.
It's not what you put in a coffee, but it's a nut tap. Right?
Was that a backhanded thing, or was that a full palm situation?
Look, look, baby shoes, China from WWE. You're going to have some reaction no matter how great or small, right? So I'm not really buying the Sauce Gardner really getting super hit by it as much as it is, what kids do in Pop Warner, just kind of like grab real quick or something.
Yeah.
And nothing. I don't know. But in terms of what are the thoughts on Mac Jones, I'll give my personal first, and then I'll overview is for New England. So personally, I think he's mediocre. I think he's a top 20 quarterback. When you're talking 30 quarterbacks, and when usually when we top 20, I'm talking about like number 20, maybe 21. So he's the best of the worst, mediocre at best. But in New England, there's still this hope, and I understand it because when you've had Brady for 20 years, you kind of want the guy who comes next to be the guy, and I just don't think he's the guy. He's a Daniel Jones clone, except for with no legs. So, look. Yes, there have been incidents. Some of them have flashed on television. Personally, I think people have continued to make excuses for Mac Jones. It has looked better this year. I will give him that. But we're about to head towards year 4, which is going to be the most important year for a rookie quarterback. Ask Trey Lance, right? When you don't work out, they make moves and they make moves quick. So I think this is the most important year for Mac Jones to show that he's a little bit above mediocre. I still think he's mediocre.
KJ, the draft gods smiled on your football team with Christian Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Bill Belichick wants to take somebody from a directional state like North Dakota or someplace like that, right, in the first round. But the draft gods said, no, we're not going to let you do that. We're going to let you take this kid. This kid has been outstanding for you guys.
Yes. I mean, you're talking about length and speed. That's the crazy thing. Usually one helps the other. So if you've got a smaller guy, he'll be able to keep with, say, like a Tyreek Hill. But if you got a taller guy, they might be a little bit more cumbersome. But that's not what you have. We're talking about a guy who held Tyreek Hill to 40 yards in a Miami game. And Miami, last I checked, are still scoring points right now. So So Christian Gonzalez has shown himself, and I have like a little wager that he might be defensive rookie of the year at 10-1, where this guy is going to be put in key games where he's going to be able to show off what he can do. So he's going up against Tyreek Hill. He pretty much shut down A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown was not a factor in that Philly game. So Garrett Wilson wasn't a factor in the Jets game. So he'll have CeeDee Lamb. I think he's going to need some help over top, just because you've got Brandon Cooks on the other side of the field for you guys. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to see Gonzalez be able to handle CeeDee Lamb right at the line of scrimmage. And then once you get to about 5 to 10 yards out, there's going to have to be some additional help. Lamb is just too damn quick.
What's the status of Belichick? Is everybody just calling for his head out there? These rabid Patriot
that's
fans?
People just talking out of their directional school. Now, look, if you've done this, right? Look, if you've won 6 championships over 20 years, you don't get fired. The only other time this has ever happened, and I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago on WBEI, Tom Landry would be the only person, or Bill Belichick. Landry gets fired because there's new ownership. Bill Belichick gets fired in Cleveland because they're moving the team. So now Belichick probably only gets fired if the Patriots move or crash sells the team, which isn't happening. So he's going to try and get to this Shula record. I wouldn't buy all that hot seat stuff. I think that's just a lot of immediate talk with people with a free app who think I can get clicks. No, when you've done that much and you're that close to Shula, you have celebrations in store and thoughts and minds and so forth. So Belichick's not going anywhere, even if they have a losing season.
It's KJ Carson, WEEI. What do you think about the job he's doing right now, though?
As a GM, less than stellar. As a coach, okay, right? Because if I'm seeing a Patriots team out there that can't defend, then I would say, okay, you've got a defensive head coach who can't defend. That would be an issue. Now, people talk about what happened last year. I kind of said it. Belichick is kind of like the head capo and kind of looked out for Patricia and Judge because those were his guys. And so he knows those guys know how to watch the block if you watch those movies. But I think this year, with Bill O'Brien overseeing the offense, it's going to eliminate a lot of the noise that you heard last year that's still permeating this year. But as a GM, some pretty bad moves. Nelson Aguilar, Jonnu Smith. We're still waiting for Hunter Henry to pay through. You hope for Gesicki to be an advantageous pickup for the team. The receiver core, people screaming, why you have got a wide receiver one? Why have you not gotten a star offensive lineman? So those are more GM questions than the coaching question, which I said, as bad as that team was last year, they were either winning or losing each week, and that's a pretty good talent. If you could lose one week, because usually when you start losing weeks in a row is when the noise gets louder.
KJ, you were talking about Gesicki and then Hunter Henry. I when I'm watching the Patriots play, I'm kind of watching the ball go to those guys, go to that direction. They seem like to be the one guy, if you believe in metrics and quarterback ratings and all that, that's the one guy that your quarterback, those two guys seem they find him, those two. Am I looking at your offense wrong that way?
No. In fact, it's beyond metrics. Let's just call it what it is. Arm talent, right?
Sure.
Mac
Okay.
Jones, if you remember in the game against Miami, throws what's supposed to be a corner fade for a touchdown towards Devontae Parker, and it goes right into the hands of the defender. And you're like, hey, that ball should go out of bounds. So Mac Jones isn't a guy who has that arm strength to put a zip on a ball outside the numbers. So everything has got to be in front of him. So if I'm Dallas and I'm looking at tape, I'd say, you know what? Keep everything in front of you because you really don't believe anything is going to get past you, either with the arm strength or the talent with the receivers on the outside. So you're absolutely right. Look towards the middle of the field. That's where everything is right there. So I think part of the trick to that, though, is teams have probably said, hey, this offensive line is beat up. It's
Right.
Mac Jones back there. We're going to feast, and that's how a tight end gets loose. So because that happened last week, you have to figure that the crew there at the Cowboys see this and say, you know what, keep everything in front of you. And if you know that you even still have Stephon Gilmore on the other side of the field, even though you don't have Trayvon Diggs, you still believe that you could shut down a side of the field against these receivers.
It's KJ Carson, WEEI, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So as you forecast how this game might go, you mentioned the defense, and you're hoping Mac Jones, is able to survive the end of the game. But how you feeling about our Cowboys? Started 2-0. They're the talk of the NFL. They lose to the Cardinals. Is this going to be a Cowboys victory, or do you think the Patriots are going to make things challenging?
Well, so both can happen, right? You hear the term people say, well, two things can be true at once. Right. I think this game goes into the fourth quarter because I think Belichick will be able to kind of frustrate Dak Prescott. I think what happened last week when you saw the three Cardinals standing right there and your one Cowboy receiver is off to the left, those are the things you say, if we can get one of those out of him, we potentially can keep this game close. So I think the game goes into the fourth quarter. Going into the fourth quarter, you might be looking at a 17-14 game, Cowboys up, but probably get another score, giving you a score of 24-14 Cowboys.
I think that's a great prediction. KJ Carson, WEEI. There's a couple of stories here that I want to get your thoughts on. First one, a follow-up question. Fans really
Taylor
think Mac.
Swift? No, thank you.
No, but close. There are fans who really think Mac Jones can work out. That was interesting when you mentioned that earlier in this segment. But also, I got to know more about this Terry Francona scooter deal, and what can you tell me about why people feel so confident in trashing that thing and being disrespectful?
See, Terry Francona is so loved here, and despite the whole chicken and beer thing that happened and how things played out, Boston is one of those places that we forgive you after you've committed your atrocity. Unless you're Kurt Schilling. Kurt Schilling probably can't even buy. He probably couldn't order water right now in Boston. Yeah. But in terms of Tito, he is so loved here. I wouldn't be surprised if Boston's management and the Red Sox come to him and say, "Hey, would you be interested in overseeing the operations now that Chaim Bloom is gone?" I don't know if he takes the job. They probably put it in front of him. But Terry Francona is absolutely loved.
Right on, buddy. Why do you think they pooped on it, though?
I mean, I guess sometimes you got to go. You got to go.
Hell yeah, bro. I get it. Appreciate you, KJ. Have a great
Guys,
weekend.
have a great one.
Enjoy the game, and best of luck to you guys getting a new quarterback eventually.
Guys, have a good one.
Take care. KJ Carson, WEEI. Yeah, that's tough when you have no quarterback, but you've seen him win a couple of games and you're hoping that things are going to turn around because, I mean, it happened for Romo and it happened for Tom as he was the backup, not a guy that was highly touted at the start. It's just a place of desperation and delusion, though.
Yes.
It's pathetic when you see that. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio here in Flower Mound, where Flagtober 2023 has kicked off, and it's about to get into high gear. We did just receive word at the top of the hour the 2023 flags arrived downtown. They'll be here by 5 o'clock. These things are brilliant, okay? The Pure Gold, as always, 2023 flag will be available starting at 5 o'clock. Okay, the bet payoff continues with Zach Wolchuk in a pink Speedo. You can come by and get a picture with him as we're heading now for the top 10 at 420. Wolchuk, what do you have?
The finale of Breaking Bad was 10 years ago today. I've got the top 10 best TV shows of all time. What's your favorite? That's next.
Nighttime on the It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, where the all-new Pure Gold, as always, 2023 G-Bag Nation flag has arrived.
Yeah.
Flagtober is officially on, and that thing is it's beautiful. Yeah, hit that thing on the webcam right there. You can come by and get yours right now, okay? We have lots of them now, as multiple boxes were rushed from Customs to downtown Dallas. Your main man, Oscar, went down to Dallas, got them, and came back to Flower Mound. And the Pure Gold, as always, flag is awaiting you, okay? And, everybody that shows up is going to get one, okay? It's not enter to win or, hey, we got 10 of them or anything like that. It's you get to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio right now.
Geez.
You're going home with a 2023 G-Bag Nation
Take
flag.
a look.
Now, it's almost unbelievable that Zach Wolchuk is still in his Speedo. It's kind of like you went over to your buddy's
He's
house
embracing it now. He really
8
is.
a.m. Sunday morning, and he opened the door in his skivvies.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of vibe.
Hey,
that
bud.
It has.
Good morning.
Yeah.
oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, let me put some pants on.
I'm sorry. Let me put some pants on
Yeah,
for
that's
you.
right. We had plans this morning. I'll be right out.
Left
dude.
my panties on.
Yeah, don't mind me. That's a classic look. It's time now, though, for the top 10 at 420. It's also time for you to get a hot tub. Now through October 28th, 0% APR financing right here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Come on out today and get it. Okay, up to $1,500 in rebates, direct pricing, and free install, free installation. Over 80 models to choose from at Southern Leisure. Here's Zach Wolchuk. Segments brought to you by Window Nation and by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Truckwreck.com. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, Gavin. Shout out to Whataburger as well. We got to try their some of their new menu items. They'll be out Tuesday at 8 a.m. They're bringing back the jalapeno cheddar biscuit. We also tried the chili cheeseburger. Simply outstanding. And a strawberry, it's a white chocolate raspberry shake, which also sounds fantastic as well. So, Whataburger, we love you. Southern Leisure, you're the place to be. They've also got the Arctic Plunge here. I would really love to get one of these saunas to take home as well. I mean, they've got quite the luxurious items.
Yes, I just want to throw in my trunk a sauna, a cold plunge, and that massage chair.
Let me roll out one of these green eggs.
Yeah,
that
green egg.
Throw it all in there, man.
That's an
Southern
off-roader.
Leisure. Place is awesome. They got the Flower Mound location, which we're at now, also the one off of Richardson in 75.
Twolos and the tubers want you to back up just a little bit so they can get more look at those thighs. They just want to see a lot of those quads.
Yeah,
they want to see that
Twolos,
teardrop.
Get in here. Little flexi flex.
Fantastic.
Come on, keep staring, Brown. I know you like what you see.
Who was
I
it?
can't
they
even
were
look
saying?
at the camera
I know
anymore.
Is it Gru? I think they were going with Gru from
Yeah,
Minions.
because Gru's like a top-heavy kind of guy. So I get that. It's a bit
It's a potato with
disrespectful.
straws stuck in it.
I actually think
it's
you
fine.
look a little better than that
I'll
guy
lean
does.
into it. It's not a big deal. I'll
More
take
or
that.
less disrespectful than the Lewis comp that I did 3 weeks ago when you were out.
Probably not as disrespectful.
Not as disrespectful.
I'm trying to remember the Lewis comp.
No, I think that it's more disrespectful. I did have some news. Devin Harper, linebacker who was released by the Cowboys yesterday, he's been claimed off waivers by the Bengals.
Right.
Watch Malik Jefferson to get elevated. They've got 3 practice squad elevations from Malik Jefferson. He's a guy that I think might be the front runner to take that
Like
Devin
what you're
Harper
doing.
spot.
Yep.
So keep an eye on Malik Jefferson, the former Texas Longhorn. Okay, let's get into it. 10 years ago today
Can we wrap a flag around him, please?
was the finale. Do I have a ball hanging out or something? Like, what are you doing right now?
No,
I
that's-
don't
that's
trust
soccer-
you. When you're smiling and laughing
The
that much,
soccer coach and Ted
I don't
Lasso.
trust you.
It's just a little bit of helmet, Wolchuk. Nothing to be concerned about.
Okay.
No, I just think it's amazing. You're like up. You're giving a presentation. It feels, you're giving sports analysis. You're talking about how the Cincinnati Bengals just stole somebody from your Cowboys.
They did.
Feels like you're giving an important,
It's ridiculous.
important analysis,
Yeah.
but you're doing it while wearing
What's up,
the
my dude?
brightest,
Safe. Come on
pinkest.
in.
Yeah, people are
Just a
shocked that
minute,
they
it's
walk
Just
into
come
the
on
store.
in. Welcome to Southern Leisure. I'm your door greeter. Come on in, boys and gals.
What exactly am I walking into?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, look up at the sign. Like,
tubbing.
where are we?
So, we also have the Battle of the Mounds. Flower Mound Marcus and Flower Mound get to play tonight. It's a big-time rivalry, so that's going to happen right around the corner here.
Mound
Top
off.
10 TV
Lot of
shows in honor
mounds.
of Breaking Bad's finale 10 years ago. Does not seem like it was 10 years ago today. But I wonder, what is your favorite TV show? I've got a list of the top 10 as voted on by the people. Shows that didn't make this top 10 that I did love growing up, that I just wanted to give some love to. Entourage, I thought was a fantastic show on HBO. I also did love Sons of Anarchy. That was a great show
I
as
like
well.
the first 3 or 4 seasons.
Peaky Blinders, I thought was fantastic.
Saw 'em all.
On Netflix. And there's many others. I'd throw out a few, but Gavin would probably scoff at me, like Batman the Animated Series, Boy Meets World. These
Yes,
are all
I would scoff at those.
fantastic shows. You guys got any that you wanted to throw in there? How about you? I'm going to go back to the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander, you got a little list for me?
We're going to go back to the Pimp Cup. We're going to go back to the Pimp Cup. Talk to Lucius. What's
pimping.
going on?
We're pimping.
Favorite shows, man. This is too many to name. Like maybe Reno 911.
Oh, hell. I forgot all about Reno
Arrested
911.
Development. Yeah. Officer with Lieutenant Dangle.
Yeah. Dangle.
New Boot Goofy. That's my guy, bro.
Yes.
Let's see. Succession, Arrested Development, the first season of The Boys, maybe the second.
Yeah.
And every other night I fall asleep to the Twilight Zone. I love the Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone's going to get love.
I love the Twilight
It's a great
Zone.
show.
That boys show.
And I was actually texting Lucius about this yesterday, but Gen V, the spin-off series of The Boys, is out the first 3 episodes on Amazon Prime. I have not watched it yet. Let us know if you have, and it's worth it. The reviews so far are very, very good. 877-881-1053. You guys have any shows that you want to give some love to before we get into the list?
I think my favorite of all time is Breaking Bad, actually.
Yeah, mine is too.
I just love that show.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'll show love to, obviously, The Sopranos. I think that's going to be the number 1 overall for me personally. But then, like King of Queens, The League, Prison Break for one of those seasons.
Prison
the
Break's
first one
first season was
special.
epic.
Everybody loves Raymond, Dexter, Rocket Power.
Woogity, woogity, woogity.
I was Ozark. I'm liking all those shows.
Ozark was great.
Ozark, it had me on the edge. Breaking Bad, all the shows like that. Anything like I say, I was late to all that. I was so late to all that. I had to binge watch all that. But
That's the best way to do it.
So worth it for everything that they put out.
Do you remember V in the 80s?
I do.
Wasn't that
It was
fascinating?
weird.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was kind of a sci-fi thing, right?
Yeah.
Did we have people come down and they were?
Yeah.
Am I that right? It
Yeah,
used to be on after NBC, like the game of the week.
Yes.
The old. Let's
on the Sunday
next
night.
on V. It was like a big promotional thing.
It was like these aliens were invading Earth.
Yeah.
But they were disguising themselves as humans.
Humans. Yeah.
And every now and then they'd peel off their human skin and they'd be like these lizard people who would like eat rats.
Yeah.
It was terrible. As a kid, I couldn't believe my parents were letting me watch it. I just loved it though.
It was a very strange show.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got the top 10 here. Number 10 is Mad Men, which was from 2007 to 2015 on AMC. I actually didn't watch Mad Men.
It was so popular. I tried it. And I watched like 3 or 4 episodes and I was out. I'm not hooked yet. I'm gone.
I know Lucius watched Mad Men, and he's given that some love before.
Oh yeah, I like Mad Men. Very old
games,
school,
frauds.
very old school fan vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the breakout for John Hamm, who played Don Draper.
Telling you, bro, this was a damn pirate ship around this fool. I'm telling you.
I was a little behind, huh?
Yeah.
Should have shown up.
Yeah, it was a good
All
old
these
days,
dames
boy.
hanging around, cigarette hanging out of the corner of your
Little
mouth.
slap on the tuchus.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Yeah. Why don't you give me some coffee there?
Yeah. Number 9 is Succession, which I did recently finished on HBO. Succession, I do think, is a top 10 all-time show. I don't know where it would be like on my personal rankings. It'd probably be somewhere between like 7 to 10. I think it deserves a mention here. Succession was fantastic. It's the only show I've ever seen where literally every single character is just a terrible person, but yet you're somehow invested in them and rooting for them in one way or another. But everybody's so hateable, but yet likable at the same time in Succession. Number 8 is Lost, which lost me after about 3 seasons, but I know our guy Nick Nepic is a big-time fan of Lost.
Yeah, we got a couple of silent hell yeahs here at Southern Leisure Spas with the Tolos, some Lost fans.
Definitely have a lot of Lost fans out there.
They lost me.
Yeah, lost
right
me
off
too.
the jump.
I wasn't interested.
No.
Number 7 is Game of Thrones. And I think this is a good place to put Game of Thrones. I think Game of Thrones, because of the first 5 seasons, deserves to be in the top 10. But goodness gracious, the final season was so rushed. They butchered the ending. But the first 5 seasons were really some of the greatest that television's ever put out there.
I'm sorry, folks. I just never went that path with you.
You wouldn't be into it. It's not.
I'm not
your,
anything
it's
with
not your
like.
thing.
I'm not the big kind of the fantasy dragons, medieval
Except for
stuff.
Schmeagol. No, you got to think.
No,
Schmeagol.
I'm just mud on your face. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff.
I mean, who would be?
Really? I thought you were into
no,
trolls and
hell
dungeons
no.
and stuff.
No.
He's a LARPer.
No.
Yeah, he does LARP.
He does
well, he
do
used
that.
to. He used to, but then he got the gout and the bunion.
Well, now he just does the reenactments like Civil War and stuff like that.
Right, just like sort of like shadow boxing, but shadow
And
LARPing.
You look great in your Benjamin Franklin.
You were killing that thing, man.
I will tell you what, that Benjamin Franklin, if I have to do it again as going to a costume party, I think I would. I did look a lot like Benjamin Franklin.
You crushed it, dude. You crushed it. Number 6 is Seinfeld, getting some love.
Okay.
Comedy makes it.
Yeah.
You got to give Curb your enthusiasm some love then if you're going to give Seinfeld love. Same guy, same writer.
Yeah.
The
I
genius.
also need to give love to South Park. I think South Park still got it.
Oh, yeah. I feel bad for not saying it now.
Yeah, South Park's absolutely fantastic. Because number 5, they've got The Simpsons, which has been going from 1989. I mean, unbelievable the run The Simpsons has been on. Number 4, here you go, L.A. It's The Twilight Zone. Getting love.
Is that the new version of it?
No, the old version.
Oh, is this the Rod Sterling
Yeah.
1960s one?
This is the old
Okay,
school.
I would have voted for the old 1960s one if I thought when you said Twilight Zone you were thinking of some new modern.
I've never seen the new one.
I want
Okay,
the old
the
school
19
ones.
yeah, Rod Sterling with the cigarette, smoke blowing in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Top 3.
My man with the
here,
glasses, all he wanted to do was
Yeah.
read.
All he wanted to do was read.
Time alone and read, and he messed around and had the time alone and all the space and didn't have any glasses. Found broken
shout out to Rod
glasses.
Sterling,
Oh, my God.
Top 3 here. We've got The Wire, which deserves to be mentioned. Fantastic
I
show.
gotta watch that.
Although Lucius does hate the city that it's in.
Baltimore,
Maryland.
But shout out again to pastry chef Eric, Baltimore's own, who hooked me up with the Speedo today.
He talked about going into the dressing room.
Yeah,
to get that
the room
earlier, to get that pink banana Speedo that you're rocking right now.
Number 2 is Breaking Bad, which I would put at 1. But
better
number
show.
1, which would be my 2, is The Sopranos.
Yeah, there you go.
Which
Yes, sir.
might have the greatest intro ever.
Yeah.
The Sopranos intro is absolutely legendary. But Tony Soprano.
Robert Solid, you see they redid that?
They did. It was
Robert Solid
amazing.
did it. It was pretty funny.
So there's your top 10. Some texts that came in that want to get mentioned. Vikings, the show that was on History Channel, was great. I watched it. The Shield getting some love. The Office, Justified, Punisher, 24 with Jack Bauer. I love 24. And then
That was
Snowfall.
a movement.
24.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It really was. 24 is fantastic. Snowfall, which I watched as well. I know
Yeah.
Lucius did. Great show. King of Queens. I think, Eric, you mentioned that. MASH. The X-Files, Married with Children, Stranger Things. So much good TV out there, but there's the top 10 is voted on by the people right now.
It's a great show, and we're having a great time. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. If you've ever had interest in a hot tub or you're thinking about doing it soon, now's the time to get to Southern Leisure. 0% APR through October 28th and up to $1,500 in factory rebates and direct pricing. Okay, as low as $105 a month to put that hot tub on your patio in your backyard. Flagtober is live as the 2023 flags are now here at Southern Leisure. Come on by. It is there's more than enough flags. If you arrive, you will be going home with the 2023 flag. So we want to make that perfectly clear to you and invite you to swing on by, do some fellowshipping with us, and enjoy the show if you do have the time. Tolas have been swinging by all afternoon. And we have a little bit of a college football micro segment coming up next here. Wolchuk, what do you have in mind?
Yeah, A&M lands a big fruit. Penn State's trolling Ohio State. And let's just preview Week 5. How about that? That's next.
Coming up Monday morning.
Announce Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. You know, I say see me, beer me, NA quite often, and today is the first day that two Tolos have done it in the same afternoon. Some Stella Artois NA, and then a Corona non-alcoholic as well. So I'm fixed for cold beer here as we head into the weekend. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. And if you come by, they have 0% interest on all hot tubs through October 28th. But we have the 2023 G-Bag Nation flag, a giant stack of them. It's first come, first serve. We'll have plenty for the rest of the show all the way until 7 o'clock. So if you're getting out, you've always wanted a flag or you need the new one, get here to Southern Leisure as Zach Wolchuk, doing his bet payoff in a pink Speedo, has a college football micro segment for you.
Yeah, some are like really pumped about it. Some are just disgusted. But either way, I'm having a blast, and I really appreciate you guys just hanging out with me here. You know, just a good Friday with the bros, just speedoing it up in the banana hammock. This is what it's all about here at Southern Leisure. Shout out to Whataburger again, and now it's the time to really come by because we got the Pure Gold as Always flags here.
Yes.
Just in the nick of time, we got them.
I've wanted to do the Pure Gold as Always flag for probably 6 years. Flagtober, 12 years old. We finally got it. The most anticipated flag in the history of the event.
They're beautiful. They really are.
I knew when I saw the graphic it was going to be sick, but it looks even better in person. The gold pops. I cannot wait to put that. I already told my wife it's going in the master bedroom.
There you go.
As it should. As it really should. Okay, we got some big games going on, but I did have some news in the college football world. Shout out to Texas A&M. They got the top athlete recruit in the country, number 3 overall player for the class of 2024. Terry Bussey has committed to Texas A&M, and yes, his name is Terry Bussey.
Just like the truck stop.
That's fantastic, dude.
Maybe you can call him Busey.
Shout out to the Bussies.
But it's Bussey.
Did you pronounce it right, you think?
No, it's definitely Terry Bussey.
Is it Bussey?
Yeah,
the Bussies are
bust a move.
Bust a move.
They're a
he's a beast. Number 1 overall athlete in the nation. 3rd highest uncommitted recruit on the board left. So Texas A&M cleans up, and they needed some positive news after they lost their starting quarterback for the season. And it's Brad Johnson's kid who's going to take over.
Transfer
again,
from LSU.
Get another crack at that job there. Yeah,
played well last week against Auburn. He came
did.
in and he looked actually competent. And
really,
the thing about it is he's kind of a strong arm kid, but he's one of those. He gives it like 2 seconds and then he's gone running.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's a big kind of burly guy.
Kind of lumbers.
Yeah, kind of lumbers. But it's like. But there were times in the pocket where at LSU, and it was really bad. He would just hold the ball, and you're like, throw it, and then sack, and you're like, I get it. I see why. It's like Brad Johnson's kid. Can't move, you know, but he did a fine job. He looked more competent last week against Auburn in that game than any other time he has in his career.
Did. Shout out to Colorado's Travis Hunter, who's still out. He's trying to come back after he took a vicious hit from Henry Blackburn.
They're not
going
to let him come back.
But yeah, they're not. They're not going to rush him.
Strong arm D on Wednesday night.
Yeah, he did.
You can't stop me.
He was trying to, but he put out a viral video. It's nearly 20 minutes long on his YouTube channel, and he basically sits down with Henry Blackburn, who was the player getting death threats for basically hitting him and knocking him out. He sits down. They make up. I think it's pretty awesome that the two of them have done this, and they're basically just sitting there talking football, talking life, getting to know one another, and he's trying to just let Colorado Buff fans know, look, we're okay. We've made up. You don't need to keep going after my guy. I thought it was a great gesture there from Travis Hunter. Now we've got Texas taking on Kansas this weekend. Jaden Daniels, fantastic quarterback there. Kansas is ranked in the top 25. That's going to be a fun matchup. The top 2 teams in the country, do you think we'll see an upset? Georgia on the road at Hugh Freeze and Auburn. And then you got Michigan at Nebraska taking on the Huskers. I think the Huskers can cover that. I don't see them beating Michigan. I think Georgia does beat Auburn, but Auburn's actually looking much better, specifically defensively under Hugh Freeze.
Auburn, good on defense. Their quarterback play is an absolute mess, and they can't protect. And that's a big. Texas A&M rattled them. You know, Hugh Freeze. It was times where Freeze was like, should he go for it? Should he punt? He started punting the ball just so he didn't have to. You know, they couldn't come up with a play in order to kind of get that game turned around for them. Auburn's got a lot of problems at quarterback. They don't protect pretty well. I think Georgia is a clear favorite.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick one of those two, I don't think either of them will the underdogs will win.
Yeah.
But I do think Nebraska has a better chance. Now, they've announced a $450 million renovation plan to Memorial Stadium there in Nebraska. Still one of the best places you can ever go watch a football game. I loved my experience getting to go there. And then how about at the Cotton Bowl? We've got the State Fair Classic, Prairie View A&M against Grambling State, two former NFL players and then a former coach who is now coaching both squads. You got Hugh Jackson, who's coaching Grambling, and then Bubba McDaniel is the coach there at Prairie View. Bubba McDaniel, who played with the Houston Oilers and the Carolina Panthers. And this has been a series that has been rather one-sided over the course of it with Prairie View's recent dominance. They've won 21 out of 22 meetings, but that'll be at the Cotton Bowl. And it's really all about halftime, the Battle of the Bands, baby.
There you go.
So that's going to be a fun one here locally as the State Fair gets kicked off.
Perfect time for Battle of the Brands here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I love how they coordinated that.
We got USC, of course, taking on Colorado. USC is a 21.5-point favorite. Do you think Colorado can cover?
21.5? Absolutely not.
I don't think so either. LSU, Ole Miss. I know you're nervous about that one, Brian.
Ole Miss, LSU could play W.T. White High School, and I'd be nervous about it. Great win for LSU last week. Arkansas came in there. Arkansas was a 17.5-point dog, and that thing came down to the final drive. Only Arkansas using all their timeouts. They didn't have any timeouts left in the fourth, and LSU was able to take the ball with like 5 minutes to go and get 3 first downs, kick the game-winning field goal, and get out of Baton Rouge with a win. This will be tough. Both teams need this game.
Yeah.
Both teams. I think Alabama is in a situation in that West, that SEC West, where this thing is a little bit more open there. There might be a team with 2 losses that finds a way to win the SEC West. When you're talking about A&M, Alabama, Mississippi State, those schools over there.
I mentioned A&M. They're taking on Arkansas there at AT&T Stadium. But the game of the weekend, 11 Notre Dame, looking to come back from that tough loss against Ohio State. They're going to Wallace Wade Stadium in Durham, North Carolina, to take on the Duke Blue Devils. What a story Duke is. This is the second time they've been featured as the primetime game. Game days there in Durham. Crazy. I do think Notre Dame gets this win. I think they cover the 5.5. But, hey, Duke, that's a fun team right now with Riley Leonard at quarterback. I never thought I would say that.
Well, the thing about it is, though, they get the opening win against Clemson, and Clemson turned the ball over a bunch in that game. I think Duke is a little bit. I think they're a make-believe team right now. I think Notre Dame handles them.
I do too.
I don't think Duke handles the physicality of Notre Dame. That's what I say.
Duke is Duke. They're on TV more than Leave It to Beaver reruns. I've heard in the past. A wise man once said.
In the hodgepodge,
Did you watch Leave It to Beaver at all?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't have cable growing up.
Did you? What was the?
Grew up in the 80s.
When the guy showed up from work after work, he still had the tie on and a sweater.
Yeah.
Could you pull that off? Would you like a show? Like, could you have been that kind of dad showing up and like you take off your sport coat, you put down, but you go put on a cardigan to have dinner?
Yes.
Could you have done that?
That would have been nice. Yeah, you get your.
I could see you
newspaper,
smoking the pipe.
The pipe.
Yeah.
And the TV.
Yeah.
And you get dinner brought to you.
Yeah, but no, you have no. You have to eat dinner with your family.
As a dad.
You're wearing
You
slacks.
have to
loafers.
eat dinner with your family. You can't go by yourself and eat dinner like, I'm just going to sit down and watch whatever. I'm going to watch the news.
Yeah, I could.
You got to have dinner with your family and make small talk. Could you do that?
Yeah, I could do that. I mean,
It started with the attire, and then it got to, do you think you'd be good enough as a dad?
He's linking confidence.
Yeah.
Would you be comfortable in those clothes? And would you be comfortable talking to your children?
I'm just telling you, though, man.
Consistently.
Ward Cleaver showed up like in a tie and a white
do you
shirt.
think I don't like my kids?
What?
The way you dress tells him that you don't enjoy family time.
I think it's because of how much sympathy I show to you for having 3 tiny ones.
Yeah.
He thinks I hate my kids because I'm like,
no.
Chief, I don't know how you're going to do this, bro.
I
An
just
entire
I just-
48 hours
hey,
with 3 kids under 3.
These 4 years I've worked with you, I've learned how just like you enjoy quiet alone time.
Yes,
When
I
we
do
travel
enjoy the
with you, it's
solitude a
like,
little bit.
hey, listen here, you MFers, don't bother me. Okay,
Well,
I'll see you tomorrow.
You guys
I
need
think
the
that's
keys?
an internal dialogue. I
Yeah.
think you're projecting on me a little bit there.
I mean, let's not forget that D in Dawson stands for Daddy.
That's right. We're live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, where now through October 28th, they have 0% APR financing. Visit any of their 3 showrooms to take advantage of this. Over 80 models. You're looking at Arlington, Flower Mound, Richardson at southernleisurespas.com. It's a great time to be buying a hot tub going into this fall season. You know, get back there, watch some of these football games. You'll be living it up. Okay, speaking of football, we have an edition of Football's Finest coming up next. Where are you taking us, Chief?
It's a copycat league in every football town except this one. That's next year in the nation.
Okay, it is the weekend, though, and if you want to feel your absolute best, go to Men's T Clinic. They're going to help you get your edge back. They've done it for me, thousands of DFW men and Tolos over the years.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, and Flagtober 2023 is on. Dozens of Tolos, maybe as many as 100, I would say, throughout the first 3 hours of the broadcast afternoon have stopped by to pick up their flag. Dozens looking for an amazing deal on a hot tub, and this is the place to be at Southern Leisure. 0% financing. All the way until October 28th it's available. So if you're thinking hot tub, think Southern Leisure. Get to one of their 3 locations, and then give them your money for a hot tub. You're going to love it. It'll make you happy. 0% APR as well through October 28th. We are now just 16 minutes from the expressway and what you're drinking and what you're thinking. We're 36 minutes from LA Live. It's time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
Tyron Smith's going to be out, and that is now 22 straight games without the starting 5 offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys. He was dressed last week in case of emergency, but he is not going to be dressed at all for Sunday's matchup versus the Patriots. Maybe they're just saving him for that Niners game. Maybe we get a 1 game on, 2 games off situation for Tyron to keep him as long as possible throughout this season, but he will not be on the field on Sunday. We're going to hear from Niners coach Kyle Shanahan here in just a second, because I think he's got some interesting things to say, and we can compare it to our Cowboys and what they got going on offensively. But giant shout out, and we had a lot going on in Biggest L, Biggest Dub, but this was going to be a huge dub for our guy Marshawn Lynch, Mr. Beast Mode himself, because he has now been immortalized thanks to Merriam-Webster and the new additions to the dictionary. We got, let me see what the number is, 690 new words and phrases are being added to the newest edition of the dictionary. Okay. I don't know, I guess, do they do this every year? Is it every few years? Okay.
It's every year. We need to look at what's been invented.
I feel like it's a pretty damn good year of inventing words and phrases.
Finna is in a dictionary now. Finna.
Okay.
Fixing too.
Yeah.
Heck yes. Yeah, 690 new words and phrases.
Simp. I think simp was one of them.
Yep.
Simp has been added.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. What do you guys think about this? From a sports standpoint, we're going to start with our guy Marshawn Lynch, officially beast mode. Beast mode is now going to be in the dictionary, and it is not, I don't think like he is the definition of beast mode necessarily, but we all know that he embodies that, and he is the king beast of all. And so that was his nickname, and now beast mode is officially going to be a phrase added to the dictionary.
You want to be beast moding if you're in any sport. You know, I think it's kind of a verb. It can be maybe a descriptive term as well, but I'm always talking to my kids about getting into beast mode.
Beast mode.
One of my favorite non-Cowboy players of all time. I love beast mode.
Yeah,
Beast
so
mode.
cool. That's wonderful. We got bracketology from a sports standpoint. Bracketology.
Yes, bracketology's good.
It's being added.
Yep.
Goated. Okay.
Oh, yes, he's fully goated.
Goated.
Yeah.
Okay, give that to LL Cool J. He came up with that goat right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, I didn't realize that. That's a fun fact right there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucius.
I think the man from Miami Vice, the black dude, I can't remember his name, but I believe
Ricardo Tubbs.
Oh, his real name. Philip Michael Thomas.
Oh.
Phyllis Michael Thomas, yeah.
He came up with EGOT.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what's that mean?
That's the Emmy, Grammy, Tony, Oscar. Yeah, that type of situation. When you get all of them, like Whoopi Goldberg or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, when you get the
all
of
triple
those
crown.
awards.
Yeah, the triple crown of it, yeah.
Okay, I like that. We got Thirst Trap and we got Chef's Kiss, all newcomers that have been, I guess, popularized by the
I mean,
the
some
internet.
of these have been around for a while, like Simp. I remember that from like Too Short's Life Is album in like 1987. So it's been a little slow on the uptake on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like capping nowadays. People think it's brand new. They've been talking about hot capping since like '94, since I remember that.
Wow, dude. The year
UGK, I think Bun B was the first person to reference high capping about 1993.
Off the board, bro.
Maybe.
Look at that. Off the boards. Type of
Bun B?
alley-oop right there.
Yeah, Bun B, UGK.
Look at
Port
us,
Arthur,
man.
Texas.
I'm just sitting here just being amazed.
I know this is a very learning experience for me personally. We're back like in language arts class, and you guys are just dealing right now.
My buddy was working at KFC, and a new employee came who just happened to move to Vancouver, Washington from Houston in like 1993, and had UGK banned as a tape. Right, it had been dubbed over, so we dubbed it, and. We couldn't believe how lucky we were as UGK like rose to power through the mid 90s and into the late 90s that we were on them like with their first demo tape. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that is sweet, dude. Yeah. There's nothing like getting in at the on the ground floor of anything really. Like you feel like it's some sort of ownership in whatever thing it is and their success. You're like, man, I love the fact that I could be there from the jump. That's freaking cool. Okay, so we gotta talk about the Cowboys offense. We have a football or ball sack situation that'll be addressed here in just a second. We heard Jerry this morning with KNC talking about the speed of Brandon Cooks. It's the real deal. He has speed, and that speed, football usable. He says you can win with it. We got to use him, maximize him, all that kind of stuff. And he put the guarantee on it. We're going to. It's been a small sample, obviously, with the way these games have played out. Brandon Cooks missing one of these games. But it's interesting the way he talks about his speed. And let's hear from the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. He gets asked about the Dolphins and what they're doing. Mike McDaniel, sort of his protege, now in Miami, running this incredible offense that's scoring 70 points. We've talked about the motion stuff and how they're taking the motion at the snap and they're evolving it even more. And now Kyle Shanahan, who was at the forefront of this, and Sean McSex with the Rams are at the forefront of this, are now looking at McDaniel and the way he's taken it to another level. And they're like, oh my gosh, copycat style. Listen to Kyle Shanahan talk about this, and then we'll compare it to our Cowboys.
What's been your impression of the way Mike is, especially with Tyreek? He says sort of short, fast motion.
Kind of what you expect. I mean, Tyreek is such a unique dude. He's the one dude with those motions who is fast enough to run any route known to man off of him. And not many people are like that. So they get to try a lot of stuff with that, which Mike's as good as anyone at trying stuff and being creative. They did that in week 1 with the little cheat motion. We did it in week 2 after we saw it. The Rams did it about 3 times versus us in week 2. I've also seen every team probably do it since week 1, so it is a cool motion, and they got a real cool guy to do it with.
What do you call it?
We call it cheat. Yeah.
Shortly after you hung
it's
out
cheating.
with us. Why is it cheating?
I don't know. It looks just almost did it. It looks hard to stop people like Tyreek and Debo and stuff with a running start. That's usually only in the CFL, so it's cool to get them running sideways and still find a way to hit it vertically.
Yeah, the way that they're doing that with Tyreek Hill, and then it's essentially like almost a jet sweep, and they're throwing it to him, like out into the flat. And then Jalen Waddle, a guy that's been hurt, they can incorporate him when he comes back with that same type of speed. It's unbelievable how Mike McDaniel's utilizing them.
It kind of has a CFL feel to it where the guy is running when the ball snapped.
Yeah, right. Or even like the arena football.
Arena football, when you could attack the line of scrimmage, it makes it some of that.
So he's saying the advantage is a super fast guy can do that because he can turn and cut so quick. It's like he
can run. Yeah. Once you give him a little bit of a running start, then they can transition into getting vertical on the play.
So do we need to put Turpin in this?
Well,
CD?
I think you should be using all your guys. I mean, he's using it Kyle Shanahan is using Tyreek Hill and saying that's the ultimate, that's the pinnacle. But even him with Deebo Samuel, who's not a speedster, he's still implementing it there. So CeeDee Lamb should be doing this. Brandon Cooks should be doing this. Turpin. I mean, maybe not Gallup. I don't know. But, I mean, I think really all these guys should be. But Brandon Cooks in particular, when you think about him and his speed that Jerry was talking about earlier with the KNC Masterpiece today, and we saw it firsthand in Oxnard. That's a guy that really moves differently. And so I just love how he goes, we saw it in week 1. What the bleep is Mike McDaniel doing right now? Kyle Shanahan's watching him going, wait, I'm the guy who's at the advent of the motion at the snap. What are you doing with it? You're taking it up a notch. I'm going to steal it. In game 2, you're going to see me use it. All I need to do is see it one time, and we're going to implement it. Oh, okay. And then also, McSex with the Rams. Same thing. Wow, Mike McDaniel, what are you doing? Give me 1 week, and I'm going to put it in my game plan as well. And so for those guys, it is a copycat league. They see something they like, and immediately they're they're implementing it. They don't have to go to the barn for 6 months and watch what's going on. They can see a couple of friggin' highlights and then go, okay, I can do that. I have the ability to be, to evolve and adapt as well. I didn't have it in my playbook last week. It is here now, and you're going to see it on Sunday. And you have the guys to do it. But you're not. And he said, and he made the joke. It's like tongue in cheek. He's not being serious when he says, "I think everybody's been running it since we saw Mike McDaniel do it in week 1." It's obviously not everybody, but you're certainly you're in the category as the Cowboys as a team that is not everybody.
I would have a coach. If I was a head coach, I would have a coach on staff. We've got 20 some odd coaches now. You got assistants to the assistants. I would have somebody. This is what Gruden and Andy Reid used to do. They would watch film of other, like when Dan Marino and Duper and Clayton and those guys in the 80s were just launching balls and stuff down the field. They were studying offenses then. Yeah. I would have a young coach studying the Rams, studying what's going on in San Francisco, studying what's going on in Miami. I'd pull 2 or 3 plays every week from them and say, hey, this was – and create a reel for a guy like a Kyle Shanahan and say, Coach, here are the 3 new plays this week from the –
I mean, with the internet, they should really be doing that for college and even high school.
There's no
how do they
Andy does that. Andy does that in Kansas City.
Yes, he still does.
He watches they got high school stuff they watch. They watch college stuff.
And all the coaches get together on the players' day off and have a competition to see who can get a play in the game.
Right,
like
that's exactly what they did in Green Bay.
Every single team should be if they're not already doing that. And I feel like the Cowboys probably do have somebody on staff that's doing that. Yeah. It's not exactly a novel concept to think.
I surprised Eric yesterday though. If you look at the Cowboys' motion from the first week to the second, it's gone down. Every game, their pre-snap motion has gone down.
It's tough because, first of all, you need a head coach that is like open-minded and flexible and being like, man, I got to find the new and greatest stuff and not be the guy that's like, oh, all these whippersnappers trying new and greatest stuff. This is a timeless game. The principles still work. But then you got to be a great teacher.
Yeah.
And then you got to be a great communicator. Then you got to set the culture to where all of your guys are excited about this, not beaten down that we got to learn new stuff that the coach thinks is going to work. So it's like it's a really difficult thing to pull off. And I don't think that all coaches or all organizations necessarily are equipped to do it, because you start thinking we're going to teach our guys. What if the players aren't smart enough? What if your coaches aren't good enough to teach it, and now you got chaos and things that look like trick plays breaking down, and they're saying, can we just play simple football, line up, and try to smash somebody? But this is great. I think my favorite part is Tyreek's turning that corner right as the ball is snapped, and the inside receiver is getting ready to go at it with the corner. So the corner who's actually responsible for Tyreek Hill has the added disadvantage of Tyreek is breaking behind the wide receiver who's firing off the line, and the defensive back's like battling with him. Mm-hmm. So how's that battle going to go? Where do I try to pick up Tyreek Hill? Like there's a bunch and stack element to that motion as well. So both are happening simultaneously, Chief.
Yeah,
it's stupid.
It really is. It's a cheat code, and that's what Shanahan said. He's like, it's because it's bleeping cheating here.
Yeah,
because what it does to a defense, it creates a ton of chaos for them. So we'll get to football or ball sack and Sports Hodgepodge.
I love it, man. Sports Hodgepodge coming up at 6:20. It is a Flagtober Football Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. It's also a double bet payoff. As look at Zach Wolchuk over here, still in his pink Speedo. He's doing a great job. Getting a round of applause here at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. He'll go as far as it takes to keep you entertained.
I was kind of hoping that we were going to do the whole thing with the ball sack segment, that kind of thing. And I was going to tell him to stand up and just point.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. If it's football, stay down. If it's ball sack, stand up.
I go, Zach, stand up. Okay. And then in that way, that would have been my answer.
Give him a shimmy shake.
You can also get your 2023 G-Bag Nation flag right here, right now. Pure gold as always. I think it's the best looking flag of all time. There's also a limited supply of retro flags. An opportunity to pick up a couple. Whataburger coupons and so much more. And at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, they have 0% APR through the 28th. 3 DFW locations. A great time to go pick up a hot tub. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway and your one opportunity of the week to call in while intoxicated. What you drinking and what you thinking is next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing.